talk to her. I missed her.
Hey look, it's Doo-Doo Pile! Before I could turn and see who was cackling, something hit my back hard. I stumbled, my feet catching on the uneven ground I was walking on. I fell face first into the wet dirt. I looked up in time to see them riding away on their bikes and groaned. Of course, I had to be wearing a white t-shirt today. My mum was going to kill me. I sighed and pulled myself up, tried to wipe the dirt off my shirt, and continued on my way to school. It's all I could do, really. With a name like Dewey Pile, big ears that stuck out, and huge glasses, I was destined for a life of merciless teasing and bullying. And in a town as small as Beaver Falls, I was never going to escape it. Beaver Falls is an odd little town. With a population of under 1,000, we're a bit behind the times, lucky to even have electricity. The phone lines only worked when they felt like it, access to the internet was rare, and hardly anyone had a cell phone because they almost never worked. We all blamed it on the rain. It was always raining in Beaver Falls. I'm just a kid, but I've never seen the sun shine here. It's either pouring rain, drizzling, or thick grey clouds block out the whole sky. If you leave town, eventually you'll see the sun. But most people don't leave for long. They always come back. Those who do make it out and don't come back are never heard from again. Every so often, you can hear yelling and screaming from somewhere beyond the town. I've heard it my whole life. Sometimes people just stop and stare off in the direction of the screams, a solemn look on their faces. I asked everyone I can about it, but they never give me an answer, just a sad look and tell me not to worry about it. And then there's the beavers. I used to think they were a myth, just something parents used to scare their kids. If you don't behave, I'm going to feed you to the beavers. If you lie down, the beavers are going to come get you. Bad kids go see the beavers. Is that what you want? But as you get older, you start to realize the beavers are a lot like Santa. They don't exist, just something to keep the kids in line. Or at least I thought so, until I woke up at night. My watch read 3 a.m. My parents had gotten me a new digital watch last week for my birthday. It was the only thing I'd gotten, and it probably cost more than my parents could afford, but I was really proud of it. The rain was coming down hard, and a crack of thunder jolted me awake. I stared at the ceiling, waiting for sleep to overtake me, when I heard something clicking out in the street. I glanced out my window, the curtains blowing in the wind. I listened hard, waiting to see if I could hear anything besides the sound of the rain pelting the house. I held my breath, half expecting a blood-curdling scream to cut through the night. Then I heard it again, and my heart dropped. A faint clicking noise, followed by the sound of something heavy being dragged. It was coming closer to the house. I tore out of bed and up to the window, straining to see what was making the noise. I was breathing too heavy to hear anything else. I felt on edge, every nerve of my being waiting. My heart pounded and my eyes strained to see the slightest movement. But my heart stopped and my insides froze when I saw it. As something walked into the dim light of the street lamp, I froze. It was huge and hairy. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, trying to see better, but I left my glasses on the nightstand. I raced back to my bed and pulled them on, but by the time I got back to the window, it was too late. Whatever it was gone now. "Mom! Mom!" I screamed. I was panicking now. It's here, I thought. What if it attacked the house? Was it here to kill someone? Would it carry someone off? But my mom never came. I ran out of my room, down the hall, and into my parents' room. My dad was snoring loudly, likely passed out with the help of his good friend Jack Daniels. "Mom! Mom! There's something outside," I whispered, shaking my mom. "Don't wake your father," she whispered, her words heavy with sleep. It's just the beavers." She rolled onto her side and dropped off to sleep again. I wandered back to my bed and sat on it. My head was buzzing with confusion. So much for that, I thought. Were they real? Did I really see a giant beaver? If they were real, then what did that mean? From then on, I looked at my life a little differently. If the beavers were real, then what else was? Of course, none of my classmates believed me. There was only one school in Beaver Falls, and it was way outdated. It desperately needed repairs. It was overdue for a new roof, and it leaked every time it rained. The desks were old and rickety, and some of the textbooks were missing pages. We didn't even have a schoolyard for recess. With all of the rain, there was no point. We spent our lunch and recess in the classrooms. Every year, you were stuck with the same kids through every grade. All the students in each year fit into one classroom, and one teacher taught everything each class would need. They were tired and overworked, and from the state of it, so was the school. We were in 5th grade now. "No way, you're crazy. They're made up. What's next? You believe in Santa and the Easter Bunny?" My classmates sneered at me. I hung my head and went back to my desk. It was raining as usual, so we couldn't go outside for recess. We were stuck in the same classroom all day. My classmates were so adamant though. Had I imagined it? I was so enraptured in my thoughts about the night before and the beavers that I missed most of the questions on the math quiz that day. Mrs. Wilson handed us our graded quizzes and we left for the day. She gave me a stern look, and a big red F glared back at me from the paper. I sighed and started making my way home. "I've seen them too." Her voice startled me and I jumped, whirling around. There was a girl leaning against the school right outside the main entrance. She was tall and thin, red curly hair framing her face. She stared at me with cold, brown eyes. She was in my class. Her name was Mary Alice, and there were rumours about her having an evil eye, but I didn't know what that meant. I'd asked my mum once, and she yelled at me for spreading rumours and gossiping about other people like a yenta. But her eye did look pretty bad. The skin around her left eye was gnarled and scarred. The eye itself was white and milky, contrasting her other eye, which was so brown it almost looked black. It made me shudder just thinking about it. No one knew for sure how it had gotten like that, and everyone was too afraid to ask. But the rumours were awful. "What?" I asked, not sure what she was talking about. The way she was staring at me made me uncomfortable. "The beavers, I've seen them too. My grandma said they come into town sometimes when they get hungry," she said, pushing off from the wall and walking past me. She turned back and looked at me, tilting her head to the side. "Are you coming?" I just stared at her. She shrugged and continued walking. Wait," I scrambled after her. "When did you see them?" "From time to time. They only come at night. My grandma said they used to live here, but when humans started settling here, they retreated into the forest. She said when they come into town, they're looking for people who have been bad. They carry them off and they're never seen again." "Where do they go?" I asked. She didn't answer, but the look she gave me turned my mouth dry. I swallowed hard. We walked in silence for a while, gravel and dirt crunching under our sneakers. It wasn't raining, but thick clouds in the sky threatened a torrential downpour. I glanced at Alice, wanting to ask her about something that was nagging me, but afraid of what her answer might be. "What?" she sighed, not even looking at me. Had she known I was staring at her? Would your grandma know about the screaming?" I asked. It came out as more of a hoarse whisper. "She said it's the bad people." Mary Alice looked down, like she was trying to choose her words carefully. Her voice was quiet. She said, if you're bad, the beavers come to get you. They carry you off and then they eat you. The screams are from the people eaten alive. They use your bones to build their dams. I suddenly felt sick to my stomach. I wished I hadn't asked. We walked in silence for the rest of the way. I wondered why she was even walking with me, but I didn't want to ask. Mary Alice never talked to anyone. Mary Alice didn't have any friends. Everyone stayed away from her because of her evil eye. When my house came into view in all its dilapidated glory, my heart sank. The house needed a lot of work, but Dad was always too drunk to fix it, and he wouldn't allow Mom to do anything. He said it was man's work, but then he just spent the afternoon passed out on the couch. Mom tried to call someone once to come clean the gutters, and it didn't go well. And now, as we approached my house, I could see my dad was sitting on the porch with a bottle of whiskey in his hand. Even from where we were, I could see he had a mean look in his eyes. Mary Alice stopped when she saw him. I stopped too, and looked at her curiously. I felt a little embarrassed about the state of my house and my father, but it was pretty common in Beaver Falls. Mary Alice was standing perfectly still, rigid and tense. She squeezed her eyes shut and pressed her fingers to her temples. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked. "Is that your dad?" She struggled to speak through clenched teeth. "Yeah, why?" "I gotta go," she said simply. "Whatever happens, don't leave your room tonight. It'll be over soon." Then she turned and walked back the way she had come. Her words hung heavy in the air. What did she mean? It occurred to me that Mary Alice lived on the other side of town. I looked back at my dad. There was a cold, hard look in his eyes. I fought the urge to turn and run, and instead forced myself to walk closer to my house. Dad could be unpredictable when he drank, and I couldn't remember a time when he didn't have a bottle in his hand. Sometimes he just passed out and did nothing. Other times he was cruel. Mum always sent me to my room when he was like that. But sometimes, at night, I would hear him crying, telling my mum how sorry he was, begging her not to leave him. I wasn't sure why we didn't leave him to rot in this house. I asked my mum once, but all she said was I would understand when I was older. She had an odd look in her eye then, like she was hurt or something. I walked the rest of the way to the house, trying to ignore my father leering at me. I averted my eyes, but I could feel his gaze on me. "Ah, that your girlfriend? A pussy like you. Thought you were gay." He took another swig of whiskey. I ignored him. "Hey, I'm talking to you, boy. You ought to show me some respect." He grabbed my leg as I continued up the steps to the front door, but missed and fell over, tumbling down the steps and landing on his back on the ground. Whiskey splashed all over the steps, the ground, and my dad. He sputtered as I looked at him. He was pathetic. You waste of space. Get back here." He let out a string of curses as I went inside. My mom was in the kitchen washing the dishes. "Just ignore him, Dewey," she said, folding me into a hug. She pulled back and looked at me. "Why don't you go to your room? I'll bring you something to eat later. Best just to stay out of his way." I nodded and retreated to my room, shutting the door behind me. I spent so much time here. Sometimes it felt like a prison, but it was the place I was safest from Dad. I sat at my desk and started on my homework. It wasn't long until I was bored and looking for something else to do. I pulled a comic book from my bookshelf and started reading that instead. I lost track of how many hours passed. The sound of something crashing somewhere in the house broke my concentration. I looked outside to see the sun had already set. Muffled yelling brought my attention back to whatever was happening in the house. I got up from my bed and crept to the door, pressing my ear to the crack between it and the door frame. I wanted to open the door and see what was going on, but Mary Alice's warning echoed in my head. Laughing at his drunk old dad. Who does he think he is, the little twerp? My dad was in another drunken rage, slamming things and yelling at my mom. There was a pause and my mom spoke quietly, trying to calm him. I couldn't hear what she said. I don't care. I never wanted him in the first place. He's a freak. There was a crash as my dad threw something and it shattered. More hushed words from my mom. And then my dad stomped down the hall towards my room. Instinctively, I grabbed my desk chair and shoved it under the doorknob. I rushed back toward my bed and slid under it, just as my dad's boots stopped at my door. I clamped my hand over my mouth, trying to quiet my breathing. My heart raced as I watched the doorknob twist and turn. Then the door shook as my dad slammed his fist on it. I knew if he got the door open, I would be in trouble. "Alan, stop it!" my mom screamed. There was a crack, and then his assault on the door continued. I watched the chair in horror, but it held fast. "I'm gonna kill him," my dad roared. I squeezed my eyes shut and covered my ears, trying to block out the yelling and the banging. It was hours before I moved, but the house was silent by then. My watch beeped, indicating it was 11 p.m. I'd been messing around with the watch after I'd gotten it, and programmed it to let me know when it got to that hour. But as much as I tried, I couldn't figure out how to get it to stop doing that. I crawled out of my hiding place and removed the chair, carefully setting it back at my desk. I opened my door as quietly as I could. The house was dark, except for the light from the kitchen spilling into the hallway. I tiptoed my way there, careful not to step in places where I knew the floor would creak. I found my mom standing at the sink, drinking a glass of whiskey. "Mom?" I whispered. My voice shook and my heart stopped as she turned to look at me. Red marks wrapped around her neck and a bruise was forming around one of her eyes. "It's okay. He's not here," she said, setting a glass on the counter. She looked disappointed and tired. "Are you hungry?" I nodded. "It's going to be better around here, Dewey. I'll talk to him. I'll make sure he understands he can't act like that anymore, or he'll have to leave, okay?" She pulled a plate from the cabinet and started making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I sat at the table, unsure of what to say. The silence was heavy around us while she made the sandwich. She cut the crust off and slid the plate in front of me. I took a huge bite. I was ravenous. "He didn't mean it, you know, what he said." My mom looked at me sadly. "Yes, he did," I said in a small voice. She sighed and took a gulp from a glass. She didn't say anything else. I finished my sandwich. My mom gave me a hug and a kiss and sent me off to bed. In the morning, my dad still hadn't come home. The bruise around my mom's eye had turned a deep purple. She set a bowl of cereal down for me at the table when I came into the kitchen. It was Friday, but I wasn't in a good mood. After last night's events, I wasn't looking forward to another weekend my dad would spend drunk. "Does it hurt?" I asked. She just shook her head. "Hey, you haven't mentioned Martin lately. Are you two still friends?" I nodded. Martin was a kid my age, and I guess he was the closest thing to a friend, but he could get annoying sometimes. He always had to be right, and he loved to remind people that he was asthmatic, so he never wanted to play games, but he was also the biggest weenie I'd ever met. "Why don't you two have a sleepover? It's been a while since you've hung out," my mom suggested. A sleepover might not be a bad idea. It would get me away from my dad. No rain that morning, just a grey sky. I got to school early and was surprised to see Mary Alice waiting to greet me. "Did you do your homework last night?" she asked, but there was a look in her eyes, like she already knew the answer. I shook my head. "I didn't think so. Here." She pulled her own homework out of her backpack and handed it to me. I looked at her, dumbfounded. "You're letting me copy yours?" "Sure," she said, and then she turned and walked off. I sat down on a bench and got to work quickly. "Dewey, was that Mary Alice?" I looked up to see Martin had come over. "Yeah, she's letting me copy her homework. Rough night. You know she has the evil eye though, right?" Martin looked panicked as he sat down. "Yeah, but what does that even mean?" "I don't know. Melanie said if she looks at you with it, she can put a curse on you, and Tyler said it means her eye is going to rot and fall out of her head. Chris said it means her grandma's a witch and she put a spell on Mary Alice when she was still in her mom's stomach, and now Mary Alice can see the dead." Martin was talking frantically, causing him to breathe heavily. "Do you really think all of that's true?" I put my pencil down and looked at him carefully. "Don't you think if any of that is true, something would have happened by now?" "Well, Martin scrambled for an explanation, but came up blank. "Seriously, man, don't believe everything you hear. Sure, it looks bad, but you've got your own crap to worry about, with your dad and all." That shut Martin up. The bell rang and I rushed to copy a few more answers before shuffling the papers up and passing them back to Mary Alice as we entered the school. The rest of the day flew by. "Hey, my mom wants to know if we can have a sleepover tonight," I asked Martin as we exited the school. The sky was still grey, but a light drizzle was coming down. "I'm sure my mom will be fine with it," he said. We both knew sleepover was code for, "Can you watch my kid for a night? I need a break." "Sleepover, huh? Maybe I'll crash it," Mary Alice remarked as she joined us. Martin immediately went pale. I chuckled. "You can't come to a boys' sleepover. You're a girl." "I don't have to sleep over, but I can still come over." She stared at me with cold, unyielding eyes. I could see Martin shaking his head adamantly. "We can go looking for the beavers." "What?" Martin and I both said in unison. We stopped in our tracks. My stomach clenched with dread. "The beavers? We can get proof they're real. I got a camera last Christmas. We can take a picture of them and prove they really do exist and they're not just made up. And then those guys at school will stop making fun of you. You guys want to come to my house today?" Mary Alice said it so casually, like we were going to go to the store and get some pop. "Dewey, we can't go to her house. Her grandma's a witch," Martin hissed in my ear. Mary Alice whirled around and glared at us. "Really? You of all people should know better than to spread rumours." Her voice was ice cold, and Martin turned beet red. "Sure, we'll come," I said, trying to smooth out the tension in the air. "Well, I'll come." And that was how we found ourselves at the door to the witch's lair. Well, I'll come. And that was how we found ourselves at the door to the witch's lair. Except, not really. Mary Alice's house looked relatively normal. Sure, it was a little run down, the yard was a little overgrown, but that's how most houses were here. Her house was made of bricks that were once red, but had now more of a faded dirt colour. Ivy crawled all over her house, and the grass grew high. "This is where you live?" Martin asked incredulously. He had insisted on tagging along, so if something happened to me, someone would know about it. "Yeah, why?" Mary Alice asked. "It's so normal," Martin replied. Truthfully, her house looked in better condition than most of the houses in town. Mary Alice shrugged. "My family was one of the original settlers here, way back." She opened the front door and we went inside. As we took off our shoes, I looked at the house around me. It was warm, cozy, more inviting than my own house was. A delicious smell wafted out from the kitchen, and my stomach growled. I flushed with embarrassment as they both turned to look at me. All I'd eaten that day was the cereal my mum had given me for breakfast. My mum rarely packed a lunch for me. "Grammy, I'm home," Mary Alice called out as she made her way to the kitchen. "I brought some friends. I hope that's okay." We followed her and found an ancient-looking woman standing at an old oven. She set down a plate of chocolate chip cookies on the kitchen table, pulled Mary Alice in for a hug, and planted a kiss on the top of her head. "Oh, well, hello. How wonderful it is to see you. It's been far too long since we've had guests here," she said. "Come in, sit. You look hungry." I flushed again, and it felt like her eyes pierced right through me. "This is Martin and Dewey," Mary Alice said, sitting down and grabbing a cookie. "Of course, how lovely to meet you," Grammy exclaimed. "Make yourselves comfortable. I'll leave you kids be." She gave us a wink and headed off into the house. "Are you going to sit or what?" I asked Martin as I climbed into a chair and grabbed a cookie. Martin was still standing in the doorway, frozen. He forced himself to walk over and climbed into a chair next to me, but his eyes were wide. "Have a cookie," Mary Alice said, biting into another one. As I bit into mine, the cookie melted in my mouth. There was nothing better than fresh-baked cookies. "What if they're poisoned?" Martin whispered to me. I don't think he intended for Mary Alice to hear him, but she rolled her eyes. "Whatever, more for me," I told him as I bit into another heavenly cookie. "So, what do you want to do?" "Let's go to my room. We can play a game." Mary Alice grabbed the plate of cookies and raced down the hall and up a set of stairs. Mary Alice's room was not what I expected. Her walls were painted a lavender colour and she had potted plants in both of the windows. Her bed was neatly made. No clothes were on the floor, and tall bookcases stretched from the floor to the ceiling, crammed with books. Some of them were so worn and old that I couldn't read the spines. A dollhouse sat in one corner, an exact replica of her own house. Mary Alice and I sat down on the floor with a plate of cookies between us. Martin followed us, looking around her room in wonder. "You knit?" he scoffed. "Isn't that for old ladies?" "I make blankets and donate them to the shelter and the community centre," Mary Alice replied, giving him a sharp look. "So, what game do we want to play?" I asked. Martin sat down next to me and gingerly took a cookie. His whole demeanour changed as soon as he bit into it. "Truth or dare?" Mary Alice exclaimed. I immediately felt uneasy. I'd never actually played Truth or Dare before, but I knew it could easily get out of hand. "Who goes first?" Martin asked nervously. "Dewey, Truth or Dare?" Mary Alice asked. Dare, I guess." "I dare you," a wicked look crossed her eyes, "to stick your tongue in Martin's ear." "What? No," Martin squirmed, but I knew I had to. I shut my eyes, stuck my tongue out, and got it over with. The sour taste of earwax lingered in my mouth. "Okay, Martin, truth or dare?" I looked at him. I knew he wasn't one for risks, so I already knew what he would choose. "Truth. What's the most embarrassing thing that's happened to you?" Martin shifted uncomfortably. Last summer, a bunch of us went swimming in a creek. I had to, pass gas, but it, Martin's face went beet red. "That was you?" Mary Alice fell over giggling. "You're the one who pooped in the creek?" she asked between laughs. Martin frowned and looked at her challengingly. "Mary Alice," he said firmly, She immediately stopped laughing and sat up. "Truth or dare?" "Truth," she said defiantly. "What really happened to your eye?" A cold silence filled the air. Mary Alice looked down dolefully. "Mary Alice, you don't have to," I started. Martin glared at me. It was clear he wanted his revenge. Mary Alice took a deep breath. "When I was born, my eyes were two different colours. The other one was red, like the colour was red. And my dad..." She took a deep breath before continuing. "Grammy says my dad was a paranoid schizophrenic. He stopped taking his medicine and he didn't like my eye. He said it was from the devil. One night he took a knife and tried to cut my eye out. My mom tried to stop him, and he stabbed her. When she wouldn't stop bleeding, he ran away. My mom died and they arrested my dad. So now I'm half blind and I live with my grandma. But I can see things with my blind eye. I can see things about people no one else can see. I can tell when people are bad." I stared at her, dumbfounded. A sick feeling was twisting around in my stomach. Neither of us knew what to say, what we could say. "I'm sorry," I said, but she interrupted me. "Martin, truth or dare?" There was a venomous look in her eye, and I knew what was going to happen. Martin was silent for a moment, weighing his options. I think he knew what was coming too. "Truth," he said finally. "Where's your dad?" It was more of a daring statement than a question. This time, it was Martin's turn to look down. I already knew what had happened to Martin's dad, but no one else did. His mom was pretty embarrassed and wouldn't talk about it at all. He ran off with some guy who was having an affair with, probably the entire time my parents were married. Apparently, he's always been that way, and my mom just trapped him by having me. "Well, that's not so bad. What's wrong with being gay?" Mary Alice asked. But we all knew not all of the residents of Beaver Falls were as understanding. "I've tried calling him sometimes, but even when the call goes through, he never calls me back. I haven't seen him since he left. It's like he doesn't even care about me anymore," Martin continued. "My dad's the town drunk," I piped up, trying to smooth out the tension. "I can't remember a day in my life when he wasn't drinking. He hit my mom last night, and he said he never wanted me, and he wanted to kill me." More uncomfortable silence. No one knew what to say to each other. "Well, aren't we a bunch of pathetic outcasts?" Mary Alice chuckled. We all laughed then at how awful our home lives were. "Is it raining?" Martin suddenly exclaimed. We all turned to look at the window. The clouds looked almost black, and it was indeed starting to drizzle. "Oh no," I said, scrambling up. "We gotta go. We got a long walk ahead of us. We gotta go." Martin stood up. I gave Mary Alice an apologetic smile, and we both turned and ran out of the room and down the stairs to pull our shoes on, leaving her on the floor with the cookies. After Martin and I parted ways, I thought about what the Truth or Dare game had revealed about each one of us. I shivered as I thought about what Mary Alice's dad had tried to do to her. How could a parent try to hurt their own child so much? But I guess the same could be said about my dad. Martin's situation was bad in its own way too, although not as severe as mine or Mary Alice's. I vowed if I ever had a kid, I would be nothing like any of ours were. Just before I turned down my street, a scream pierced the air and I jumped. My heart jackhammered inside my chest and I whirled around, trying to find where it was coming from. It sounded like it was coming from everywhere. The screams came again and adrenaline filled my veins as I ran the rest of the way to my house. By the time I got home, it was pouring and I was soaked through. I climbed up the porch stairs, my wet clothes weighing me down, and shoved the key into the lock on the front door. But it wouldn't go in. I frowned. "Mom?" I called out, trying to be heard over the pattering rain. I banged on the door as hard as I could. After a moment, my mom opened the door. "Oh, you're finally home," she said, looking relieved. "And you're soaking wet. Go take a hot shower, and I'll make you something warm to eat when you're done." I did as I was told, relishing the warm water. By the time my dad was done showering, there wasn't usually any hot water left. When I emerged from the steaming bathroom, my mom had collected my wet clothes and dried the puddle they had made on the floor. I pulled some pajamas on and went into the kitchen. My mom was stirring something in a pot on the stove. "Why didn't my key work?" I asked her, climbing into a chair. "I had the locks changed." "Oh?" I said, unsure of what to say. She slid a grilled cheese in front of me and then a bowl of steaming hot soup. I looked at it in wonder. Soup was a staple in our house, even in the summer, because of how cheap it was, but we hadn't had grilled cheese in a long time. One of my dad's favourite drunken snacks was grilled cheese, and he made it so often that my mom had just stopped buying cheese because he went through it so quickly. "Things are going to be different around here," she said, turning back to the stove and serving herself some soup. "But what about—" I was going to ask about my dad. How would he get home if the locks were changed? "Don't you worry about him," my mom said. "Did you ask Martin about a sleepover?" "Yeah, he said it would be okay." "After you eat, pack some clothes and your sleeping bag and I'll drive you over. It's going to rain all night and I don't want you walking around in it." I nodded and started in on my meal. It was a short drive to Martin's, and his mom looked exhausted when she opened the door. She apologized for the mess and exchanged pleasantries with my mom, while I passed them to find Martin. He was playing Donkey Kong on his Nintendo 64. The thing was ancient, but still worked like it was brand new. He had bought it from the pawn shop in town 3 years prior after saving up his allowance for the whole year. "Hey, I brought my raincoat," I said, dropping my voice to a whisper. Martin looked at me, puzzled. "What for?" "For when we find the beavers." "We're not going out there," Martin said, turning his attention back to his game. Diddy Kong was shooting peanuts at bright blue beavers. "For starters, it's raining. Secondly, my mom would never let us go out. Third, Mary Alice doesn't know where I live. And fourth, if we go out to that forest in the middle of the night, we're going to die." After a night of video games, frozen pizza and junk food, we both fell into our respective beds long after his mom turned in for the night. I wasn't used to eating so much food in one day, and my belly hurt. But just as I started to drift off to sleep, there was a tap at Martin's window. Clink. My heart skipped a beat as we both sat up and looked at each other. Clink. There it was again. My heart thudded in my ears as we crept to the window, trying to see what was making that noise. A flash of lightning lit up Martin's front yard, and we saw small, green figures standing there. I grinned at Martin, dug out my raincoat, pulled it on, and tiptoed to his front door. "Dewey, we're not going out there," Martin hissed, trying not to wake his mom. "Why not? Don't you want to know if they're real?" "No, and especially not in the rain, not in a storm." "When is it not raining here?" I retorted. "Fine, you can stay here, but I need to borrow your bike." I carefully unlocked and opened his front door and ran outside. "Finally!" Mary Alice exclaimed as I approached. She was wearing her raincoat, which was green. Mine was black. A purple bike was parked behind her. "Martin's not coming," I said. I was giddy with excitement. I'd never snuck out before, especially at night. "We'll be better off without him," she said. Wait for me, Martin whisper-shouted as he came to join us in a blue raincoat. He brought his bike down from the porch and got on. I climbed on, sitting between his handlebars, while Mary Alice climbed on hers. We rode in silence, only the street lamps and the occasional blink of lightning lighting our way. Mary Alice led the way, and I wondered if she knew where to go, and if she had been out into the forest before. Thunder rumbled ominously, and I wondered if what we were doing was wrong, if we should turn back. We followed her through town, down the main street, turning towards the old abandoned lumber mill and the hiking trail that led towards the mountain. That was where everyone said the beavers lived, near the giant waterfall that ran through the forest. It was supposedly where the town got its name. "Watch out!" Mary Alice called back as she suddenly veered to the right. We were about halfway up the hiking trail when a pair of headlights swung around ahead of us. Martin turned sharply, and with me on the handlebars, he lost balance. We both fell, toppling into the underbrush. My heart was racing, and I froze as I watched the car roll past us. I let out a breath I didn't know I had been holding, but ice filled my veins as I recognized a familiar magnet on the back of the car. Panic rose in my throat, and my stomach twisted. "Wasn't that your—" Martin said. "Mom," I finished, frowning. "What's she doing out here?" "Let's go," Mary Alice whispered, walking a bike back out to the trail. "I think this is where it splits off anyway." She pointed at a picnic table set across the path. A small tree had grown through the middle of it. It was a popular landmark that indicated you were about halfway up the trail. Just as we passed the table, a blood-curdling scream filled the air, and it sounded close. "What the hell was that?" Mary Alice whispered. My skin prickled and goosebumps broke out across my flesh under my raincoat. I think we should leave," Martin whimpered. A scraping noise filled the air, followed by another scream. "No, we came here for proof. That's what we're going to get. All we need to do is take a picture," Mary Alice said, unbuttoning her raincoat and exposing her camera. "Just one picture," I agreed, despite the feeling that I should turn around, go back the way we came, and pretend this never happened. Mary Alice leaned a bike against the picnic table and stepped into the forest, following the sound of screaming. Eventually, the screaming died down, and all we were left with was the sound of rain falling in the forest. We shuffled through wet leaves and sticks. Trees, tall and thick, loomed high above us. The smell of wet foliage surrounded us. I'd only been up here once when I was a kid. We came here on a field trip to study the ecosystem. Even though it was only a few years ago, it felt like it had been much longer than that. The forest looked much different now too. Back then, it had been another grey day, but the leaves were every hue of green. We overturned logs and rocks, looking for wriggling bugs beneath them. We took samples of water from ponds and streams to look at under microscopes. Now, the forest seemed mysterious, dark and foreboding, like it was hiding a horrible secret. The air was cold and chilly, the storm was relentless, and the more we waded in deeper, the more I wanted to go home. Occasionally, the scraping noise filled the space around the trees and sent chills up my spine. "Hey," I whispered, getting the attention of my friends. I pointed to deep grooves that had been dug into the ground. Tire tracks. They led us to a river. The ground squished under our sneakers as we walked. It felt like we had been walking forever, and my feet were starting to hurt. "What's that?" Martin whispered, startling me, and I jumped. We could see a light up ahead, and someone was talking loudly. We crouch-walked until we were close enough to see and hear what was going on. We dug down behind a bush. A pickup truck was parked near it. Its headlights were on, illuminating the forest ahead. "You shouldn't have crossed me, Marcos," a voice called out. I peeked over the bush. to see 3 people standing in the truck bed. "You shouldn't have crossed me, Marcos," a voice called out. I peeked over the bush to see 3 people standing in the truck bed. Then someone was kicked out of the truck. He fell onto the ground with a grunt and scrambled to stand up. His arms were tied behind him. A second person jumped out of the truck and dragged the first to his feet, then dragged him in front of the truck. I recognized the first person immediately. His name was Marcos, and he was an engineer. He worked with a construction company, which is where I recognized the second person. I'd seen him with a construction crew when they worked fixing up houses and roads. I was pretty sure his name was Vinny, and he was always glued to his boss's side, which means the person in the truck must have been Tony. They were bad news. They were always cutting corners on their projects and drinking on the job. No one told me, but I always stayed out of the way out of instinct. But what were they doing out here? "Did you really think you could just throw me under the bus like that? That it wouldn't get back to me?" Tony was saying. "You're a stupid sack of trash." He jumped from the back of the truck to join them. He kicked Marcos again. "Yeah, did you really think you could leave town and turn us in?" Vinny sneered. "You know you can't leave this town. And trying to turn us into the feds? The local police are in our pocket, you idiot. They know exactly what's going on, and they get a cut of every deal that goes on," Tony continued. "Please, I made a mistake. I'm sorry. I'll do anything you want. I'll give you anything you want. Just please, don't do this," Marcos pleaded. "See, that's your problem. You don't have anything I want. You're no use to me, and now we can't trust you," Tony chuckled. "No, please," Marcos cried out. There was a pause, and my blood froze as I thought I saw something big and hulking moving around just beyond the reach of the headlights. I looked at Mary Alice and Martin. Both of their eyes were wide with fear. They had seen it too. I turned back and watched as Vinny stooped to pick something up. Then he pulled back his arm and threw something. There was a soft thud and primal grunt as whatever was thrown made contact with something else. Vinny repeated his actions until there was a low hissing noise. Vinny and Tony ran back to the truck as something huge and furry lumbered into the light. Thunder rumbled again, and a chill gripped my spine. I recognized it immediately as one of the fabled beavers. Its long, yellow teeth jutted down and glinted. Its enormous tail dragged behind it. My stomach twisted, and I felt all the blood drain from my body. The beaver growled as it stepped closer to Marcos. It opened its mouth. He screamed in anguish as blood rushed down from his wound, but the beaver didn't stop. Marcos continued to scream as the beaver's protruding teeth bit into his skin again. There was a chewing, scraping noise as it tore the flesh from his arm, picking the bone clean. The pale bone glinted as another flash of lightning cut through the sky. A wet, squelching noise came from it as it chewed its meal. My stomach rolled, and I thought I might puke. I dug down behind the bush, breathing heavily. Marcos had stopped screaming, but the sound was still ringing in my ears. The forest was spinning in front of me. I thought I could see Martin and Mary Alice trying to get my attention, but I was having a hard time focusing on them. Just as I turned to tell them we should leave, a beeping cut through the forest. A sick feeling came over me as I frantically tried to stop the alarm from my watch. A heavy silence filled the forest as I held my breath and waited to see what would happen. "Who's there?" Tony called out. Mary Alice and Martin were frozen with fear beside me. I heard the click of a gun before Vinny spoke. "Either you come out or I'm coming over there." On shaky legs, I pulled myself up and forced myself to walk out of our hiding place. Every instinct in my body told me to run. Mary Alice and Martin followed me. Martin looked like he might crap his pants. "And what do we have here?" Tony crooned. "Kids? You shouldn't be out here all by yourselves. Come here, we'll take you home." A sinister smile grew across his face. "Dewey, we need to leave," Mary Alice warned through gritted teeth. She was holding her eye and hunched over in pain. "He's not a good guy. We can't trust him." I looked between Tony and Vinny and the beaver, who was still chewing on Marcus's arm, the bone glinting in the light. "Get ready to run," I whispered. "Towards the beaver," Mary Alice breathed. Martin didn't say anything. "Come here," Tony commanded. His face was full of anger and irritation. 1, 2... I tensed, ready to run. 3, Mary Alice hissed. We took off, rushing past the beaver. It watched us go, moving on to chew on Marcus's other arm. The truck revved and bolted after us. Panting heavily, I tore through the woods, dodging trees and branches. I kept the river next to me as I ran, but I didn't know left from right out here. For all I knew, I could be heading right into the beaver's den. And that's exactly where we ended up. I stopped abruptly, realizing where we were. Beavers were everywhere, and they were huge, as big as a horse. "Quick," Mary Alice said, pulling us behind a beaver. Its fur was thick and wet from the rain, but it didn't seem to mind us. We hid behind the beaver, trying to catch our breath. Light spilling into the area as the truck pulled in and rumbled to a stop. "I know you're here. This is the end of the line for you," Vinny called out. I took in my surroundings, trying to come up with a plan. I could see 8 beavers in the area. 2 were treading water in the river. The rest were milling about, waiting to see what would happen. I could see the dam further up the river, and my stomach twisted as I could see it was made up of branches, trees, and bones. One of the beavers in the water had a bone in its mouth as it swam towards the dam. I watched as it packed it in with the other logs and branches. Other bones were scattered within it, and I shuddered as I thought about how many people must have died and whose bones were now built into the dam. A crack filled the air, and my spine turned to rubber. They had fired a gun. Suddenly, all the beavers growled and hissed. The one we were hiding behind heaved as it breathed heavily. The 2 in the river slapped their tails against the water in warning. I was so afraid I thought I might pee myself. I looked at my friends. Martin was shaking. "I'm not going to tell you again," Tony yelled. There was another click as he cocked his gun again. The forest was filled with the sounds of growling beavers. Another crack sounded as he fired the gun again. Silence followed. But only for a second. And then, the beavers attacked. They rushed the truck, swinging their thick tails and slamming them against the truck. It wasn't long before they managed to knock it over, Vinny and Tony scrambling out from inside it. "Let's go!" Mary Alice grabbed my hand and pulled me along with her. She had Martin in her other hand. We rushed past the truck as the beavers descended on it. Horrible screams filled the air as we passed. The sound of chewing and scraping filled the sky again, coupled with the screams of pain. We raced back the way we came, my heart beating in my ears. I was starting to wonder if we would get out of here alive, but I gulped down my fear and pressed on. "Wait!" I skidded to a stop and looked back. "I can't." Martin was wheezing and holding his chest. "What's wrong?" Mary Alice asked. "He's asthmatic. He needs his inhaler. Where is it?" I shouted. From the corner of my eye, I could see the beaver who had been eating Marcos. Its eyes were alert and trained on us. "At home." Martin struggled to speak. "We have to carry him," I said, as Mary Alice and I took each of his arms to support him. But we'd only made it a few steps when he let out a yelp, and something tugged us back. He let out a scream just as I looked back to see the first beaver we had encountered sink its teeth into Martin's leg. "Go without me. You have to." His screams pierced my ears. I looked into his eyes, the eyes of the closest friend I had, who I'd spent countless nights playing video games with and having sleepovers. How could I just leave him? He let out another scream as the beaver bit down again. Mary Alice grabbed my hand and dragged me up. We ran until my legs burned, but I pressed on anyway. When we got back to the picnic table, we grabbed the bikes and rode down the hiking trail, back into town. The screams from the forest haunted us the whole way. We went right to the police station. We told them what happened. I expected the police to laugh at us, to not believe us. But they did believe us. The two officers who questioned us shared an odd look when we mentioned Tony and Marcos, but they said nothing. They called our parents to collect us. Martin's mom arrived first, demanding to know what happened. The police consoled her, promised her they were pulling together a team to go looking for Martin. But I knew better. My mom arrived next, crushing me to her. "Oh, Dewey, are you hurt? Are you all right?" she asked. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked me over. "Just a little bruised, I guess," I said numbly. I was still trying to process the events swirling around in my head. "Let's go. We're leaving," she said in a hushed tone. When I got to the car, I was surprised to see it was packed. "Mom?" "Get in the car, Dewey." She said nothing else. I got in the front seat and buckled my seatbelt. We rode in silence until we came to an old, weathered, "Now leaving Beaver Falls, we hope you had a damn good time" sign, and then passed it. My mom stiffened as blinking red lights waited for us just beyond the city limits. The chief of police stepped forward with his hands up as my mom slowed the car and rolled down the window. "Ma'am, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to turn around and go back the way you came." "Why?" my mom asked, her voice shaking. "Ma'am, you know we're investigating the disappearance of your husband, and you're a key witness." Neither of us said anything on the drive back to our house until we pulled into the driveway. I glanced at Mom. She looked exhausted, like she had had decades since the last time I'd seen her. I took a deep breath, and then I spoke. "Mom, why were you out there in the woods tonight?" She squeezed her eyes like she was in pain. She didn't answer right away, like she was weighing her options, trying to figure out how to answer me. "Why were you out there, Dewey? You were supposed to be at Martin's." She wouldn't look at me. She kept her eyes trained on the steering wheel. "Where is Dad?" I asked. It came out more like a challenge instead of answering a question. She didn't answer that either. She sat back, leaning her head back on the headrest, and closed her eyes. I waited for her to answer, but she didn't. Neither of us said anything. We just sat there in silence. My mother's truth hung heavy in the air. I knew why she was out there, and I think she knew that I knew too. There was a lot for me to process. The closest thing I had to a friend was now gone, forever. My father would never be coming home. And now this. After everything I witnessed tonight, the bullying I'd experienced throughout my life seemed so insignificant. I noticed Mary Alice was sitting on our porch. I left my mom in the car. The door slamming shut behind me punctured our conversation. As I climbed up the steps, I tore off my raincoat, but my clothes were soaked underneath. I threw it down on the floor beneath us and looked to Mary Alice. "What happened?" she asked. "We can't leave," I said. She nodded knowingly. We didn't really have anything else to say. We both needed to think about what had happened, what we had seen. She handed me something and then jumped down the stairs, climbed onto a bike, and rode off into the rain. It was her camera. I turned it on. There was only one picture. A beaver was standing behind Marcos, his bloody arm in his mouth. His face was frozen in an eternal scream. At least I'd gotten my proof. I still wake up in the night when a beaver stumbles into town, its long nails clicking on the pavement, dragging its heavy tail behind it. I now understand the looks the townspeople get when screams fill the air, the pain and hurt behind their eyes. I understand what causes it and how. I know the secrets of this town now. But one day, I know I will leave this town and never look back.
Picture this scene, if you will. Place yourself in my shoes. I stand alone. The surrounding fields are vast and sparse. Oceans of sickly yellow-grey grass ripple in the breeze. Waves roll across them and out over the gentle hills, shimmering towards the horizon in all directions. It comes up to about knee-height, this grass, and there is little else. Above the rolling grass is the evening sky, grey, tinted with purple, and its clouds are dark and cold as they rumble slowly by overhead. My bike rests against a section of broken fence just behind me. Dust swirls about my shoes. I'm still wearing my work clothes. My tie blows out to the side, and I make no effort to try and straighten it. It's cold, but I do not shiver. And ahead, about 20 or so paces into the field, and fixed in the center of my vision, stands the tree. Like myself, it is alone. It towers up above, the trunk twisting slightly around before branching out in all directions. The leaves are thick, and they rustle and shine. The rungs that my friends and I once hammered into the side still there, though many are in the process of being absorbed and swallowed by the expanding trunk. The treehouse itself, if any part of it has survived all these years, is hidden. I reach into my pocket and withdraw the note I've stashed there, the contract, and I read it over. I hereby promise that if we are both unmarried by our 30th birthday, then we shall marry each other. This is a binding contract. The agreement and ceremony will take place beneath the treehouse at 7 p.m. on the day of our birthday. Signed, Thomas Evans, Lauren Bright. Lauren and I have the same birthday, you see. It was always a running joke that we would get married. We made and signed this note when we turned 11, and today is my 30th birthday. Our 30th birthday. So I guess I'm here to fulfill my end of the deal. I folded the paper up and returned it to my pocket, and with a sad sigh, I pushed forwards, making my way through the grass as I approached the great tree. The wind blows in my ears. There are a series of hearts carved into the trunk, hearts that have survived the years. Some are cruder than others, but there must be about a dozen in total. I count them. Yes, a dozen hearts. They're all ancient, you can tell just by looking at them. Most of them have initials inside. S plus R, J plus J, etc. But one of these hearts only has a single initial inside. It reads L+. This was our heart. I never did add my own initial. I was too shy, too self-conscious. I played along with all the marriage jokes, sure. I signed the contract, but the carving of this heart was too much, too personal, too real. And so, my 11-year-old self laughed the moment away, acutely aware of the hurt in Lauren's expression, but pretending not to notice. I waver where I stand. Perhaps coming here tonight was a mistake. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. I always knew this day was going to be difficult. I don't really know why I came here, to be honest. Maybe for some hope at closure, I guess. For something. I've long since given up on a normal life. My memories haunt me, and I dare say they always will. I look back up to the treetop. The greenish rungs of the ladder disappear into a cloud of leaves overhead. I close my eyes as the breeze blows past my skin. I remember my little group of friends, the 5 of us. We would cycle here all the time, back when our houses were all within distance. I live across the country now, but it's nice to know that the tree still stands. I remember the adventures we used to have, the ideas and plans we'd plot right here in this treehouse, the games we'd run and the stories we'd make up together. Lauren and myself, Jake, Jasmine and Wooly. All gone now, of course. All dead. All, except for myself. Our time together runs like a river through my head. I see myself with them all. I see our greatest shared memories. I remember the construction of this treehouse. We didn't have the internet to guide us back then, so we copied instructions from an old magazine. I remember Jake hammering into one of his fingers and using a swear word we hadn't heard before. We thought we were going to get in trouble when a farmer rolled by in his loud and angry tractor, so we hid ourselves up in the leaves, giggling quietly and pretending to shoot it as he passed us by. The memory blurs into the next. I remember our school trip to the city's science museum. It was themed around the 4 classical elements: fire, water, earth and air. The teachers allowed us to work as a group, and we explored that place from top to bottom. Different coloured flames reacting to various metals, huge water cylinders and cyclone displays. There was an earthquake simulator, I remember. Jasmine was terrified, but I convinced her to join us. There was a wind tunnel and miniature lightning. The memory drifts into another. We're standing in front of the school, the night of the summer performance. We're all terrified, of course. Beneath the watchful eyes, everyone is watching us, judging us. I remember stumbling one of my lines, faltering, but Wally was on stage too. He kept us going without skipping a beat. I don't think anyone even noticed. And once it was over, the elation, the celebration, we'd never felt so powerful. I remember our first trip abroad. Lauren's parents allowed us all to join them. We were so lucky, visiting a foreign country together and at so young an age. There was a water park there. It was incredible. We got shouted at by some lifeguard, but of course we couldn't understand a word he was saying, so we simply ran away, laughing and splashing. And I remember the night of November 5th. Bonfire night, the fireworks exploding overhead, red and green and gold. The warmth of the great burning bonfire and the drifting embers. Jake and Jasmine and Wooly firing off sparklers. And once it was over that night, back at Jake's house, that's where Lauren and I had our first kiss. Our only kiss, as it happened. The memories sting. I open my eyes and I wipe a hand across them. The leaves rustle in the rising wind and the waves roll out across the grass. I cannot change the past. I reach into my other pocket and I draw from it a small carving knife. Stepping a little closer to the tree, I rest one hand on the cool, rough bark, and with the other, I finish the decades-old inscription. I complete it the way it was always meant to be completed. I cut away at the wood until the heart reads L plus T. Then I sheath the blade and step back. I'm not some deranged lunatic, by the way, just for your own peace of mind. I'm not some grown man in love with a ghost. I loved Lauren, sure, but in the same way that I loved the others, that I loved all of them. I just could have done better by her back then, that's all. And this carving is as much an apology to her as it is a favour to my 11-year-old self. I'm sorry, Lauren, I say, my words quickly disappearing into the wild. I'm sorry for the heartache I caused you. I reached into my pocket for another look at the note. My hand trembles and I collapse to my knees, stricken with a deep and sudden ache, a pain in my heart that is kindled across the years. I'm sorry, I force out. I'm so sorry. What are you sorry for, stupid? Comes a voice. A voice that I would recognize at the ends of the earth. My sorrow is shocked to oblivion as I snap my head up to look at the voice's source. Above me, in the tree, and peeking through the leaves, is Lauren. I stare up at her, terrified and unable to move. Lauren? I manage at last, choking on my words. She looks just as she did, still wearing that same pink hoodie. She kicks her legs idly against the trunk, watching me expectantly. Well, she says, sticking her tongue out, are you coming or not? And she suddenly lifts up her arms, grabbing something out of sight and hoisting herself into the leaves, vanishing with a rustle. Wait, I scream, throwing out a hand. And before I know it, I'm scrambling up the tree behind her. My foot slips off the second rung. Too much of it has been swallowed by the trunk. I try again, forearms strained as I grab to what I can, hauling myself up the side of the mighty tree, heart racing. I'm losing my mind, I think, as the wind barrels against me. I'm losing my mind. But I don't stop climbing. Up I go, ascending into the leaves. But the ladder keeps going. I look all around through the branches, but all I can see is a world of rustling green. Lauren? I shout out desperately. Wait, where are you? I hear her giggles up ahead. I crane my neck to see it disappear through another cluster of leaves. So up I climb, higher and higher through this ancient tree. We never built it this high. We couldn't have. We were just kids. But it certainly feels high now as I force my way up. I glance below, but I cannot see the bottom anymore. I am fully enveloped in the green of the tree. Twigs snap against my arms, against my face as I keep pushing through, until at last the ladder comes to an end. I hold myself up onto the platform, and, catching my breath, I look all around. Our treehouse had always been impressive. We worked hard on it, and it was a real labour of love. But this is something else. The platform I find myself on is colossal. Leaves and branches wind their way around the wooden pillars and arches. I stare in bewilderment at rope bridges extending away through an impossible treetop canopy, on to other platforms and levels in the leaves. On the opposite wall, where I remember carving my name along with the others, where I remember 5 not quite in line names scrawled in quick letters, there are now only works of art. The names are there, sure, but they are intricate, carved with care, beautiful and dramatic. They'd be better placed in a museum or a cathedral. But my eyes are drawn now to the owners of these names, because there they stand, all around me, just as I remember them. Jake, Jasmine, Wooly, and Lauren. Jake has his arms crossed, an eyebrow raised. Jasmine has her hands behind her back. Wooly has his thumbs hooked into the straps of his backpack, and Lauren has her hands on her hips. "What took you so long, Tommy?" she asked. I fumble for words, stuttering and spluttering as she laughs. Wooly holds out a hand to me. "We've been waiting for you, bro," he says with a grin. "Guys," I begin, "how did—" But Jasmine interrupts. "There'll be time for questions later, Tommy. We need you." "You need me?" Wooly's hand is still extended towards mine. He waves it. "Of course we do, Tommy. The treehouse is under attack. Now, come on, soldier, get up." I reach for his hand and I realize they are the same size, my hand and Wally's. He grips tight and pulls me up to my feet, and I find that we are all the same height. I look down. My shirt, tie, my work shoes, all replaced with the clothes I wore as a kid. My battered jeans with a hole in the knee, my blue jacket. I don't understand, I whisper, looking between their faces, the faces of my ghosts. What more is there to understand? Lauren asks, reaching out and squeezing my arm. This is our treehouse, Tommy, and we won't let the enemy take it from us. A grin spreads out across her face. Come on. And with that, she leads us away through one of the arches. Wally follows, raising his fist with a battle cry, and Jake and Jasmine follow. Jasmine looks back at me. Tommy, come on. And so I do. I stumble on after them, and together we run through the treetop complex. Beneath arches and over the bridges, the wood clacking as we race from platform to platform. We reach a series of platforms at various heights, all within sight of each other. There are wooden weapons here. We'd always talked about constructing things like this, but we never got around to it. One looks like an enormous catapult. Looking down to my right, there is what appears to be a massive rifle. It's wooden, of course, so I don't know what it fires. And there are gaps in the leaves here too. They show us the endless fields beyond, though they are green now, green streaked with gold from the light through the clouds. To your stations, men, Wally suddenly shouts, and women. The others salute him, and I feel compelled to do likewise. Fix up those weapons and defend the treehouse. The first wave will be the farmer. He comes from below. Those are your orders. Sir, yes, sir, we say. I find myself chanting it along with the others, unable to hold back a sudden rush of elation. We run to the various platforms. Mine has one of the wooden rifles on it, but it isn't quite complete. I watch as the others hurriedly fix up their own stations, passing each other tools and lifting planks of wood over their heads. Tommy, Jake shouts at me, and I turn to him just in time to catch a wooden wheel he has thrown, recently carved. I furrow my brow and look to my weapon, realizing at once where this next piece has to go. I attach it in place and move aside some of the wooden boards, angling one so as to rest the barrel of the weapon upon it, for a more sure aim, of course. Damn it, Jake shouts suddenly, and we turn to him. The idiot has managed to smack himself in the thumb by the looks of it. We laugh, but Jasmine checks that he's alright. I'm fine, he says. Get back to your station, the enemy approaches. And the enemy approaches, indeed. Here we go. My adrenaline surges as a monster rises up from behind the hills. A tractor, perhaps, I think at first, but no. It's a behemoth of metal and smoke, chuntering and growling as it roars through the field towards us. Two sizzling yellow eyes, glowing in the dusk, stare right at us up here in the tree. Fire at will, Wally commands, and the weapons are launched. What is happening? A voice asks me inside my head. Thomas, what are you doing? But I ignore it. There are more important matters at hand. With one eye closed, carefully aiming, I pull the wooden trigger on the rifle. I feel a surge of recoil as the weapon thunders out a beam of light like a laser directly towards the oncoming metal monster. I feel the blast of the heat against my face. My hair is blown back from my forehead. Whoa! I shout out loud as the beam blasts into the side of the rumbling machine. I hear the cheers of my friends as their own weapons are launched. Further blasts and beams. I fire again. The treehouse shakes and the monster roars. Great black clouds are sent up from the machinery of its body as it stumbles and staggers. And at last, defeated, it alters its course. The rumble of the gears is loud in our ears as it turns aside, fleeing the scene, trundling away across the fields and out of sight. I laugh with elation, but there is no time now to revel in this victory. Lauren has grabbed my sleeve. Come on, she shouts, dragging me from my station. What is it? I respond breathlessly. That was only the first wave, Tommy, Wally calls from the front of the procession, and we can't do this without you. So, on we race, across first one bridge and then the next, and this second bridge is far, far longer than the others. It stretches over a great yawning chasm of leaves and branches. It swings and creaks in the wind, and it's a long, long way down. The group falters. I can't do this, Jasmine mutters, paled and shaking her head at the bridge's beginning. I can't do it. Yes, you can, I find myself saying, looking into her face, reassuring her with my expression. Nothing can stop you. You've got this. She bites her lip, and then she nods, and we set out together across the bridge. The second we've all stepped foot onto it, however, that's when the storm begins. Like we're in a wind tunnel, almost. Hold on! Wally roars above the rising gale. His trademark woolly jacket trying to escape from his shoulders. The storm brings with it streaks of pocket lightning. All around us, they're crackling in the air. The lightning flashes against the leaves. Bursts of different coloured flames leap up all around us. We run the length of the swinging bridge. Fire, water, air. It becomes harder to see, but the others are all still there. Hang tight, Lauren cries out, gripping to the side of the bridge and turning away from a sudden, cyclonic barrel of rain, blasting around us and drenching us through. The trees rumble and the bridge shakes. Beset by tremors, it feels like it could collapse at any moment. Keep pressing forwards, Jake shouts, and we do. The group continues its advance through the elements, huddled together. And there, through the water and storm, is the opposite side, the next platform. Wooly steps off first and helps us all onto it, and we leave the thunder behind us as we start to push through the leaves. Pushing through, deeper and deeper into the canopy as the noise of the storm begins to fade behind us. You guys still there? Jasmine calls out as it grows darker and darker. We're all still here, follow my voice, Wally replies, and we continue to push aside the walls of leaves, heading further and further into the treehouse. Until, suddenly, the leaves all clear. We stumble out as 5, still immersed in darkness, and are breathing echoes around the space. The sounds of the storm are distant now, a faint, backing rumble. A beat passes, and the rumble rises into a round of applause. It's wave 3, it's a trap, Jake exclaims as lights appear before us. Great mechanical thuds and judders as they blink into life, blinking and bright and burning. I can feel their heat against my skin. I can feel it drying the rain from my clothes. We are standing on a wooden stage. The light before us multiply into dozens, then into hundreds, hundreds of pairs of glowing eyes, watching, judging, staring through the darkness, all around, beneath the watchful eyes. It's just like before, all those years ago. This is how it felt. I can feel my throat start to close up. I can feel the panic rising. I cannot remember what to say. There is something I need to say to defeat these intruders, but what is it? What are my words? Wooly steps forwards, unaffected like the rest of us by this spell, this twisted enchantment. This treehouse is ours, not yours. You will never take it from us. Here, you will never truly take it, for we will never truly leave. He looks back to me, his eyes fierce in the reflections of the light. Right, Tommy? Isn't that right? And he is. He is right. I say so out loud. I join my words to his. This is our place, I cry out defiant. This is our home, and this magic is ours, and you are not welcome. The eyes widen in rage. The heat increases, but only for the briefest moments. I shield my face, but watch as the eyes retreat, as one by one they disappear back into the darkness as the cool of the air returns. And already, my friends have begun to move, onwards to the next platform. The final traces of lights from the eyes have revealed a door in the wooden wall to our right, a passageway through the treetop. Jasmine pauses at the entrance to this passage and looks back at me. "Come on, Tommy, we can't go on without you." I nod, determined to drive on. I reach out for her and she pulls me through the passage. We stumble for a minute in the dark, until at last the shadows disperse and we are once again surrounded by the deep, dark, fresh green of the treehouse leaves and branches. Ahead are a series of platforms. Built into these platforms are what look like tunnels in the wood. They look almost like slides. I slip and stumble where I stand. Glancing down reveals that water has begun to rush past our feet. The scent of chlorine rises thick into the surrounding air. "Step carefully," Lauren warns as Jake slips over in the rushing stream. Wooly grabs him by the collar and hauls him back up before he falls. "How is this possible? How is any of this possible?" I murmur out loud, grabbing onto a branch as the water flows past us. It pours from the platforms and between the branches. Some of it rushes across the wood and down the tunnel like slides ahead. "What are you talking about?" Wooly replies, grinning. "The treehouse is under attack, Tommy. Weren't you listening?" And with this, his eyes widen. His mouth drops open as he stares behind me, past my shoulder. The others do the same, and I swivel where I stand, still holding onto the branch for support. A monster approaches. Pushing aside the branches, he has to stoop as he is too tall. With every step, he kicks up great splashes and waves from the running water. His eyes are like red coals in the gloom. His limbs are long, much longer than they should be, and a shining silver whistle hangs from his neck on a chain. It clinks with every one of his great and heavy footsteps. The platforms rattle and the water is sent rushing in all directions. He turns to us, bellowing loud in a foreign tongue, and he increases his pace, charging right towards us. "Quickly," Lauren shouts, "down into the tunnel." She grabs me and hauls me back, and we support each other as we run and splash through the stream, careful not to slip, ducking beneath branches as we hear them snap behind us. "Go, go, go," Wally shouts with a mad laugh, urging us down into the slide. Lauren goes first, and then Jasmine and Jake. I shoot one last look behind me as I leap into the tunnel, and I see the monster slip and stumble in the rushing water. He roars and crashes down hard with a rumble, vanishing out of sight as the slide turns a sharp, sudden corner. Wooly is not far behind. I see him laughing and whooping, the water rushing past. I turn to look the way I'm going, picking up speed as the tunnel and the water shoot past. The echoing laughs of the others reverberate around me, building to shouts of triumph as the slide ends with a great and torrential splash. Jake pushes his fringe out of his eyes and raises his hand for a high five. I meet it and grin as he helps me up. Lauren runs over, laughing, shouting and pulling me quickly out of the way as Wally zooms down just behind me, splashing us all yet again. We spend the next few minutes just screwing around, splashing in the water as the leaves rustle softly in the breeze. Lauren at last draws back and looks down at her watch. The level of light has changed. She's highlighted in beams of silver that have broken through the branches. We all are. "It'll be time now, guys," she says, looking around. "We did it." Wooly stands suddenly to attention, bringing his hand up to a salute. We all do likewise. "Stand down, men, and, women. Mission accomplished." "Sir, yes, sir," we respond, and he turns, pushing aside some leaves to reveal a ladder, moss-lined, but in otherwise great condition. Up he goes, rung by rung, clambering up through the tree. Then Jake, then Jasmine, then Lauren. She looks down to make sure that I'm following. "Time for the big finale, Tommy." "Yes," I reply, "right behind you." and I put my hands up onto the ladder and begin to climb. Up we go, us 5, through the treehouse, higher and higher. The light filters through where it can, illuminating the tips and the edges of the leaves in that glorious, shining silver. Higher and higher, until we break through the very top of the tree itself. I breathe in a deep breath of fresh, night air and look up to the sky, feeling the natural breeze against my skin. There are perches up here, in bows of the tallest branches, natural seats and resting places, and the group spreads out, just a little, finding their places, settling in, breathing easy and enjoying our victory. I take a seat next to Lauren. "Lauren," I begin. "What?" "Shh," she interrupts, smiling. "It's about to start." She turns to look up to the sky, and I do likewise. It is beautiful. The moon is bright, the stars glimmer, a shooting speck flits across my field of vision, and soon the stars are joined by great bursts of colour. Fireworks, of course, like I've never seen them before. Great dazzling, dreamlike explosions of red and green and gold, tipped with fiery orange or with shining silver, like the leaves. They whiz and spin and cascade like spirals within spirals. They are celebration incarnate. And you know, thinking about it, perhaps I have seen fireworks like this before. This is exactly how they appeared to me, once upon a time. A warmth rushes over me, a familiar glow. Lauren reaches out for my hand, and I take it in mine. The fireworks burst and shine, and just like that, I feel myself start to cry. I cannot stop it, and the tears flow. Lauren squeezes my hand just a little bit tighter. "I'm sorry," I mutter, and then louder so that everyone can hear. "I'm sorry, all of you. I'm so sorry. I wasn't there. I wasn't there for you. Things could have been different." They are beside me now, and I am sobbing. I remember it all. I remember why I came. The note, the marriage contract between Lauren and I. And I remember how they all died. These ghosts that now surround me. When we were 11 years old, we'd all signed up for a school trip in the winter. We were due to spend 3 nights at a campsite, a school excursion. Fun, games, camping, expeditions, and all that good stuff. But I knew how Lauren felt about me by then. I was struggling with my own feelings. I was just a scared, dumb young kid. And I couldn't face it. I couldn't face the intimacy of almost 4 days together in so exciting an environment. And I knew the others would just egg me on and pressure me. So I faked being sick. I faked an illness and convinced my parents to let me stay home. So that's what I did. I just stayed home because I didn't want to see my friends, because I didn't want to spend this trip with them, because I just didn't want to go. Well, they never ended up going either, as it turned out. The bus driver was not qualified. He was a parent volunteer, a volunteer with little experience driving in the snow, and I'll spare you the details. But as I sat playing video games in my living room, the bus went through the rail on a cliffside. It was a steep drop, and half the passengers were killed. Amongst them were Jasmine, Jake, Wooly, and Lauren. "I should have been there," I choked out, looking between them. "I wasn't even really sick. I was just pretending. I made it all up because I was a coward." Wooly laughs and shakes his head. "You think you've never faked being sick before, bro?" Jasmine squeezes my arm. "Tommy, I did it all the time. I should have been with you. We should have been together," I splutter. Jake crosses his arms as the fireworks explode overhead. "And done what, Tommy? Stopped the bus? Driven us to safety?" He grins. "You were right where you're supposed to be, and we're glad for it." I turn to Lauren. "Lauren," I begin. But that's just the thing. Where to start? I draw the note from my pocket. The crumpled 20-year-old contract. It's still there, and impossibly undamaged. I look from the note to Lauren. I have so much to say. How do I even begin to... It's okay, Tommy, she replies gently, taking the contract from me. I know, and it's okay. She looks at the others. There is nothing for us to forgive, you know. But just for your sake, we forgive you, Tommy. I'll come back here, I tell them. And I mean it. I'll come back here all the time to the treehouse. Lauren has pulled a marker from her pocket. She sticks her tongue out to one side as she starts writing something onto the note. The others look between themselves. No, Tommy, Jasmine replies with a sad smile. You won't. You can't come back here again. Not like this. This is it, bro, Wally says quietly. It's been a ride. He reaches out his hand, and I grasp it. Thanks for helping to defend this treehouse, Tommy, says Jake. For one last time. Lauren folds up the note and stuffs it back into my hand. She leans over and kisses me on the cheek. It's time to say goodbye now, Tommy, she murmurs as the lights of the fireworks flicker above the treetop. Goodbye? I repeat, shaking my head. That's right, Tommy, she says. Goodbye. And so, as the leaves shimmer with the stars in the breeze, beneath the glow and dance of the reds and greens and golds above, I say it one last time. Goodbye, and happy birthday, Lauren. She smiles. Happy birthday, Tommy. It's been 6 months since then. I walk hand in hand with my partner down the trek through the fields. The flowers are out in bloom, and the sky is a gorgeous crystal blue. That's it, there, I tell her, pointing over to the tree. It's a little busier now than it was before. It still stands tall, rising up from the fresh green grasses all around, but it looks today far less alone. There are a gang of kids playing in it. A couple of cars are parked nearby. One of the cars is open, and planks of wood stick out from the back. A general murmur of voices forms a backing track to the kids, shouts and whoops of glee. Parents are chatting amongst themselves. A couple of dads are working on fixing up the treehouse ladder. One of them passes a plank up to a girl in the branches above. It's tough to tell from this distance, but it looks like there might be a couple new hearts carved into the treehouse's trunk. I think about the contract I made with Lauren 20 long years ago. I think about the addition she made. Once I tearfully descended the ladder that final time, returned into my roughed up work clothes at the base of the great trunk. I'd remembered the note and opened it up to read. This document is null and voided, she had added to the bottom. I, Lauren Bright, hereby release Thomas Evans from this here contract. May he be free, and may he be happy, with a little heart. Hey, hello? I tune back into my surroundings. I remember where I am. My partner squeezes my hand. Tom, what's up? She asks. You look like you were miles away. Are you okay? I consider. Yeah, I reply. Yeah, I'm okay. And we carry on, along our way. My mother always told me that I was a child of winter. I suppose it started from a young age. There are pictures and home videos of me as little more than a toddler, leaping into snowbanks and carving out tiny snow angels in my little neon blue snowsuit. When my sisters and brother, summer children, all of them, would beg my parents to return home so they could envelop themselves in blankets and gorge themselves in hot chocolate, I would remain indignant, refusing to leave my frosty playground behind. Even throughout adolescence, I was obsessed with a winter landscape. I loved the beauty of dancing snow flickering through the air, the way my small town landscape became entombed in soft, billowing white. When I was 7 years old and stuck inside with the flu, missing a perfect snowy December afternoon, mind you, I discovered my grandfather's old 35mm film camera tucked between dusty packing boxes. It felt sturdy between my hands, like some old treasure. As soon as the flu left me, I took my new prize outside and began taking photos of my frigid wonderland. Leafless branches silhouetted against the evening sun, an unflowing frozen river beneath an old stony bridge, a red squirrel peeking its head out from a hole in a tree. The scenes that I had always loved, but had never had the chance to properly express to my friends or family. It was around this time that I met something. Even now, after all these long years, I can still remember everything that happened that day. I had been out in the small birch woods behind my parents' house, 9 years old and filled with glee. The first snowfall of the year had graced us the night before, signifying the dying breath of the tyrannical summer. Armed with my trusty camera, I had rushed out the door, my parents yelling at me through the kitchen window so that I would stay close to the house. But it was useless. The gentle snowfall intoxicated me, and within minutes I was out of sight of my house. The birch trees were barren and cracked, standing like emaciated giants far above me. Stepping into the woods felt like stepping into a painting. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a winter hare dart by. I aimed my camera, readying the perfect shot, but I stopped myself. I had taken plenty of pictures of hares before. No, I needed something better. This was the first shot of the season, after all. It had to be special. Decked out in green snowsuit and boots, I was almost certainly not blending in with my surroundings. Everywhere I went, I saw hares and squirrels, and even a few deer rushing away from me as if their lives depended on it. My young mind couldn't help but take it personally. Disney movies had led me to believe that animals were much friendlier than this. To my continued confusion, I saw a panicked squirrel run towards me, dart around my legs, and continue into the forest. Looking back, I can't believe how I didn't see the signs. Like a fool, I decided to explore the area where the animals were running from. Pushing branches from my face, I stepped into a clearing in the woods. And then I saw it. The most beautiful winter landscape I had ever encountered. I stood on the shoreline of the river that flowed behind my home. The sun hung low overhead, as if it was still working up the energy to finish rising. From where I stood, I could see the shore covered in perfect, untouched snow. Birch trees stood to my left and right, framing my peripheral with their skeletal grey branches and bone-white flesh. Before me stood the frozen river, almost entirely still beneath the blue-grey ice. Only a patch of the river still revealed the running water beneath the ice, having melted away by the lazy sun. The exposed water rippled with the sun's shining light, presenting me with a finishing touch to a perfectly composed photo of whites, blues, and oranges. The beauty of that simple scene left me breathless, and without a thought, I raised my camera, adjusted the dials, and took the shot. I didn't take another. I knew it was perfect. For a few moments, I just stood before this gift of nature, my youthful mind completely devoid of anything else. It took the sound of snapping branches to break me out of my trance. The sound had surprised me. I blinked my dry eyes a few times, turning away from my landscape. Behind me stood the entire birch forest, tall and immense. Though the woods had welcomed me earlier, I now felt uneasy looking at the maze of trees. I felt the hairs at the base of my neck creep up. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I thought I had seen one of the trees move. I gasped out, taking a step back toward the river. I kept my eyes glued on the woods. Nothing else moved. A cold wind blew across the ground, drifting it with a billowy top layer of snow. I felt that cold in my bones. To tell you the truth, I still do to this day. I took a few steps forward and stopped. Everything in my head told me not to go further, not to go back into the woods. But the shoreline that I stood upon was narrow. The only other way home would be across the ice. After minutes of panicked pondering, I forced myself to remember the beauty of the woods. The birch trees, which now looked as if they were jagged bones of the earth, were also the backdrop to so many happy childhood memories. The woods had been the setting for making snowmen with my sisters and brother, sledding, igloos, and of course my photography. With all the resolve I could muster, I shoved down the fear and stepped forward, though the hair on my neck stayed upright. As soon as I stepped between the trees, I felt the cold again. The frozen breath of winter awoken. I felt my teeth chatter, knees buckle. It wasn't natural, this cold. It stung my face, and I recoiled, pressing my jacket sleeve against it. I could feel tiny tears in the corner of my eyes, though they would freeze as soon as they appeared. I took shaky steps forward, wild eyes darting every time I heard a sound. The wind howled between the branches and the trees, quiet at first, and then louder as I walked. The trees moaned and shifted beneath the winter winds, the mournful cacophony of nature. I froze mid-step, my eyes wide and body stiff. In between the howling wind and creaking trees, I heard someone say my name. Not in the way a concerned parent calls out to you, or the way an annoying sibling tries to get your attention. No, there was no love in this familiar word. The voice I heard was creaking and slow, one I'd never heard before, nor wished to hear again. It wasn't a call, but a whisper, one that had somehow reached me, despite the eerie sounds of nature. I heard it again, closer. Either from the cold or from fear, I was frozen in place. Only my eyes would move where I would tell them to. My body was frozen like the landscape itself. Again, the whisper grew in my ears. I felt my already panicked breathing quicken. My name, again, whispered from behind me, getting closer. The sounds of my name were grotesquely stretched by the creaking voice, and I heard the hints of malice. And then, the woods was silent. No wind, no creaking trees, no spectral voice among the still snow. Something grabbed my shoulder. I felt terror rise in my throat in a hoarse, guttural scream. The something grasped me tightly, and pain shot through my shoulder. I darted my eyes down towards my shoulder, Fingers did not hold me. Long, grey appendages that bent at odd angles had pierced through my jacket. They looked like the barren and dead branches of the oak trees above me. The something whispered my name again, death in its voice. I screamed again, tearing my shoulder away. Despite the cold, I ran. With God as my witness, I ran. I ran through the snowbanks, over fallen trees and branches, in between patches of ice and bare earth. My steps were awkward from the height of the snow. I held my camera with both hands so as to not drop it, though without the use of my arms to balance myself, I nearly tripped multiple times. The sound of the winter winds picked up again with a furious roar, tearing through the trees behind me. I felt the torrent of wind pressed against my back, and I knew something was chasing me. Again, I felt the ice-cold, branch-like fingers touch me, brushing against the base of my neck. I could feel the cold tears against my cheek freeze as I threw my camera to the ground, using my arms to help balance myself. I ran faster as the something called out to me. My house came into view through the trees. "Help!" I had screamed. "Help! Help me!" "Help!" the something whispered behind me with its ghoulish, creaking voice. "Help! Help me!" I screamed in terror, exhaustion overcoming my lungs. I could feel the burning heat in my legs beg me to stop, to take a breather, but the edge of the forest came into sight, and, with an insane surge of fear-driven energy, I threw myself out of the forest and into my house's snow backyard. My parents, God bless them, were running from the house before I had even stood up. My flannel pajamas wearing mother had frantically thrown on her winter boots. My father ran through the snow barefoot, wearing only a robe. "Help!" I screamed again, my voice hysteric. "There's something in the woods!" My parents caught me, held me as I screamed over and over. They tried to console me, to reassure me that everything was okay. And yet still I shouted, "Help! Help! Help me!" A few hours later, I was enveloped in a warm blanket with an untouched mug of steaming hot chocolate on the coffee table before me. My parents tried to calm me. They themselves were calmer now, but still deeply concerned for their terrified child. They told me that the woods were big and scary for a little one, and that it was okay to be afraid. When I told them of the whispered words, of the branched fingers on my shoulder, they told me that I'd imagined it. The whispers were just the sound of the wind across the snow. The holes in my jacket were from a low-hanging branch. My parents, truly the warmest, most logical people in the world, managed to calm me down. I started to believe that, just maybe, my experience in the woods had been the work of an overactive imagination. My sisters and brother even began teasing me for it, saying that the something would come take me away. And yet, despite my family's reassurance, I could not shake the feeling that they were wrong. Sometimes, when I looked out of the woods from my warm bedroom's window, I would feel the hair stand up as it had on that day. If I looked long enough, no matter how many blankets I had on, I would start to feel the creeping cold that had frozen me to my bones on that day. It took me 30 years and a lot of therapy to get over those memories. I was never comfortable going out in the winter by myself again. As I grew older, I left my northern home to move south for school and never looked back. Nowadays, I make a living as a nature photographer for a national magazine, specialized in old school film techniques, though I refuse to work anywhere that has snow during the winter season. A few days ago, I got a call from my aging mother. My father had recently passed and she was selling our family house. My sisters, brother and I went up to visit to help her pack away our childhood memories. From my mother's front porch, I looked out at the woods, green and warm beneath the summer sun. Whether it was the time away or the lack of frozen death, I no longer feared this place. With my brother as backup, I went down to face my childhood fears. We walked for a while, reminiscing on our youth, pointed out to the areas where we made our snow angels and our forts, as well as the beach where we would swim during the summer. Filled with warmth, we were headed back towards the house, when I saw a glint of metal partially buried beside a tree. My old camera. Despite the fear I had felt that day, I remembered that perfect shot. The blues and the whites and the oranges. The last normal day of my youth. I picked up the camera, joking with my brother. I doubted the photo would look great after all this time, but I am something of a wizard when it comes to developing film. I returned down south. I developed the photo about 3 hours ago. To my surprise, it had only partial damage to it, blotching out the sun, but leaving much of the shot intact. Reminiscing, I told myself that my parents had been right after all. Beneath the red light of the dark room, I had happily taken the sights in, reminding myself of the days of the young winter lover, marveling at the river, the snow, the trees. And that's when I saw it. Standing amongst the birch trees, hidden just behind, I saw a figure staring back at me. It was tall and incredibly thin, with a body that was the same waxy white as the trees that surrounded it. Its arms and legs were twice as long as its body, branch thin and grey as death. At the end of its limbs were the branch-like fingers that had torn into my jacket 30 years ago, thin and long and sharp. Atop its giant, emaciated body, the something's featureless, porcelain-white face stared back at me, as if through the photograph itself. Its eyes were black and white and empty, its mouth a broken, jagged crack in the mask-like face. I fell onto the floor within my dark room, the horrible memories flooding back. I screamed, just as I had that day. I screamed and screamed and screamed until I could only whimper. I felt the cold, the hair on my neck, the horrible grasp of the something on my shoulder. My family won't believe me. My friends will think I'm insane. But I need to share this story now, because I don't think I have much time left. Because even though it's 30 degrees Celsius where I live, snow just began to fall outside my window.
I'm still not completely sure what happened last night. I just can't seem to wrap my head around what I saw, or why, or even how. Maybe writing down everything that happened will give me some kind of peace. Maybe. Let me just begin. I'd been on the road for over 5 hours before I finally decided to pull over and take a wee. I was making good time, but I couldn't wait any longer. My bladder was full of Monster, along with other assorted caffeinated beverages, and it was screaming at me to release the pressure. At that point in my travels, I was in between major highways, and I wasn't even sure I would come across another gas station, or bathroom of any kind for that matter. No big deal, I figured. Urinating at the side of the road would work. Nature would have to be my bathroom. Luckily, it was the middle of the night and traffic had been non-existent for some time. I would have hated for a cop to come by and catch me dangling in the wind. I quickly swung my car into the first dirt pull-off I came across and slammed it into park. I left the motor running as I opened the door and jumped from the vehicle. There wasn't much light in the middle of nowhere and I would need my car's headlights to help me see. Ain't nothing more dangerous than peeing in the dark. You never know what you might hit when you can't see. You might even hit yourself by accident, and I wasn't trying to smell like pee for the rest of the day. I guess I could have changed into one of my other pairs of jeans I had stuffed into the back of my car if need be, but why take unnecessary risks? A blast of icy air struck me as I got out of the car and immediately made my bladder scream even louder. No, it hadn't been screaming at that point, more like howling, like a cold dog howling at the moon. Jogging to the other side of my car, I swiftly unzipped my jeans and ignored the full-body shiver that hit me when I exposed myself to the cold night. The mixture of warm urine and cold air caused me to feel contradicting sensations in my nether regions. I closed my eyes and let out a loud sigh of relief as my bladder began to empty. Once I was finished and tucked away, I didn't at once rush back to the warmth of my car. The chill wasn't bothering me as much, and I decided to take a moment to enjoy the peaceful quiet of the night. I peered down from the top of the steep embankment and out over a dark valley. Filling the valley was a thick forest that appeared to stretch on for a few miles. From where I stood, I couldn't see any lights, not from houses or businesses or other possible forms of civilization. I was in no man's land, or at least I would have been, until I eventually met up with State Route 33, a 4-lane highway that would take me the rest of the way. There also didn't seem to be a lot of movement or normal sounds coming from the trees either, except for a low serenade from a far-off owl. Maybe, since an inch or two of snow covered everything, the forest animals had decided to chill out for the night. All except for that single owl who just kept on singing on and on. It had been snowing most of the day and into the night, until finally stopping about half an hour before. Thankfully, it had been the light, fluffy stuff that doesn't stick real well to the roads. If it would have been that heavy, slushy crap, then it would have slowed me down and ticked me off. I always hated snow, but for some reason, I have always lived in places that got a crap ton of it every winter. With everything around me being still and tranquil, it helped to temporarily calm my constantly racing mind, which had been a welcome change. I had done nothing but hurry for the prior few days, and it was nice to just stop for a minute to breathe. My marriage had fallen apart, to put it lightly. To put it honestly, my marriage exploded like the damn time bomb it had always been. 4 years of building pressure, like peeing the bladder, until it finally went boom. I let her have whatever she wanted because I just didn't care. There hadn't been much to fight over anyway. We didn't own a house or have kids, thank God. We had a tiny, ugly dog, but that had always been her baby, not mine. I hated that dog. In the end, I managed to walk away from the devastation with what I could fit in my car. And having your entire life fit into a blue Chevy Impala really puts things into perspective, let me tell you. When I had been 18, like most naive assholes, I couldn't have run away from home fast enough. I had dreams to chase, mistakes to make, and a crazy girl to marry. But when the dust settled on my marriage, that was where I was headed back to. Home. My real home. And I couldn't get back to my parents and the town I grew up in fast enough. As I continued to peer into the distance, I could see the black outline of the Appalachian Mountains, standing tall on the horizon, barely visible against the night sky. Black on black has a way of blending together. With the mountains in my sight, I knew that my destination was only a few more hours away. A pair of headlights suddenly pulled me from my thoughts. 2 bright orbs coming down the stretch of road I was standing beside. They were headed in the direction I had been coming from. Damn, the vehicle's high beams momentarily blinded me, but I threw both my hands up real quick. I was able to partially block out the bright light until it shifted away from my eyes and I could see again. When the headlights from my own car fell across this new arrival, I could tell that it was a car smaller than my Chevy, a compact, possibly foreign, dark blue. My Impala's headlights also fell on something else, a massive patch of ice on the road. The spot of ice was several yards long and wide enough to take up an entire lane of road, while still having enough width to spill over the other lane as well. Normally, black ice didn't scare me. It wasn't the evil villain some people made it out to be. Yet, by how clearly the surface reflected the moon, which had finally found a space between clouds from which to peek out, I could tell that the ice was thick and solid. There was nothing I could have done but hope that the approaching compact car had good tyres and a calm driver. Maybe the driver would notice the ice and take the other lane to avoid it. That's what I would have done. There hadn't been any oncoming traffic, making that the smart choice. But the driver never saw the black ice. Instead, the compact car took it dead center. From start to finish, everything that happened next only took a few seconds. The compact car began to slide as soon as it hit the ice. Its back end started to spin out. Rather than make a slight adjustment in the steering, I helplessly watched the driver panic. As the driver slammed on the brakes and pulled hard on the wheel, squealing tires replaced the once tranquil silence. The little car spun, and spun fast. It spun out onto the other lane and cleared the ice. At that point, the driver should have hit the brakes, but the driver was still panicked. I could hear the car's engine rev as the driver stomped hard on the gas. The wheels chose then to gain traction, which sent the car barreling across the road and over the edge of the embankment. At the sight of the car spilling over the edge of the embankment, I instantly dashed towards the other side of the pull-off. Standing and looking down off the edge, I could see the glow of two headlights rushing down the steep drop. Somehow, the car managed to almost make it down the entire decline without hitting one of the trees growing from the side of the hill. I don't want to call it luck that the car didn't hit a tree earlier in the fall, because it might have been better off striking one of the trees growing closer to the top. By the time it hit one near to the ground, gravity had been pulling hard on that car. Not even the snow did much to slow it down once gravity had its hands on it. I can't exactly say how fast the car was going when it finally hit, but when it did hit that tree, the sound of the impact, the twisting of metal and the breaking of glass shattered both the night and my mind into a million fragments. I don't want to be a drama queen, but it all sank into me deeply, all the way to my core. Whenever I try to sleep at night, I can still hear the destruction of that car getting wrapped around that tree. My phone. That was my first clear thought. I needed to call for help. If the driver was still alive, I needed to get someone there to help them. If the driver wasn't, someone still needed to be there to deal with it. After realizing that I had left my cell in my Chevy, I turned to run back and get it. But something stopped me. From moving. A woman screaming. "Help me, please! Somebody please help me!" The screams are obviously coming from down the embankment from the wrecked car. I tried to find a strong voice and yell back. I couldn't get as loud as I wanted to, but I did my best anyway. "It's going to be okay. Just hang tight. I'm going to call for help." The woman's voice became shrill and terror-stricken. Oh my god, help me!" Before I realized what I was doing, I was making my way down the hill. The moon had retreated back behind the dense clouds, throwing a thick shadow over everything. As I rushed through the dense night, I aimed myself away from the lights of my Impala and towards the headlights of the wreckage. I clearly remember having images of burning cars and burning people flashing through my head. I didn't see any flames, but there might be smoke. It would have been difficult to see dark smoke when everything else that night was just as dark. I had to act. I had to do something. I had to be sure that woman wasn't going to burn to death while I sat on the phone with 911 waiting for help to eventually show up. If that happened, I would never have forgiven myself. The Nikes that I was wearing were a far cry from hiking boots. They were not meant for descending down a steep, slick hill. Several times, the snow tried to bring me down, take both my feet from under me, but each time, I somehow managed to grab onto a nearby trunk or brush and stay on my feet. I was moving as fast as I could, but I didn't know if it was fast enough to matter. The woman had grown silent after the last hysterical howl. I began to fear what I might find. Keeping the headlights in front of me, I was able to find the wreckage in the blackness of night, and it was as bad as I had thought. The entire front of the compact car had been caved in, crushed into the shape of a large, jagged horseshoe. There was a little bit of smoke rising from the car, but it wasn't black smoke from active burning. It was light and faint, probably the car's small engine being obliterated, and I didn't smell any flames either. Yet fire suddenly became the least of my concerns. The way the car had brutally imploded against that damn tree immediately painted a different picture in my mind. At least, my rushing thoughts were no longer of burning women, but images of death still filled my brain. The driver had been alive and screaming for me, but that didn't mean she was still breathing. Part of me didn't want to go around to the driver's side of the car, but I needed to be sure. "Ma'am?" I called out as I rushed to the back of the vehicle. No answer. "Are you okay, ma'am?" Silence. When I made it to the other side of the car, I saw that the driver's window had been shattered, completely destroyed. I briefly stopped. The inside of the car was dark and hard to see into, just like everything else that night. As I fought against my rapid breathing, I reluctantly leaned in closer so that I could get a better look through the non-existent window. Someone was sitting in the driver's seat. "Ma'am?" I said. "Are you okay, ma'am?" It was a petite young lady, light brown hair pulled in a tight ponytail, mid-20s perhaps. But the young lady never moved or replied. She couldn't. She just stared at me, her neck twisted in an awkward angle, wide-eyed, forever afraid of what was about to happen to her. She hadn't been wearing a seatbelt, and the airbag malfunctioned. When her face hit the steering wheel, the force nearly spun her head clean around. Dead on impact. Before the accident, the young lady might have been kind of pretty, in a simple kind of way. I remember my heart sinking as a realization hit me. If she had been dead on impact, then who the hell had been screaming at me? A passenger? I looked around the inside of the car, or what was left of it, but I didn't see anyone else. The passenger side was empty, and the door was still closed. The back seat was empty too. The hair on the back of my neck stood up when I heard the same woman's voice. "Help!" It came from behind me, from somewhere in the trees. "Somebody help me! Who are you? Get away from me! Don't touch me! Help!" I could feel the fear in her voice. I could feel it as if it were my own. "Get away from me!" Someone else had been in the car, had been my assumption. With the trees creating a million little echoes, it was hard to pinpoint from exactly which direction the voice was coming. When I thought that I knew the general area I needed to go toward, I took off running. For several more seconds, the woman continued to cry for help, but ultimately the words died, and all that remained were frightened screams. I yelled back once. I wanted her to know that I was coming. "Don't be scared, I'm here." I used her voice to guide me, because, other than that, I was running blind. But I found her somehow. She must have heard me, because when I got there, she at once turned her head my way. She was a petite young lady, somewhere in her mid-20s, light brown hair pulled in a tight ponytail, kind of pretty in a simple kind of way, her eyes wide with fear. I knew that face. I had seen it only minutes before. It was the driver. But how? Twins? No, I can't explain it. But I knew that I was looking into the face of the same dead young lady She was on her butt in the snow with her back against a tree trunk. The way she was pressed up against the base of the tree, it was like she was fending off a wild animal. But I didn't see any wolves or bears or coyotes. As I looked down on her, the words rose into my throat before I realized I was speaking. "I'm here to help, don't be scared." But I felt the words to be hollow. There was no help for her, and she may have been scared, but so was I, and there was no changing it. "Who are they?" she asked me. "Why are they after me?" "Who is after you?" I replied. I searched the area again, but I couldn't see anyone else but the two of us. "I don't know what you mean." She then raised her arm and pointed to a spot a couple feet from where she sat. "Them, don't you see them?" At first, I didn't. I couldn't. But when I opened my mouth to assure her that no one was there, the moon peeked from the clouds again, casting beams of light down on us. The light revealed something that I had not noticed the second before. Two figures standing in the exact spot the young lady was pointing. They were human in form, short, closer to the height of a child than an adult, and they were pure black from head to toe. No faces or features of any kind. Just a darkness as deep as I imagine a black hole to be. A bottomless void. But they were also smooth looking, polished. I could only see them with help from the moon, because the moonlight reflected across the two figures in the same way it had the patch of black ice. There had been a stillness about them, or at least there was, until the moon showed them to me. When it was obvious that I could now see them too, the two figures rushed at the young lady. It was so easy for them to grab her, to snatch her by the legs. There was nothing the young lady or myself could do to stop it. I don't know why they waited that long to take her. Maybe they'd been playing with the young lady until I showed up. I'm not sure. I will never be sure. Once the two figures had a hold of her legs, they began to drag the young lady away. She screamed and desperately tried to grab a hold of the tree trunk, but there was no chance of her holding on. They drug her off through the snow and into the woods. I can still picture her face as they drug her away. The terror, the helplessness, it seared into my brain. She had looked to me for help, but I couldn't do anything. I had been useless, or could I have helped her somehow? Could I have kept those things from grabbing her? No, there was nothing I could have done. For a second after the young lady was pulled off, I was frozen by my fear. I did my best to shake it off and chase after them, but they were already out of sight. Even though I'd watched the young lady get dragged off through the snow, there was no physical path of any kind for me to follow, no trail of disturbed snow. It was weird. So instead, I tried to follow the only thing that I had, the young lady's horrific screaming. But even that became further and further away, until finally fading away completely, swallowed by the night. I don't know why I started yelling. I didn't know what else to do. "Can you hear me? Keep screaming so I can find you." I'm not sure how long I stood there, cold and shaking, but I continued to listen for her, for any signs of her, but there was nothing. I don't know where the two figures took the young lady, but they were long gone. At some point, I was able to gather my thoughts and navigate my way back to the wreckage by following the glow of the headlights. From there, I made my way back to my own car, again by following the glow of headlights. Getting back up the embankment was much slower and way more difficult than going down it, but I managed. I found my cell in the Chevy, where I knew it had been plugged in and charging. Before I dialed 911, I took a couple minutes to mentally rehearse what I was going to say. I couldn't completely lie, but I wasn't going to tell them everything. I would have sounded crazy. When the emergency operator answered my call, I told him that a car had wrecked on black ice and hit a tree. I'd gone down the embankment to try to help. My tracks in the snow would have told him that, whether I wanted to or not. But when I got to the crash, the driver had already been dead, killed on impact. I went back to my car, got my cell phone and called them. End of story. At least as far as they know. Until now, I've never said a word about finding the young lady, about watching her get drug off by those two strange figures. But I need to try to finally get the words down. I desperately need to purge it from my mind the best I can. I will never have all of the answers for what happened that night. At least, not until the day comes when the two shiny black figures come for me too. I'm not looking for an epiphany or a moment of clarity. For now, all I really want is some damn peace and to be able to sleep through the goddamn night. I had taken a seat up front so at the next town I could quickly jump out and grab another coffee. Half the passengers were asleep, but I could never get any Z's on buses. Besides, someone had to keep the driver awake because the highway was getting slick with slush and the snow had gone from Hallmark Christmas to ice road truckers. "Don't you worry, son," said the grizzled bus driver. "This old girl has seen everything from hurricanes to rising rivers. She's a tank, that's what she is." I wasn't worried at all until he told me not to worry, and for the first time I could see he was worried, gripping the wheel with two hands and craning forward to see. Highway 84 cut an almost straight line west to east through the Appalachian Mountains. Charleston, West Virginia was the next stop, then onto Pittsburgh, where I figured to get off and look for another bartending gig. Brake lights suddenly lit up ahead, traffic coming to a stop. I felt the bus's anti-lock system grinding as it slowed. Further up could be seen the flashing lights of emergency vehicles. The second row of the bus was filled with Steeler fans, probably returning from Sunday's matchup in Kansas City, and one of them pulled out a pint of Captain Morgan's. "I feel a detour coming," he said. "Refreshments, anyone?" As the bus got in line to exit the highway, the bottle made its way forward, and I didn't decline. The tiny old woman next to me in the window seat shocked me by taking a swig as well, which gained a cheers from the Steeler fans. Across the aisle from me, directly behind the driver, sat a man I'll call Duck Shoes. Carrying a worn briefcase and wearing an equally worn suit, his West Virginian accent told me he was probably on his way home. A neat, pleasant man, the kind always ready for wet weather, as indicated by his shoes. He accepted the bottle, but only wet his lips with it to be social. "Just the thing for a cold night," he said, cold being West Virginian for cold. "Don't you folks worry," said the bus driver. "I know a way that'll get us there just as sure." We backtracked a couple miles toward Kentucky on 117, the driver searching through the snow for a street sign. "Myrtle Creek's Road," he said. "Old Settlers Trail." Duck Shoes sat up straight. "I don't recommend going down that old road just now." "Been down that road plenty of times before," the driver replied. "Nothing to worry about." "You ever been down it at night?" The driver didn't respond to that, but he found the entrance and turned onto a two-lane highway where no other tires had left a path in the snow. Duck Shoes stayed silent, but he looked like he needed to do more now than just kiss the mouth of that pint of Morgan's. The dark road cut its way through dense woods and swollen Appalachian hills. The captains made our end of the bus the more popular one, and I guess people were starting to feel the spirit of making connections on a little adventure. A youngish woman with red hair and red cheeks made her way forward for a taste, and, after downing a healthy hit, followed up with a little dance right there in the aisle, earning the affection of the Steeler fans. Only one person up front refused the bottle, a quiet man in a hoodie who seemed about as alert and troubled as Duck Shoes, only far less sociable. I caught the driver's eye watching red in the mirror, so I was facing forward when something ran out of the woods and onto the road right in front of the bus. The driver swore as he slammed the brakes. A tall, white thing thumped into the windshield, then disappeared under the bus. A hard bump jolted passengers in their seats, producing a few screams and sending Red into the lap of the Steelers fan as the bus skidded to a stop. "Damn it, damn it, damn it," the driver muttered, throwing the gear in park and holding his chest. After taking a moment to calm himself, the driver reached down for a flashlight beside the seat, turned the toggle on the control panel that opened the door, and stood on shaky legs. But before he could get used to the stairs, Duck Shoes jumped from his seat, toggled the door closed, and grabbed the driver. "For God's sake, man," he said, "don't open it." "What's the matter with you?" asked the driver. "Someone might be hurt." Duck Shoes held onto him for dear life. "Someone? Did you see that thing?" "That was a person," asked Red, standing in the aisle again. "Was on 2 legs, wasn't he?" said the driver. "Was on 2 legs," Duck Shoes said. "But that was no human being." "Had to be a man," a Steeler fan argued. "Was running like one." The driver tried to pull free from the hand that gripped him. "Let go, sir. I have a responsibility." "Just call for help," Duck Shoes pleaded. "Better yet, drive on and call... Didn't you see that thing?" The driver was finally about free from him when the old woman next to me spoke in a trembling voice. "I saw it. Don't open it. There might be more of them." "More of what?" Red asked nervously. I felt like I should add my weight to one side or the other, but I couldn't be sure what I saw. I kept playing it over in my head. It had happened so fast. Something white, definitely on 2 legs. But those eyes. People were still arguing, nervous words going all the way back to the half-full bus, when a pounding came from beneath the bus. "Shh," several people said. The bus became perfectly quiet, only the gentle humming of the engine and the bus's wipers. And then it came again, more powerful. A few passengers sobbed while others started arguing again. "Something has to be done. That thing was monstrous. Can't we just leave? Do you have a cell signal? I'm getting nothing. There must be a storm. Maybe the local power's out." The banging grew louder, or maybe just my imagination made it seem so. I checked my own cell phone. No signal. "I'm going out," said the driver. "Close the door behind me." "I'll go with him," I said. The driver showed me an appreciative look. I could see his terror, and I wondered just what he had seen, since he had the best view of whatever had come from those woods. Duck Shoes reluctantly released the driver, shooting me a dirty look at the same time. I zipped my jacket tighter and followed the driver out into the snow. His flashlight wouldn't come on, so I used the flash app on my phone. We heard the door slam closed behind us. Nervous faces watched us from the safety on the bus. You might be thinking I'm the heroic type for going out onto that empty road, but I assure you I'm not. Truth is, my own selfishness is probably the reason I found myself hopping buses on one-way tickets, but that's something I wasn't ready to face yet. I could barely make out the tall, dark hills surrounding the road, dense with towering pines. As we approached the rear of the bus, we could see a form lying just past the rear bumper. The driver gasped and almost came to a stop. Whatever or whoever was lying there showed no sign of movement. Closer to it, the bus taillights revealed antlers. The beam from my phone showed a hoof. A second later, we were on top of it, exposing it to the light. An 8-point buck. The driver sighed in relief. Without hesitating, he grabbed the 2 hind legs and started pulling. I grabbed the front legs, and we hauled it off the road. Several passengers held up their phones from the window and took photos. I don't mind telling you, I felt great relief when I boarded back onto that bus to a round of applause. The driver faced the passengers briefly. "Just the deer, folks. then fell into a seat and eased the bus forward again. The Steeler fan passed me the almost empty Captain Morgan's. "We saved it for you." Duck Shoes, however, looked ashen, and seeing his expression unsettled me. Was a buck really what I saw go onto the bus? Maybe it was. Maybe the power of suggestion had put ideas of something monstrous in my head. One of the Steeler fans, a portly woman with a pleasant face and a warm laugh, gave me a woohoo as I finished the bottle of Captain's. The driver pulled out, keeping the bus at a very cautious speed down the deserted highway, his eyes darting from one side of the road to the other, alert for anything which might run from the woods. We'd only travelled about a mile or two, when, to our horror, the pounding from beneath the bus started again. Everyone quieted. For a few seconds, only the windshield wipers broke the silence. But then it came, loud and powerful, like something was trying to break into the bus from the bottom. The arguments reignited. "Stop the bus! Are you crazy? Could be someone dragging someone. Impossible, the road would shred him. Not with the snow. I know what I saw, and it wasn't no deer. Never forget those eyes." Duck Shoes told the driver, "Don't stop, you saw it too." The driver looked straight ahead, clenching the wheel, biting his lip. It was as though he had seen a nightmare, something so horrible it couldn't be real. And as soon as he had the first chance to dismiss it as imagination, which the dead buck gave him, he had seized on it. But now the banging from underneath brought it all back. Hadn't I done exactly the same thing? When it came down to it, hadn't I been doing just that thing for years, running from the horror that haunted my memory, trying my best to pretend it never happened? The driver didn't slow. In fact, he accelerated the bus. Red demanded he stop. Others joined her, while Duck Shoes, the grandma next to me, and others insisted they keep going. Even the Steeler fans were divided. I still had contributed nothing to the debate. I caught the driver studying me in the mirror. I had been talking to him for hours. It felt like we were in this together, especially after I went outside with him to find the deer. If I said to stop the bus, I knew he would. But I said nothing. All arguments ended when flashing blue lights appeared behind the bus. A cruiser. I could see the relief in everyone's face, no matter what side of the argument they were on. The bus slowed to a stop. Whether one thought there was someone under the bus that needed help or something monstrous that posed a threat, the cavalry had arrived. The cruiser came around and parked a few dozen yards in front of the bus. Snow instantly whitened its back window. Everyone on the bus remained silent while it sat there the longest time. Finally, the cruiser door opened and the trooper emerged, a silhouette slowly crossing the headlight beams of the bus. The flashing blues of the cruiser were almost blinding to those of us on the darkened bus. The driver opened the door and the trooper climbed the stairs. Several people at once were telling him to check underneath the bus. The driver finally swallowed hard and spoke to him. "Sir, did you see something?" The trooper raised his voice so it would reach the length of the bus. "I'm looking for a Trevor Williams." At that point, I noticed the trooper's hand on his pistol. None of the passengers admitted to being Trevor Williams, so the trooper began to unfold the sheet of paper and look down at the printed image. His eyes were still squinting at it. When the gunshot thundered inside the bus, my ears rang from the explosion close behind me. The bullet pierced the sheet of paper in the trooper's hand and struck him center body mass. Screams followed. The quiet man in the hoodie, gun in hand, was already sliding out of his seat into the aisle. The trooper glanced down, then up, his eyes wide with shock, and then he slumped back and crumpled into the stairwell. The bus driver muttered, "Oh Jesus, oh Jesus, oh Jesus." The shooter came forward, casting quick, meaningful glances at everyone in nearby seats, looking back once to make sure no one charged him from behind. I had a quick idea to try and grab his gun hand or tackle him, but nerves got the better of me. When he reached the front, he looked long into the eyes of the driver, who was not a big man. Then he turned toward a couple of the Steelers guys. "You two, get him off the bus." He gestured toward the trooper in the stairwell. At first, they were too stunned to move. "Do it, now!" With a pistol aimed at their faces, they rose slowly from their seats. "Open the door," the shooter ordered the driver. The gunman stood far enough back so that if one of the Steelers fans tried something, it would likely be a life-ending decision. The driver opened the door. The one in the best position to try something was me, but the shooter seemed to realize this and kept glancing my way. I remained frozen. "Just throw him off," the man told them, "but don't get off yourself or I'll put one in your back." He figured they might break for the still idling cruiser. I could see everyone on the bus trying their phones, but still no signal. The Steeler fans struggled to lift the trooper, who showed no signs of life. One of them was forced to get out in front and lift the trooper from beneath his shoulders. The shooter stepped forward and aimed his gun right at him, and, understanding, the guy dropped the trooper on the road, then squeezed back up the stairs, while the other Steeler fan pushed the trooper's legs out. The shooter then directed them with his gun back to their seats. The heavy-set woman with the Steelers fan, the one on the other side of the aisle who said little but laughed so hard at their jokes, had tears streaming down her face. "Drive," the shooter ordered. His motions awkward and jerky with fear, the driver put the bus in gear and hit the accelerator, but the wheels skidded uselessly in the snow. The driver punched it, but only succeeded in burning rubber. He punched it again and again, eyeing the gunman as though he might fire on him at any second. "Hold on," the shooter told him. "Straighten the wheel and put it in reverse. Nice and easy." In panic, the driver just ripped the gear into reverse and hit the gas. Again, the wheel spun. "Not like that, you idiot. Straighten the wheel." The gunman had taken a place by the stairwell, so no one could reach him now without being seen first. This also left him right in front of me. I held my breath, not wanting him to mistake any movement of mine. The driver shifted again into first gear and hit the gas, to no better result. Exasperated, the shooter stepped forward and shifted the bus into park with his left hand and began straightening the wheel. When the crying Steeler woman went berserk, launching herself at the shooter's gun hand, latching onto his forearm and wrist with both hands. He tried to fling her away, but she had significant weight on her side and the power of the crazed. Meanwhile, the other Steeler fans jumped up to help her, followed by me. While people cried and yelled on the bus, we managed to finally wrestle the gun from the shooter's hand and push him onto the floor. "Go, go!" Duckshoes screamed at the driver. The stunned driver didn't react. "Get us out of here!" Duckshoes yelled. The driver started to shift into gear when I told him to hold up. "Let's get the hell out of here," Red shouted. "We can't just leave the trooper," I argued. "He's dead," the old woman next to me screeched. "We don't know that," I said. "I've had enough of this," someone from a few rows up groaned. "Get us the hell out of here." Everyone seemed in agreement. "No," I told the driver with the commanding voice I sometimes had to use behind the bar. 2 minutes. Pull that trooper back on, then we go." He didn't nod, but neither did he shake his head. I could tell how much he wanted to hightail it out of here, but he would wait. "He's gone," Duckshoe shouted. "Look, the trooper's gone." Everyone pressed their noses into the window. A wave of murmurs swept the bus. I leaned over and looked through the door. I could just make out a smear of blood in the snow. "It got him," the old lady screeched. Terrified voices drowned her out. "Open the door," I told the driver. "Shut up, asshole. Let's get the hell out of here." The driver's hands were shaking on the wheel. "The trooper needs our help," I whispered to the driver. "He must have crawled away." But Duckshoes had heard me. Like that damned deer crawled away. I turned to the Steeler hero for support, but the distraught woman just shook her head. "Let's get the hell out of here." 2 minutes, I begged the passengers. Just give me 2 minutes. If anything happens, you have the gun." One of them held a pistol while a couple of men had come forward to keep the shooter pressed onto the floor. No one said a word. I reached and turned the control for the door. 2 minutes, I said. Then I went out into the snow. Using my cell phone flashlight, I found a smeared trail of blood leading on the road toward the back of the bus. I followed. Again, faces pressed against the windows, many of them angry, others terrified. Wet snow whipped into my face and attached to my eyelashes. I heard branches cracking up in the wood-covered hills. Probably the wind, I told myself. I focused on the road, on the blood, the disturbed snow where the man must have dragged himself. When I reached the end of the bus, I saw the form of what I assumed was the trooper lying unmoving in the road about 30 feet behind the bus. I jogged a couple steps in that direction when I heard screams from the bus. I snapped around toward the front in time to see something leap onto the roof of the cruiser. It rested on its haunches, coiled to leap again. I couldn't tell whether it was man or beast, but from here it didn't seem quite either. The door to the bus slammed closed and the bus rolled forward. "Hey!" I yelled, but it did no good. The wheels spun a second before the bus lurched toward the center of the road. It had reached the opposite side by the time I was passing the cruiser, but just as it did, the thing on the roof of the squad car leaped toward the bus, almost disappearing in the blinding snow and landing on its roof. I'm not sure if any of the passengers were aware of it, but the bus just kept barreling up the road, accelerating as fast as it could. I watched it speed away, my heart racing. Those assholes. Before long, the turning road had taken the bus out of sight. My breaths came short and fast, my heart racing. I was about halfway between the flashing cruiser and the dead or dying trooper. Every fibre of my being screamed for me to just run for the cruiser. For years, I had been running for myself. My young wife had been dying of cancer for months, and she meant everything to me. I stayed with her day and night. When they put her in hospice, I slept on the couch in the same room, listening to the machine breathe for her and the monitor beep the fact that she was still with me. But before the end came, I cracked. All those days I had never left her side, until at last I did. Her eyes followed me just a little when I told her I was going for coffee. I never saw her again. I moved toward the figure on the road. Branches creaked within the woods, high on the nearest hill. The trooper lay with his back to me. Blood stained the snow around him. He was gone, but I had to be sure. I crouched down and gently shook him by the shoulder, rolled him onto his back. Jesus. I gasped and jumped back. The eyes that stared skyward were dead, but the lower part of his face was missing, leaving a bloody hole where his jaw, mouth and nose used to be. Something howled from the woods. I aimed my phone toward the sound. The light didn't reach far enough, but the strobing blues from the cruiser revealed flashes of tall figures standing on the crest in the woods. I watched them a long moment, frozen with terror. When they started moving toward me, I came out of my trance. I fell to my knees by the trooper, searched his body for the holster. Surely the gun would have fallen by the road. I would never find it. Growling came from the woods, the crackling of branches rapidly coming closer. And then I found the gun, still inside the holster. I pulled it out and stood, releasing the safety, praying it was loaded, and firing it straight up into the sky. The movement in the woods stopped. Flashes of blue light pierced the darkness of the trees. I ran for the cruiser, shooting nervous glances at the woods, holding the weapon where whoever or whatever was stalking me could see it, focusing on the brightly flashing cruiser ahead. My foot slipped in the snow, but I did not fall. At last I reached it, jumped inside, slammed the door shut, tossed the gun on the passenger seat and put it in gear. I spun my way out of there. I pushed the speedometer too hard. I could feel the tires hydroplaning, so I eased it back to 40, Surely that was fast enough to outrun anything. I grabbed the radio so I could call for help, but it turned out I had no idea how to do that, and all I produced was static and more crippling anxiety. I recognized the FM button, and soon had the Ormond brothers calming me down. I took deep breaths, settled down behind the wheel, one arm on the door. The Ormonds gave way to Skinnerd, and my heart rate was almost back to normal when I saw the tail lights up ahead in the woods. I slowed down, hugged the wheel. The cruiser's headlights picked up the snaking skid marks left by the bus. My hand went to the pistol on the seat. Inside the bus, everything was dark. The front of the bus disappeared into the woods, steam clouded and mixed with the falling flakes. My foot hovered over the brake. Freebird poured out of the speakers. I hit the gas instead. Screw 'em. When I was growing up, I used to be really active in my local church youth group. The one at our church was mostly run by guys and girls in their early 20s and placed more of an emphasis on bonding and having fun than anything else. Sure, there was still talk of scripture and a focus on God, but you can only retain a teenager's attention for so long with that kind of talk. The youth group put on all kinds of events, like pulling all-nighters at the church, attending concerts, geocaching, among countless others, and was far and away a better option than the regular church service, at least for me. One event, which eventually became reoccurring due to its popularity, was something we called the trade game. The youth group would divide up into teams of 5 or 6 kids and one counsellor. Each team would be given a single number 2 pencil and dispatched into the local neighbourhoods. The object of the game was simple. Try and acquire the coolest item possible using only the pencil as trade collateral. Each team would go door to door to attempt and trade the pencil for an item of equal or greater value with a homeowner. Rinse and repeat for the allotted 1-hour time frame. It was a simple premise, and on the surface, you may not expect it to yield anything too valuable. But you'd be wrong. Previous escapades of this game had yielded things like couches, go-karts, a slushie machine, a giant gumball dispenser, a 54-inch box television, among many others. Most infamously was the occasion where a guy was on the brink of trading one team his Hummer H2 for a DVD player. Clearly the guy was loaded, but unfortunately for the team, the man's wife stepped in and shut down the transaction. The game was meant to be a simple exercise in negotiation and interaction with the local community, but more than anything, it was meant to be fun and engaging for the players. At the end of the game, the youth group would gather and vote on which team acquired the coolest item. The winning team would be given candy, and the items collected would be used to decorate the youth group classroom so everyone could enjoy them. That 54-inch TV sat in the lounge with a Nintendo 64 surrounded by beanbag chairs and lazy boy chairs, all of which had been acquired from the game at some point in time. I had never been on the winning team, but I remember the night that changed. We split into groups as per the norm, and once again set off into the neighbourhood to begin. Not long after we arrived at the first house, and one of the kids knocked on the door. A middle-aged man answered soon after, and one of the kids explained the rules of the game to him. The man chuckled. "Oh yes, I've seen you guys come round before. What do you got to trade this time?" he asked. We showed him the pencil, and he appeared to ponder it a moment. He then smiled and excused himself back into his home before returning with something in hand. "How about this?" he asked, holding out a toaster in his hand. We jumped at the opportunity and accepted his offer right away. We thanked him, took the toaster, and handed him the pencil. The team was buzzing as we knew we were off to a great start, but we hadn't seen anything yet We repeated that same process probably a dozen times after that. We traded that toaster for a blender, the blender for a Leatherman multi-tool, the Leatherman for a lawnmower, and the lawnmower for our holy grail, a brand new original Xbox. This was the early 2000s, and our team of teenage boys thought that an Xbox was pretty much the coolest item we could have possibly hoped for. Time was winding down by that point, and we were satisfied with our new treasure, but decided to hit one more house before returning to the church. I knocked on the old wooden door, and our team waited in silence. A few moments later, and the woman answered the door. She was an elderly lady, mid-70s if I had to guess, and greeted us with a warm smile. We greeted her and explained the rules of the game to her. I then showed her the Xbox and asked whether she wanted to participate and offer a trade. The woman pondered a moment and smiled warmly. "I have just one thing for you. One moment." She shut the door and returned inside. We waited for a minute or two before the door opened once more. The old woman then stepped onto the porch, and we eagerly awaited what she had to offer. "How about this?" She opened her wrinkled hand to reveal a single silver key. It looked unusual, possessing no teeth marks of any kind. It just looked like a rough key before a keymaker cut it into the right dimensions. There was a symbol on the hilt, but I didn't recognize it. "What's this for?" one of the kids asked. The woman smiled. "Everything." Our team exchanged a few perturbed glances. "So, you're offering just the key to trade?" I asked, trying my best not to come off as rude. The woman nodded. "Yes, my child, but this isn't just an ordinary key. The key can be used on anything." We just stared at her a moment. "Anything?" I asked. She nodded again, possessing an odd gleam in her eye. "Any door, any lock, anything that needs a key can be opened or activated with this key." I glanced at the team, but they didn't appear convinced. I wondered whether the woman was right in the head. Not to be mean or anything, but her claim was quite extravagant. I'm no key expert, and certainly wasn't at the time, but something like that is impossible, right? A master key can't exist. The team was reluctant to part with our treasured Xbox, and in the end, we thanked the woman for her time and politely declined her proposal. The woman just smiled, in an odd look which is hard to describe. It was almost like someone bidding farewell to a loved one. The team turned to leave, and I turned to follow when the woman gently grabbed my arm. I looked back to her, now somewhat uncomfortable. "I want you to take it," she said. I glanced at the key in her other hand once more. Thanks, but that's okay," I replied, trying to slither away. Her grip bolstered. "I don't want your gaming doohickey. Goodness sakes, I wouldn't know what to do with it anyway. But I want you to have this." She offered the key again. That's not really how the game works. I'd have to trade you something." The woman then released the grip and thought a moment. By this time, our counsellor had paused on the street, wondering whether something was amiss. "Well, how about this? I don't get many visitors nowadays, so let's just say that you traded your time for this key." There was a subtle aura of sorrow in her eyes, and I didn't know why. I also didn't know why she was so insistent on me having the key either. After all, if it did what she claimed, then why did she want to give it up so badly? It may have been a loophole in the game, but I decided to accept her offer. She placed the key in the palm of my hand. It felt unusually cold, like it had just been taken out of the freezer. "Oh, and one more thing," the woman called from behind me as I was leaving. now bearing a stoic demeanour. Don't ever use it on something you haven't opened before. The woman and I maintained eye contact for a moment, but in my mind, I was rolling. I thought for sure that she was some eccentric woman and didn't place much weight on what she said. I agreed to a warning, thanked her again, and rejoined the rest of my team down the block. I put the odd key in my pocket and pretty much forgot about it after that. The team was on cloud 9, and after all the teams had gathered in the main room, we all showed off the treasures we had acquired. The other teams had some good stuff, but after the votes had been tallied, it was clear that our team's Xbox was the coolest item. We won the game for the first time, but little did I know that the true prize was something I barely paid attention to. Years went by after that, and I pretty much forgot about the odd little silver key. Looking back, I honestly can't justify how exactly I managed to forget an item like that, but I guess my teenage mind was focused on other priorities. I was preparing to leave for college years later and cleaning out my room for the big move. In the deepest crevice of my closet, I stumbled upon something I had entirely forgotten about: the odd silver key. It felt as cold to the touch as it did the day I had received it, like it had been kept in cryo-storage for all those years. The memories of my encounter with the woman suddenly all came flooding back. I decided to test it, and went outside and locked the front door of my parents' house. I then pulled the silver key and placed it into the slot, feeling a little ridiculous that I was actually trying something like that. To my utter disbelief, it clicked. I turned the knob and the door opened. I could hardly believe it, but the woman's words appeared true. Still not entirely convinced, I tried the same thing on my dad's safe. I unlocked it using its original key, then relocked it again. After putting the silver key in the slot, I was met with the same result from before. The door opened. I knew I truly had something special then. From that point on, I carried that key with me wherever I went. I must have used it thousands of times for hundreds of different purposes. It worked in my dorm room, all of my classroom doors that I tried, and even turned on my crappy 98 Civic. In time, it was clear that the odd silver key worked on every single thing I tried it on. I still don't know how to explain it, or whether there is even an explanation to it. More than once, I thought about sharing it with someone to have it tested, but I was always worried it would end up being confiscated from me. After all, a master key that can literally open any lock would be absolutely priceless. Who knows what damage could be done if it were to fall into the wrong hands? I figured the safest place it could be was with me. So I kept it on me at all times, and kept my secret to myself. During my college years, I ended up getting a job as a night shift janitor at a local building complex. It was one of those multi-use buildings with many different businesses operating out of separate rooms. The businesses there were a dentist, lawyer's office, insurance firm, therapist clinic, among a few others. Since I was the janitor, I was given keys to all of the rooms in the building. Of course, I didn't need all of them, but it's not like I could tell anyone that. Once more, my little silver key proved to work on every single door in the building. Made my job a heck of a lot easier, but if anyone found out, I'm sure they wouldn't have exactly been thrilled. I had just finished up cleaning for the night, and as the sun began to rise on the horizon, I went around to ensure all the doors were locked. Right as I was about to head home, I noticed something odd. In the main hallway of the building, I found a door I had never seen before. It was a simple wooden door, but that's not what made it unusual. All the other doors in the building were metal. Not only that, but that door in particular also used to be metal. It was a utility closet, but I'd never seen the wooden door there before. I wondered if maybe the building's landlord had replaced it for some reason, but I was usually informed whenever any renovations like that had occurred. I tried the key that was designated for that closet door, but it didn't work. I tried all the keys I had in my chain, but none of them worked. I'm sure you've already figured out where this is going, but before I could use the master key, the woman's words from years ago suddenly flashed in my mind. After her claim about the key's ability proved true, I knew it'd be wise to consider her warning. But then again, I had technically opened that door before, even if it was a different door that was mounted there. Plus, I had to open it, because it was my job to ensure all rooms were clean before I left. I found myself chuckling as I slid the silver key into the lock, figuring there would be nothing to be concerned about. I mean, after all, it was just a closet door. But as I turned the key, heard the tumbler click and twisted the knob, my heart skipped a beat. Instead of a bland utility closet, I was met with the sight of a far larger room than I remembered. The floor was entirely grey, appearing to be constructed of steel. All around the room was a collection of dozens of odd sculptures. Most looked like strange pieces of abstract art, constructed of various geometric shapes in what I can only describe as a brutalist architecture aesthetic. One in particular caught my eye that was just off to the right. It was a sort of spiraling vortex design with 6 arms constructed of segmented blocks of diamond-shaped links. On top of the spiral was a small obelisk that looked somewhat like a rock-stacking sculpture, but fused together and pitch black. The thing had to have been at least 10 feet tall. Needless to say, I had never seen anything like it. I'd been in that utility closet dozens of times before. Not only was there never anything like those sculptures in it previously, but it didn't even seem possible for them to be in there at all. The utility closet was wedged between 2 offices rented by separate tenants. That sculpture room was far too large in both width and height to have even fit in the building. And yet, there it was, right before my eyes. A cold chill swept down my spine as I realized I had no logical explanation for what I was seeing. I stared at the key in my palm, and it felt colder than ever before. I knew it was a bad idea, but I had to see what else was there. I stepped through the doorway and felt my foot clap against the cold grey floor. A scent of chemicals, like paint thinner and diesel, lingered heavy in the air. My breath turned to visible vapour as it left my lips, and the cold air felt like an ice cream blanket onto my skin. There were more odd sculptures of every shape and size you can imagine. There had to have been several dozen of them at least. Most were of the same vein as the first I described, consisting of odd geometric formations. There were a few that possessed a bit more human qualities, but the resemblance was minimal. The first I saw consisted of a large mound of hardened clay. Various appendages, like hooves, tentacles, pincers and claws, sprouted from the bottom at varying intervals. The middle portion contained eyes, mouths, ears, and other, less definable orifices. On the top of the mound were 2 semi-humanoid creatures facing one another on their knees. They both appeared to be female, and both had their faces pressed together, appearing as though they had been fused together. The whole thing looked like Donatello took a massive dose of acid and tried sculpting something out of an H.P. Lovecraft story. It was deeply unsettling, but clearly whatever disturbed hands had carved it had done so with incredible skill and finesse. There was another piece that caught my eye because it looked more human than the others. It was rather simplistic compared to the others, looking only like an incredibly lanky humanoid. No facial features, nor hands or feet, just a body elongated like it were made of black Play-Doh. It looked like Gumby had some unwanted love child with Mr. Fantastic, and I felt somehow deeply unnerved by it. I felt incredibly drawn into the macabre museum and stared in wonder at the multiple iterations of twisted effigies. There were more there than I can describe in a reasonable amount of time, and they weren't even the main oddity. After sifting my way through the gallery for a minute or two, I spotted a window on the far wall. This window was massive, expanding tens of feet upward to the ceiling. Its frame had these elaborate swirls like something from a Greek pantheon, but stained black. As I stepped in front of the window, I felt all possible explanations disintegrate in my mind. The first thing I noticed was the green ring. Outside in the sky was a massive green ring that glowed like some enormous emerald halo. Its hue bathed the landscape in its verdant light and illuminated things I have yet to explain. I was high up in elevation, no question about it. The landscape stretched on for miles, revealing mountains, forests, lakes, and other less describable things. From my vantage point, I assumed I was in some sort of tower, one that had to have been several hundred feet tall. There was no denying it anymore. Not only was I clearly not in my same work building anymore, I don't even think I was on the same planet. Hell, for all I know, that wasn't even the same universe anymore. I still don't know how to explain what I saw. I was torn in that moment between my desire to continue exploring and the instinctual dread that had been creeping up my spine. After gawking at the impossible landscape for a while, I finally decided to leave. I figured the silver key was my ticket to coming back, and I could do so at any time. I had to show someone what I had found. I continued oogling the sculptures as I made my way back towards the door, marveling at their uncanny vestiges. As I was nearing the door, though, something caught my eye. I wasn't quite sure, so I turned back. That's when my heart sunk like a lead weight. That odd Play-Doh man sculpture wasn't there anymore. The hairs bristled on the back of my neck, and I suddenly felt very much in danger. I ran back towards the door and heard something moving behind me. Once I got through the door, I attempted to slam it shut, but something prevented me. In a split second, some amorphous, obsidian thing wriggled its way from the other side of the door. It was far too strong, and it knocked me flat on my back. I stared back in horror as the faceless thing from that sculpture lunged at me with a blinding speed. I screamed and tried to crawl away, but the thing outmatched me in every physical capacity. It flipped me onto my chest, and I felt its cold, almost squishy appendages curl around me. Things turned into a flurry as I thrashed about to escape the grip of the vile fiend. I thought I was as good as dead, but the thing then suddenly stopped and released me. It then slinked away, holding something up to its eyeless face with its fingerless arm. It then darted down the hallway, crawling on all fours like some hideous fusion of spider and octopus, smooth yet clunky. It was gone before I could even get to my feet. The only thing I could think to do at that point was run. So that's what I did. I didn't even bother putting my cleaning cart away. I just got the hell out of there as soon as possible. Once in the parking lot, I was certain that the thing was waiting to ambush me. But as I reached my car, I saw no sign of it. I fired it up and gunned it out of there. My heart was pumping furiously, and hands shaking like leaves in the wind. I thought I was going to have a heart attack, and even considered driving to the hospital. I think I was so petrified that I blacked out the entire drive home, because the next thing I really remember was cradling myself in my dorm bathroom. I thought I was going crazy. I thought I was in the midst of a psychotic break or schizophrenic episode. I don't know how those things work, and I've never been diagnosed with any mental disorder like that, but it was the only explanation. I had to have hallucinated the whole thing. There's just no way I actually had a key that opened a door to another dimension, right? That's when I realized something even worse. I didn't have the key anymore. I looked everywhere for it, but I couldn't find it. I even thought about going back to work to look, but exhaustion and fear prevented me. Questioning your own mental state is one of the scariest things I've ever been through. But now, I think the truth may have been even worse. For the rest of that day, I only managed to keep my sanity intact by ironically convincing myself I was not in sound mind. I rationalized that the key I'd used for years to open my dorm, start my car, and just about every other usage imaginable was nothing more than an extraordinarily complex and persistent hallucination. I told myself I would check myself in to get the help I believed I needed as soon as possible. By the time my heart finally stopped racing several hours later, I was struck with a wave of exhaustion like a club to the face. I fell asleep right there in the bathroom and was woken up to the sounds of knocking several hours later. It was my roommate, Chris, and he looked quite worried. "Dude, are you alright? You've been in there all day." I did my best to dissuade his concern, claiming I had been very hungover and fell asleep in the bathroom whilst between sessions of vomiting. He laughed at that. "Oh, thank God, man. I was worried you got caught up in that stuff in your building." I peeked an eyebrow at him. "What are you talking about?" I asked, causing Chris to mirror my confusion. "At the Zenith complex downtown. That's where you work, right? Did you work last night?" I nodded, replying yes to both questions. "Did you hear what happened?" My heart sunk as Chris pulled out his phone. After a few seconds of typing, he turned the phone to face me. On his screen was an article from a local news outlet. "Two dead in a horrific and bizarre attack late last night," it read. I grabbed the phone from him and furiously scanned the pages with my eyes. The article revealed that 2 women were killed in a way that no one could fully explain. They found one woman, who was a secretary for the insurance firm, cut in half, with her lower section solidified in some kind of stone material, while her torso remained flesh. The other woman was a dental hygienist and had been decapitated, with a headless corpse sprawled on the hallway and a stone replica of her head laying a few feet away. Whether that stone was actually her head or not, I still don't know, and I don't think anyone does. Paranoia and crippling guilt surged into my gut like never before, and it was so abrasive that I collapsed to my knees. Once again, I questioned my own sanity. Was it me that did it? Did my mind simply concoct an illusion to convince me otherwise? I don't know if that explanation would have been worse or better than the truth I now know, considering the attack happened well after I had already left. I've been holed up in my apartment ever since that happened earlier today. I know it's a matter of time before cops come to interview me. But what am I even supposed to say? I didn't do it. I'm sure of that now. But I can't explain what really happened. Either way, they'll haul me off to a loony bin for sure. No one will believe the truth. The only person I could think to turn to for help was the same person where this all began. The old woman who had traded me the key. I searched online, and after scouring through all sorts of eulogies, articles and census reports, I finally found her in the worst place possible. It was a police report, and it was even more worrying than I could have imagined. Sandra Elmsworth, 83, had suddenly and inexplicably gone missing almost 10 years ago. Police found no sign of a struggle in her home, and no indication she had left of her own volition. The woman suffered a myriad of physical ailments, including an injured hip, and likely couldn't have left her home unsupervised even if she wanted to. How does an elderly woman just vanish off the face of the earth like that? Police suspect foul play, but after all this time, they have yet to identify a witness, suspect, motive, or even an explanation of what exactly happened. The only thing they noted being out of the ordinary was that her house seemed unusually cold for the August season when they conducted their investigation. I don't know what all this means, and I don't know what I should do. That thing attacked me. That thing hid in that strange world beyond the door. I let it out, and now I think it has the key. I don't think there's any question to it. Whatever it is was responsible for the deaths of those 2 women. Why didn't it kill me? What even is it, and what was that place it came from? How does the key work? After all this, it seems I'm left only with endless questions. Questions I may never get the answer to. There's one which really worries me more than all the others though. How many other doors are out there? And what if that thing decides to start opening them?
Most Uber drivers serve a wide variety of customers. Some probably have never seen the same person more than once. But I've been serving the same person for almost a year now. At first, it was a coincidence. He lived relatively close to me, so when I accepted the ride and picked him up, he, for some reason, seemed relieved that someone had come. Then, I saw why. His route was a 4-hour ride all the way to the nearby seaside town, a town often visited in the summer months, but he was heading there in late autumn. I figured people cancelled on him once they saw the route, so my accepting it gratified him. I needed the money, so I figured it was worth the time. He was quiet the whole car ride and never spoke as he left, not even a thank you for making this absurd trip. And being new to Uber, I started to realize why experienced riders would decline such a route. I was stuck in the town with barely anyone doing anything since it was outside of peak activity. I made a few routes for some locals, trying to scrape some extra cash before heading back, but it was nowhere near the rates of the city where I lived. Dejected, I was ready to head back when I saw a ding near where I dropped the guy off. I accepted, and to my surprise, it was him. The route was to take him back home. Another 4-hour ride, which would make the day's profits far higher than if I'd done a whole day in the city. Ecstatic at the thought, I drove him back again in complete silence until I dropped him off and called it a day. Overall, it was a strange sequence of events, and at the time, one I did not want to repeat. Until I saw the tip. He had left a hefty 30% tip on top of the already expensive ride, both ways. For someone struggling for money, this was a godsend. When I accepted a route the next day and went to the location, I was surprised to see that it was him again. The route was readying for a 4-hour ride back to the seaside town. It was obviously strange that he would go so far yet again, 2 days in a row. But knowing what he was paying, I accepted again. This time, I didn't even bother doing any of the local routes there. I just hung around and grabbed a drink with the app open, the map hovering where I dropped him off. And, like clockwork, around 2 hours later, a ding popped. I quickly finished the drink and accepted the ride, and it was him, ready to go home. I relaxed when I finished my shift and lit up when I saw that yet again he dropped a 30% bonus on top. The next day, when I started my routine of checking the app, I was doubtful that he would want to go there again. It was preposterous that he even went twice like that, but a lingering hope in the back of my head made me check if there were any routes around where I picked him up. And my jaw dropped when I saw one there, exactly where I usually picked him up. This set my routine for the next few months. Every weekday, I would start up my app at around 8 a.m., drive into the town, wait around 2 hours, and then driving back. Each time getting a juicy 30% tip on top. God knows if he did this on the weekend with someone else, but I was not going to do this 7 days a week. I'm not a very talkative person, but I sometimes try to start a conversation, but I'm just met with silence. I even tried to offer my personal number, in case he wanted to do this outside of Uber, so they wouldn't scrape their fees from the payment and make it cheaper for him. But no, he would just look out the window and watch the roadside, eyes glazed over, lost in thought. So, when he finally spoke, I nearly jumped. "The town means a lot to me," he said. His voice sounded like someone who had just woken up, making me wonder if this was the first time he'd spoken to anyone in a long time. I froze, but didn't want to pass up the opportunity of knowing more. So, I asked why. He opened up about his connection to the place, that he used to go there often, and now that he was no longer working, just wanted to spend his days there. I asked him if he was retired. He said that he wasn't, but that he lived off of passive income that supported his lifestyle. It was intriguing learning about his unique circumstances, and despite the long ride, we soon neared the location, and he quietened up. On the way home, he talked about the things he liked there. The local ice cream shop that made their own flavors, the bike rentals that let you see the scenes in good time. The corpse I shopped around was suddenly animated to life with nostalgia. He even recommended places for me to go, somehow knowing that I now waited for his ride back. I dropped him off with a smile, excited to learn more the day after. When I got home, my eyes widened when I checked the Uber app. He slammed me with a 50% tip, far exceeding what he had tipped before. I almost wanted to return it, but I didn't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. It helped me so much with my financial issues, and he seemed to have an endless source of income to have supported this strange lifestyle. The day after, I tried asking him more questions. I was curious about more of the local experiences and his connection to them. Despite having been there so much, I knew next to nothing about the place. But I was only met with stone-cold silence. It was like he had reverted back to how he was, just solemnly looking out the window the whole ride. The way back was all the same. It seemed he had expended his burst of social energy and fell back into his usual routine. I tried again the day after and was met with more silence. The tips reverted back to 30%. Nothing to scoff at, but short of the big payday I was after. A while went by like this. A silent ride there, a silent ride back, sandwiched between visiting the few spots he recommended, which were just as good as he had hyped them up to be. Yet, despite visiting all the places he mentioned, he would never be there. Maybe it was a coincidence. We would always miss each other, having gone to different spots. The time only allowed me to see one, maybe two, depending on where I went. But after weeks of this, surely we would have lined up at least once. I was jolted again in the middle of a midweek drive. He broke the silence with another nugget of information. "I go there to see my wife," he said bluntly. This answer raised so many questions. Long distance is often almost entirely reserved for young people or people who cannot afford to move in together, but he was neither of those. Before I could ask him about it, he went on. He spoke of how much he loved seeing her describing how she looked. Middle-aged, full blonde hair with a button nose, slender but not too slim. He was infatuated, glowing as he spoke. Not only animated, but happy. A sharp contrast to how he usually seemed. So much so that I didn't want to interrupt him with my curious yet benign questions. Sadly, he only started talking near the end of the trip, so by the time an opportunity came up to ask him my questions, we were pulling up to his stop. I waited around, too curious to do much in the town, only grabbing some food and waiting with excitement. After spending so much time with him, I was invested in his story, only drip-fed to me in rare times. When I got the ping, I hurriedly picked him up, my mouth bursting with the questions I had bottled up. I tried to broach the topics calmly. I asked him why they lived apart, why he didn't just live in the town, and why they only see each other for such a small window each day. I did so as politely as possible, but was only met with a silence I was all too familiar with. When I got home, I had two amounts for the trips. A 50% tip on the way there, and only 30% for the way back. A curious hint about how he wanted things. On the plus side, I was able to start living how I wanted. The first thing I reinvested in was a new car. I was spending so much on fuel, so to get something more economical was basically an investment, though the luxury extras were me treating myself. Then I felt too scruffy to be seen in the thing, so I even got some nice new clothes, standout brands that would make it look like I didn't just steal the car from the lot. It took a good few months before he spoke again. I was scared my probing questions had offended him, but when he spoke, he dropped some heavy information, answering my questions as if I'd only just asked them. The reason we don't live together is because she died, he said dejectedly. My heart sank. This answered a surprising amount of my questions. The whole bizarre routine started to make more sense. It was a saddening twist to the tale that was being drip-fed to me. He told me stories of their time together, that she was with him from rags to riches, and that despite making something out of himself, he's sad that he cannot share the fruits of their labor together. This explained why he frivolously spent on Ubers every weekday just to keep up this ritual. This time, he talked almost the entire 4-hour ride there. He shared personal details about their relationship, the ups and downs, the things he didn't realize he'd miss until she was gone. It was touching and really progressed me emotionally for when I finally meet someone worth sharing my life with. When he exited the car, he shared one piece of final wisdom. It's the routines that matter. Make sure you keep up a good routine. This way, you never forget what happened. It was cryptic enough to apply to many things. I chose to hold on to it and to hopefully fully know the meaning of this proverb. The ride back was silent, but in a good way, resting in the good energy of openness. I got home to a 50% tip both ways, and I felt content that we finally had a rapport. The day after, I asked him more questions about his wife. He seemed more animated and alive when talking about her, so I hoped that I could breathe some new sense of purpose for him. Even if it meant I would lose out on this amazing Uber gig, I would feel content to see him relive his life. However, when I looked back in the rearview mirror, he was looking out the window, silent like before. I tried to probe once more, but we were back to our usual routine. The following weeks were the same. Each time I thought I had made enough progress to get to know him, he closed up. It was only when I tried to start conversation, so I noted that it always had to be him, no exception. So I waited, and eventually, the day came when the silence was once again broken. 1 week from now will be the anniversary, he muttered. My heart sank, but this was just the beginning of the heart-wrenching details. He told me how things happened from his perspective. He said they went to the seaside town for a few days, booked a nice hotel, and planned to spend a few days there just to relax. It was the start of autumn, but it was also their anniversary. They didn't care that it would be cold and that it would basically be a ghost town. They just wanted to share their special day together in the place that meant the most to them. This touching scenario was ripped from my gut as he explained what actually happened. They were walking near the pier. It was early afternoon, broad daylight, when he lost sight of her while distracted for only a moment. There weren't many people around, and not many places she could have gone. Yet despite this, he couldn't find her afterwards. He looked nearby, and when that didn't work, he checked places they usually went to. He even went back to the hotel to see if she had maybe forgotten something and went back. Empty. He couldn't believe she had just vanished, so he waited around spots they frequented, occasionally switching locations to see if she'd be there. When it started getting dark, he reluctantly called the police to file a report. He was assured she was probably lost, not being local and all, and that this happened often. So they sent out a few search parties to check around. But days went by, and nothing was found. It was only after a week that she was found, and hearing it was like a punch in the gut. She was found floating below the pier. Despite the scenario that she had maybe fallen in, evidence showed she was abducted and brought back there. Foul play was immediately ruled in. The sea washed away all forensics, so it was already a cold case. I was devastated hearing this. Yet despite this, he held a hopeful smile, maybe clinging on to the cherished memories rather than the grim ending. But this story was followed by a request. The next Wednesday was going to be their anniversary date. He asked that I be around to make sure I could take him to the seaside town. Without hesitation, I wholeheartedly agreed. I even offered my personal number in case something happened, but he politely declined. The ride home was silent, but with an air of solemn optimism. A hope lingered in the air. No words were exchanged, nor did they need to be. I now felt I was doing something bigger than myself, a duty to the karma of the universe. When I got home, I checked the app and was hit with an 80% tip both ways. A hint that said to make sure I was ready on Wednesday. And I was. When I picked him up, I was surprised. From the cocoon of a dreary middle-aged man emerged a dapper gentleman. He wore an elegant long black peacoat over a suit that wasn't too formal, but definitely stood out. The day was chilly, so his hands sat in nice fur-lined leather gloves. This was the sharpest contrast from what I'd seen in the many months I'd been with him. I felt like an underdressed chauffeur rather than an Uber driver. I smiled without a chauffeur hat to tip, and proceeded to the town. The silence was pleasant this time around, lingering with a sense of hope and wonder. I fully believed that he was there to enjoy the memories of his time with his departed wife, and I smiled the whole ride, hoping he got what he wanted from this endeavor. This time, he spoke on the way back. "I did it. It was exactly like before," he yelled animatedly. He described doing everything like he remembered, that it was just like before, and that he felt a strong connection to her. He even said he might be able to move on, which stung a little, the thought that this routine could come to an end. But he topped it off with a feeling that this routine made him too happy, and that for the foreseeable future, this will continue. When I got home, I was met with his biggest tip yet. 100%. I was happy, he was happy. It was the best day of my life, living it vicariously through this interesting man I'd become acquainted with. The rest of the week was silent bliss. Each day he'd tip 100% both ways, his new standard for my dedication to his routine. I relaxed on the weekend, sitting back in a nice restaurant, a multiple-course meal lined up, a far cry from the ramen I'd become accustomed to many months ago. I had started living my life, not just because of the generous source of income, but to strive to be more like my inspirational passenger. Until my phone dinged with a notification. It was the weekend, so it couldn't be Uber, and when I checked, I saw it was a news notification. I'd spent so much time in the seaside town that I sometimes got news notifications from the area, my phone's location thinking I reside there. It was an emergency notification about a missing person. The picture looked familiar, yet it was someone I'd never seen before. Middle-aged, full blonde hair and a button nose, slender but not too slim. It wasn't someone I'd seen before, but it was someone I remember having imagined, almost exactly how the man described his late wife. The details chilled me. She went missing in the early afternoon, near the pier. No other details were known, just that they were still currently looking for a whereabouts. My heart sank. He didn't just say the day went well. He said it went exactly like before. It didn't take a genius to piece together what might have happened. He was a man of routine, and I guess this constituted as his new ritual. But as I looked at the food in front of me, the new car outside, and the nice clothes I could finally afford, I couldn't bring myself to turn him in. The RV Arclight was about as glamorous as you would expect from a deep-sea survey vessel. A flat grey hull stained from salt spray, a deck cluttered with rigging and cable drums, and a permanent smell of hydraulic fluid that seeped into your clothes no matter how many showers you took. We were out past the continental shelf, hundreds of miles offshore, crawling a forgotten stretch of the abyssal plain. No shipping lanes or geological features marked on the map, just endless, featureless seafloor at 4,000 meters down. My job was simple enough. I was part of a 5-person science crew operating bathymetric sonar sweeps, logging data to the cloud array below the bridge. We flew an ROV twice a day, a heavy steel-framed unit about the size of a golf cart, rigged with high-intensity lights manipulator arms, and a suite of still and video cameras. Everything was backed up twice, raw feeds dumped into redundant cold storage banks, reviewed nightly over instant coffee and bad jokes. Most days blurred together. We would lower the ROV, follow a tight grid programmed into the system, and then scan every inch of mud and stone for anomalies like burrows, sediment plumes, or lost trawl nets. Anything that broke the monotony of silt and darkness. There was an unofficial contest among the crew. Find something worth naming. It was usually a thermal vent or a shipwreck. Occasionally someone would discover an unidentified rock formation. If it wasn't on the database and passed the checks, you got to propose the designation. It was a dumb bragging right, but when your world shrank to 40 meters of ship steel and the endless screaming of the sonar pulse, you took what you could get. I remember the day it started, because it had been a bad morning for the ROV team. The winch system had glitched during recovery and nearly dumped $2 million of hardware into the deep. We were tense and distracted. Still, protocol said to keep the scans running while repairs were underway. The bathymetric sweep came in slow, layering soft outlines across the workstation monitors. Rows and rows of nothing. Until Sam, our sonar tech, leaned forward and frowned. "Hey, you seeing this?" He piped the signal to the main screen. There, against the background noise of the plane, were clusters of depressions. Hexagonal, about 3 meters across each, shallow but precise. At first, we thought it was sensor noise, maybe a misfire from the multi-beam array, but the pattern was too clean. They repeated with eerie regularity, spaced at near-perfect intervals, stretching outward for what looked like miles. No obvious elevation changes, no ridges or venting nearby, just those shapes punched into the seabed with surgical precision. Sam ran a calibration check, while the rest of us crowded around. The readings came back normal. The array was working fine. "Could be polygonal cracking," Lucas offered. He was a junior geologist fresh out of postdoc. You know, desiccation features from sediment drying back in the Pleistocene. "No way," said Marla, our ROV pilot, shaking her head. "Not this uniform, and not down here. Too deep, too much pressure." We logged it like any other anomaly. File stamped, coordinates noted. Nobody said it out loud, but you could feel it in the room. The slight thrill, the unspoken possibility. Maybe this was the thing we could get to name. We decided we would send the ROV back down first thing after repairs. Take a closer look, maybe bring back a sample if the manipulator arms could manage it. Later that night, lying in my bunk with the ship's soft creaking all around me, I kept replaying the sonar image in my mind. Those perfect hexagons stretching into the dark. Waiting. By noon the next day, the ROV was repaired and pressure tested. No major damage, just a fried relay and the tether winch that the engineers swapped out with a spare from the parts locker. Marla ran the pre-dive checklist twice, cross-referencing with the topside crew. Thrusters green, cameras clean, manipulators responsive. The fiber optic tether hissed through the winch as we lowered the ROV down through the ghostly blue haze of the upper ocean. I sat behind the monitor array in the control van, sipping bitter coffee while the depth counter ticked upward. 500 meters, 1,000, 2,000. By 3,800 meters, the sunlight was gone. Only the faint scatter of bioluminescent creatures spun past the camera, looking for all the world like disembodied stars. At 4,127 meters, the ROV's altitude warning chimed. The bottom was close. Coming up on the target grid, Marla announced, hands steady on the joystick. She feathered the vertical thrusters, easing the ROV down with practiced grace. Twin LED arrays flared to life, pushing a stark, directional beam across the dark sea floor. The feed resolved slowly. Fine sediment kicked up in lazy clouds as the ROV's skids brushed the bottom. When it cleared, the formations came into view. I leaned forward unconsciously. They were even more precise than the sonar had suggested. Wide hexagonal trenches, each one about 2 meters, were carved into the substrate with impossible symmetry. The edges were sharp and clean, not slumped or rounded as expected from erosion. They were arranged in a pattern too regular for any known natural process. Between some of the hexagons rose thin spires no more than 1 meter high. They were narrow, almost needle-like, tapering to sharp points. The floodlights revealed the surface was not natural stone at all. It absorbed the light strangely, reflecting only a dull sheen. Material composition? I asked. Lucas checked the spectrometer readout. Low reflectivity, looks basaltic at first glance, but the density's wrong. No magnetic signature either. Could be synthetic. Synthetic. That made my stomach tighten. There should not be anything synthetic 4 kilometers below the surface. Marla maneuvered carefully over the field, the manipulator arms tucked in close to avoid disturbing the formations. No visible life, Sam noted from behind me. He was monitoring the low-light auxiliary cameras, too deep for anything beyond extremophiles, maybe some amphipods or microbiomats. There was something strange about the water chemistry too. The conductivity probe picked up faint electromagnetic readings, tiny surges barely above background noise, but steady. Could be geothermal, Lucas offered, but he did not sound convinced. I kept my eyes glued to the forward-facing cameras as we moved deeper into the cluster. Every trench, every spire was placed with mechanical precision. No collapse, no drift. It was as if the entire field had been set out according to a blueprint we could not see. At the edge of one of the frames, something shifted. A blur, low to the ground. I jerked upright, heart stammering. Marla, pan right. She nudged the stick, swinging the ROV around. Nothing, just sediment curling in the beams. Probably a fish, Sam said, but he sounded uncertain. There were some species of snailfish, rat tails, and amphipods that could survive at this depth, but nothing that would move with that kind of speed. Another movement, this time at the far periphery of the overhead camera, a flicker too fast to focus on. Could be debris stirred up by the thrusters, Marla offered. She was trying to stay calm, professional, but her voice was tight in her headset. We logged the coordinates of the anomalies and swept the immediate area for more readings. Nothing consistent. Just those endless trenches, the eerie towers, and the faint sense of something just beyond the reach of our lights. By the time we winched the ROV back to the surface, My nerves were humming under my skin. I sat in the dry lab the next morning, staring at the overnight scans until my coffee went cold in my hand. The multi-beam bathymetric data had finished rendering, stacking into shimmering blue topography grids on the analysis monitors. I pulled 3 sweeps, baseline, 12 hours later, and 24, and layered them together to check for any seafloor changes. At first, it looked clean. Identical patterns, no collapses, no disturbances. Then Marla slid into the chair next to me and pointed with a stylus at a cluster near the site's northern edge. "Doesn't this look weird to you?" I leaned in. 6 depressions, all hexagonal, arranged in a loose arc. Another 7 clustered just below them, 5 more to the west. I ran a quick measurement tool over them. The distances between the pits varied a little, but not enough to call random. There was a rhythm to it. "Coincidence," I said, mostly to convince myself. "Pareidolia, our brains want to find patterns." Marla wasn't convinced. She chewed her pen cap and tapped the open ship's internal manifest, a digital diagram showing crew's quarters, lounges, labs, and shared spaces. She tilted her head. "Humor me. Look." She overlaid the manifest atop the bathymetry render. It was not perfect, but it was close enough to stiffen the hair along my arms. The largest grouping on the seafloor roughly matched where the gallery and the rec room sat on the ship. The 5 smaller pits aligned roughly with the forward cabins, my bunk among them. We sat there for a long time without speaking. By lunch, word had spread. Half the crew jammed into the lab to look at the scans. Opinions split fast. Some said it was pure chance, that it was just rocks, debris fields shaped by currents we didn't yet understand. The others grew silent, thinking about how the ship creaked at night, how the sonar would sometimes ping back false returns. The tension was palpable. Meals grew quieter. You could feel it shift in the air, heavier, harder to shake. Conversations stayed locked on surface topics, instrument calibrations, generator cycles, and food rations. Nobody spoke about how the walls seemed to hum when you were alone. Sleep came hard. I woke once around 3 a.m., heart hammering, cold sweat soaking the sheets. In the darkness, I thought I heard something tapping rhythmically against the hull, distant and slow, like something running the pads of its fingers down the ship's spine. No one admitted to hearing it when I asked around in the morning, but no one denied it either. Then came the update from the overnight automated ROV mapping run. A new structure had appeared. It had not been on any previous pass, verified by time-stamped footage and sonar sweeps. It was shaped differently. No perfect geometry this time. Instead, it was slightly irregular, almost anatomical. A stretched oval embedded into the silt, textured in a way the data could not fully resolve. Marla printed out the overlay and pinned it up next to the others. She added a sticky note underneath it. "It's watching." Nobody laughed. We launched the second ROV dive just after sunrise under a sky smeared thin with silver clouds. No one ate much that morning. Even the engine noise seemed muted as we craned the ROV back overboard, letting it sink into the depthless dark. The cable unspooled in measured whirs from the A-frame, tension sensors ticking numbers into the console by my knee. We dropped fast, following the same descent vector as the previous night, straight back to the mapping site. At about 3,800 meters, the lights kicked on, cutting long cones through the water full of swirling silt. The first glimpses of the seafloor came seconds later. The original formations were still there, silent black trenches, neat towers of matte material. But now, something new sat among them. It did not look natural. Manning the camera controls beside me, Marla zoomed in carefully, nudging the pan with a slow, steady hand. The new structure rose out of the silt, maybe 3 meters high, much more complex than the clean hexagonal pits. It looked skeletal, almost bony in its angles, thin arches intertwined at strange geometries that no natural basalt or limestone formation would have made. At its base, embedded in the seafloor, something caught the light. I leaned forward, squinting at the monitor. A spiral, deeply etched into the silty plain. No, more than etched. It had dimensionality and stood raised, shallow ridges of black material rising into the water, curling tightly into a pattern. Marla cursed under her breath. I toggled the data overlay on the screen. The plotted course of the arc light from the last 3 days appeared in green lines. It matched perfectly. The spiral mirrored the ship's path through the survey area, down to the minor course corrections logged by the autonav. We had not transmitted those paths outside the vessel. There was no broadcast, no relay. That pattern should not have been accessible to anything except our internal systems. The realization hit like a cold slap. Whatever was down there, it was not just reacting to our presence. It was tracking us. It was learning. Marla swung the ROV in closer, aiming to capture a better angle of the spires. The feed stuttered as the ROV shadow passed over the new structure. Static bled across the screen. Status lights on the pilot board flickered. A deep vibrating hum rattled through the ship's deck plates. "Back her off," I barked. Marla immediately reversed the thrusters, pulling the ROV out to a safer standoff distance. The noise eased, but not completely. Instruments on the readout panels pulsed faint red warnings, voltage drops, minor system faults. It was not damaged in the traditional sense. It felt closer to interference or corrosion happening in real time. Marla muttered, scanning the status lights. "It's like it's eating the signal." I keyed into the shipboard internal channel. "ROV team to bridge. We are getting electromagnetic disruption at the dive site. Adjust passive scanners and prep for possible early retrieval." "Copy that, ROV team. Monitor vitals and advise." We floated the ROV higher, switching off unnecessary systems to conserve power. The feed cleaned slightly, enough to get one last slow pan over the field. The new skeletal structure was not alone. Further out, just at the edge of floodlight range, another small formation began taking shape. It bulged out of the silt, dark and ridged, the way barnacles first cling to a ship's hull. I logged the timestamp, noted its coordinates, requested retrieval. The ROV rose steadily, whining as it climbed through the cold weight of the abyss. As the winch hauled it back onto the deck, I caught Marla watching the monitors a second longer than necessary. "Did you see it?" she asked, voice low. "See what?" She hesitated, then shook her head. "Never mind." but the look in her eyes told me she had seen something move. The mood on the ArcLight soured by the next day. The meals were even quieter, conversations clipped at the edges. No one said it out loud yet, but the divide was growing. Marla paced the lounge in short, sharp bursts, arguing with Ethan, our senior hydrographer. "We should pull the anchor and get the hell out," she snapped, voice cracking under the strain. "This isn't natural. It is not geology. It's not life as we know it either." Ethan, ever the opportunist, folded his arms and shook his head. "You realize what this could mean? If we're the first to document a non-biological sentient structure, do you understand the weight of that? Careers are made of less." His voice had a note of desperation. I remembered the early days of the voyage, how we used to joke about finding the next Challenger Deep, about naming some underwater canyon or thermal vent after ourselves. The competitiveness was baked into the blood of every research ship crew. Now, it sounded pathetic, hollow. I said nothing. Instead, I chewed my breakfast slowly, watching the tension strangle the room. Later, while rerunning bathymetric sweeps, I caught Sam, our sonar tech, staring too long at the screen, jaw slacked. He pointed at the data traces, deep harmonic ripples that had not been there before, slight deviations, faint signatures repeating deeper and deeper in the water column. "Feels deeper than it should," he mumbled. "Feels like falling." No one was sleeping much. Whenever I did doze off, I dreamt of those spirals, dreamt of standing barefoot on the seafloor, staring up at towering black spires that stretched forever into a starless sky. No water, no pressure, just the endless sensation of sinking. We launched another ROV dive that afternoon. None of us wanted to say it was stupid, but every glance said it. The ocean was calm above, but the field looked different again when the ROV hit the bottom. A new structure stood near the original cluster. Marla controlled the ROV with tight, nervous flicks of the joystick, angling the floodlights to frame it fully. The spire was taller than the others, irregular. Where the other ones had a machine symmetry, this one bent slightly, top-heavy, almost humanoid. There were jutting shapes where arms should have been, a rounded dome where a head might be. The radio crackled. Marla's voice came thin and wired from the control booth. "You seeing this?" Ethan, hovering behind her, whispered, "It's copying." No one dared breathe too loudly. Marla nudged the ROV closer, attempting a slow orbit around the figure for better imaging. The starboard thrusters engaged, humming softly through the deck. Halfway through the sweep, the ROV jerked to a sudden halt. Red alarms blinked across the piloting console. Tether tension spiked. "Damn it, tether snag," Marla cursed, hands flying over the controls, trying to reverse the motors. The ROV barely budged. I switched to the rear camera feed, squinting. Something had latched onto the tail end of the vehicle. Nothing mechanical, nor a net or debris. It was something organic. It looked fibrous, like strands of thick kelp, but the way they gripped and flexed against the pressure was all wrong. They merged seamlessly into the black material of the surrounding structures. We ran emergency retrieval protocols, tugging manually through the winch, but it held fast. We could not rip it free without risking the whole tether system. There was no real choice left. The ROV was stuck hard, tether tension redlining, and we could not afford to abandon it. Not just because of the equipment cost, though that was astronomical, but because it was our eyes, our only clean set of them down there where no human belonged. The problem was, we had no backup unit. There was only one other way. The Arclight carried a single 2-person submersible in case of emergency retrievals or close proximity geological surveys. The Seeker, a sphere-shaped titanium pod bolted with manipulator arms and a single narrow viewing slit. It had been loaded on board almost as an afterthought, a nod to redundancy in the paperwork, but nobody had touched it beyond maintenance checks since the voyage began. Only Ben, our junior pilot and maintenance tech, was rated to operate it. He volunteered without question. "I can get it loose," he said, tapping the side of the sub's hull. "Get close, use the starboard arm to pry it free." Marla was pale but nodded. Ethan and I ran rapid systems checks on the Seeker's life support, ballast controls, and thruster calibration. No time for real redundancy checks. If the field was shifting daily, we had no idea what the ROV might record, or what it might provoke if left attached too long. We sealed Ben into the sub, gave him a thumbs up behind the thick viewport glass, the white lights from the hangar floor flashing across his face. The winch lowered the Seeker slowly into the churning black until it disappeared under the surface, leaving only the faint crackle of the tether comms line trailing back up to us. Descent took nearly an hour. From the command deck, we monitored his telemetry. The Seeker's onboard sonar pulsed dutifully, slow pings rebounding off the abyssal plane. At 4,100 meters, he hit the bottom. Marla switched the external floodlights on. The screen filled with particulate haze, like slow snow drifting through eternal darkness. Shapes loomed through the gloom. First the old structures, spires rising like broken teeth, matte and ancient. And then the new one, the irregular figure spire, the one that bent at the shoulders, arms askew. Ben approached cautiously, thrusters whispering in minute bursts, keeping him neutrally buoyant a meter off the sea floor. He swung the Seeker around the tangled ROV. The manipulator arms were used to probe the fibrous strands wrapping the equipment. On the video feed, it looked almost fungal. A slick membrane had sprouted over the ROV's chassis, pulsing faintly. Ben grunted over the comms. "Feels soft, almost like tissue." None of us spoke. The sub lurched, telemetry spiked, depth indicators ticking down in jerky fits. "Something's pulling," Ben's voice broke through, raw and panicked. We saw it on the monitor. The Seeker was sinking, not falling freely, but being dragged downward. The ballast control flashed critical, thrusters screaming against an unseen force. "Blow tanks!" Ethan shouted into the comms. But it was useless. Ben was already trying. No response. The final seconds of the feed were a blur. The Seeker's exterior lights swept the seafloor, illuminating the figure spire again. But closer now, distorted, twisting inward. The ROV appeared briefly in the frame, still cocooned in that alien growth. And behind it, where the trench dipped into darker folds, more shapes waited, larger ones. The feed cut to black. Chaos rippled across the arclight. Ethan and Marla scrambled at their stations, shouting across the deck as the last telemetry from the Seeker flatlined. The small submersible's depth indicator had frozen at an impossible number beneath the designated operational range, and then blinked out. No visual feed, no external sonar ping, only the droning emptiness of the abyss beyond the hull. I stayed, glued to the ROV console. The tether was still functional, but barely. Battery drain warnings pulsed at the corner of the monitor, the autonomous systems fighting to stay alive. I twisted the joystick, panning the external camera, one slow, deliberate sweep across the field of formations. Something caught the edge of the frame. Where before the spires had stood in jagged randomness, there was now a new structure, right on the fringe of the disturbed trench where Ben had been pulled under. It was still forming. Not rock, not coral, no slow geologic patience here. This was something birthing itself from the seafloor, extruding and reshaping in real time. Tendrils of blackened material writhing inward, knitting together. We watched in horrified silence as it thickened and took on contour and form. The beginnings of a figure coming into shape. Marla cursed softly, backing away from the screen. Ethan stood there, arms crossed, white-knuckled against his own ribs. "This cannot be natural," he muttered. I tried to turn the camera again, angling toward the last known position of the Seeker, hoping maybe Ben had escaped, hoping there would be a light, a moving object, anything to suggest he had somehow gotten free. Nothing. Only blackness. I rotated back to the formation instinctively, scanning for landmarks. But the figure was gone. The seafloor was bare again. The ROV's battery warning flashed critical red. I powered down the external lights to conserve energy for the tether systems. Across the deck, Ethan was flipping through the passive sonar array, rerunning diagnostics. We could not use active sonar now, not with certainty that Ben, or whatever remained of him, was not near the hull. The shockwaves from an active ping could shatter a manned submersible if it was close enough. Ethan leaned into the console, frowning harder. "I've got something," he said. A faint contact, a return on passive sonar. It was moving toward us, fast. No surface ships within range, no known subs, no other research vessels were in this quadrant. We were supposed to be alone out here for another 2 weeks. Marla grabbed the emergency flare protocol and hovered near the distress beacon switch, but I shook my head. No sense signaling. Whatever was coming already knew where we were. The contact was smooth, steady, gliding without turbulence, closing distance too cleanly. Ethan adjusted the gain. An outline began to coalesce on the sonar projection. A shape nearing the Arclight's hull, small compared to the ship, but just the right size for something like the Seeker. Marla exhaled sharply, almost a sob. "It's Ben," she whispered. I kept my hands clamped tight on the edge of the console to stop them from shaking. If it was him, if somehow he had gotten free, he would have radioed by now. The Seeker's comms were silent. Completely, murderously silent. The contact reached the vessel. Docked. The ship lurched slightly, a vibration through the steel underfoot that carried the moon pool all the way to the bridge. The crew instinctively turned toward the access corridor that led down to the moon pool bay, leaving to see what had docked. I stayed at the console, the black screens offering no guidance, no comfort. The ROV was dead now, severed from us, blind and powerless. Only the sonar lingered behind, an occasional soft ping from Ethan's station, trying to resolve an image that would not come. Marla's voice cracked through the intercom from below, tight and strained. "Contact at the submersible dock. It's the Seeker. Looks intact. No visible damage." Through the deck speakers, Marla's voice again, higher pitched. Ben's here. Just stepped out. Looks normal. Says he's fine." I stayed frozen in my chair, staring at the dead ROV feed. A flicker of movement caught in my eye. The passive sonar was still active in the corner, and there was a side utility window no one had touched. An object was drifting past the ship's bow, slow and aimless. Curious, I toggled the camera, hoping for a glimpse before the power fully died. Static and distortion bloomed, but one shape pushed through. A body. Bloated, skin pale and sloughing away under the crushing pressure of depth. His uniform was torn and trailing in the water, but there was no mistaking the orange patch stitched to the chest. The color used for juniors. A chill went through my veins so fast it left me dizzy. I stood hard enough that my chair clattered to the floor. No. Ben was still on the seafloor, which meant whatever had just climbed aboard was not him. I sprinted across the deck, shoving past the storage cart, nearly losing my footing on the grating floor. Halfway to the hatch leading down to the docking level, I grabbed the first heavy object I saw. A rusted steel emergency pry bar, long and pitted from years of salt exposure. It weighed heavy in my hand. I barely registered it. My boots hammered down the stairwell. Below, I could hear laughter, shouts, the casual tones of a reunion. I rounded the corner into the docking bay, my heart trying to climb out of my chest. Ben, or what wore Ben's face, stood surrounded by Marla and Ethan. They were patting him on the back, half laughing, half crying, disbelief and joy muddling into one chaotic scene. They turned at the sound of my footsteps, saw me coming in fast, pry bar raised. I screamed without words, a roar that tore out of my throat. Ben turned, confusion flickering across his face. Marla shouted my name. Ethan moved to intercept. I barreled through both, shouldering them aside with every ounce of terror and momentum I could summon. The first blow caught Ben square in the side of the head. He staggered, a hand going up defensively, mouth opening in a protest that sounded wrong. The cadence too clean, the tone pitched half step too high, the consonants dragging unnaturally for someone with blunt head trauma. I did not stop. Another blow and another. Ethan tried to pull me back. I wrenched free. Ben collapsed to his knees, hands trembling, mouth working in a silent, broken mimicry of human distress. I raised the pry bar one final time and brought it down across the top of its skull with every fibre of strength I had left. The head cracked open. The sound of liquid bursting across the floor silenced the room. Ethan stumbled back, hand clamped over his mouth. Marla simply froze, eyes wide, making a keening sound low in her throat. They no longer fought me on my decision after seeing what spilled out. From what looked like Ben, a gush of thick, briny water exploded across the deck plating, puddling across the decking. Strands of green filament, slick and twitching, spooled out of the ruin of its head, writhing weakly against the metal before falling still. The air filled with a sharp, stinging reek of deep salt and rot. The thing twitched once more, then stilled. Silence. Only the low, steady drip of salt water from its body remained. I dropped the pry bar. In the aftermath, none of us moved for a long, long time. In silent agreement, we pushed whatever looked like Ben off the ship, wearing multiple layers of protective gear. We cut the line to the ROV. The considerable loss was much more palatable after seeing the consequences from below. We called it, ended the mission, and returned home. All reports were wiped, and Ben was documented as missing at sea. We corroborated a story about his reckless behavior and repeated it enough until it was believed. Fishhooks, a penny from 1971. Something bent and warped, too light to be valuable. A bit of old jewelry, perhaps, smashed against the rocks. Why am I doing this? I must like standing in the rain. I must like the heady smell of seaweed and salt, the crisp sound of wet sand beneath my feet, the inevitable feel of it between my toes, despite the sturdy shoes and thick woolly socks that I wear. This beach is littered with cheap tat and nothing else. I've been coming here for years, drawn by the excitement of a silver coin found in 2008. Since then, I found the odd musket ball, but nothing of any real value. Most of the time, when I get down on one knee, I anticipate disappointment. And yet, here I am, still scanning the sand and rocks, looking for another 1 in a million find with my detector. But there's nothing here. This place has been combed thoroughly, not by competing hobbyists, but by myself, slowly and painfully over a process of years. This is hardly a place for sunbathers. The sloping cliffs rise overhead as I pick my way along what little sand lies between the rocks and the ocean. Seagulls coast lazily in the sky. But down here on the ground, the wind is fierce, and so is the sea. White horses race furiously towards the land, breaking not far to my right, folding themselves to paw lazily at old clumps of rotting seaweed and stubborn rocks. I am alone, standing at the feet of giants. For a moment, I take my headphones off and look around, my senses battered by the wind. Eyes stinging, I scan the way back. When I began, there was an old man going for a walk, but he's nowhere to be seen now. Not long, and the tide will erase the way back. This isn't a popular beach, not with families. Nudists sometimes come here during the winter to go racing into the waters, screeching and giggling, titillated and thrilled. Those nude retirees visit this place for much the same reason I do. It's not good for bathers, swimmers, surfers, or much else. The rocks are dangerous. Riptides funneled by powerful geography have claimed more than a few lives. It does well to do your research before going for a dip. But if you're prepared, you can be safe, and the tall cliffs make for an attractive privacy barrier. Only those who know the area can find the rocky path that leads down to the sand. Most don't even know it exists. One of the world's forgotten little corners. I wonder why I'm still here when I've wasted the afternoon looking for nothing so far from comfort and warmth. It is a long way back to the car. I picture the feel of a cup of tea held in both hands, the sound of wind buffeting my house and wheels, and I'm ready to finally call it a day and go home. When something catches my eye. It glitters on the sand not far from me, and I approach it expecting a piece of litter, a foil wrapper perhaps. I pick it up and trace its shape with my fingers. My mind moves at a glacial pace. It is a gold coin. It is cold to the touch, handmade, pre-Saxon. The ancient head stamped into its metal is strange, warped with time. It resembles a man with the mouth of an anglerfish. It is beautiful. It is everything I've ever wanted. Solid gold and thicker than a smartphone. 6 months' rent in the palm of my hand. Didn't even have to use my metal detector. It was right there on top of the sand. It must have come from the water, placed there by those rabid waves. My mind conjures the image of a sunken shipwreck a mile or two off the coast, its waterlogged coffers filled with coins just like these, clusters of jewels gilded with silver and gold, an ancient treasure that has finally broke loose after centuries of tidal warfare. That might mean there's more. I look around, but there's only shale and sand. Hundreds of meters away, where the rocks become hard to navigate, something else shimmers in the sun, but that could easily be a rock pool catching the sun. I should go back, I tell myself as I scan the beach once more. The sea is coming. Behind me, the sand has narrowed to just 10 meters. I know from experience it will disappear faster than seems possible. Then there will just be water and cliffs. If I get caught, the best case scenario is that I'll be able to scamper up to safety somewhere and get rescued by a helicopter. My humiliation paraded for all to see on local papers. Happens at least once a year. But the stakes are higher than you might think. Another coin would make a year's rent. Again, that image of a sunken chest full of treasures flashes into my mind. Absurd, I tell myself, a child's fantasy. But I'm holding the evidence of it in my hand. A gold coin. How often in my life has a fantasy come true? I dig my fingers into the gold as hard as I can. I want to make sure it's real. How often does a fantasy need to come true? Just once, I mutter, my words lost to the wind. It isn't easy. The rocks here are sharp and treacherous. As a child, when my mother first brought me to this beach, I imagined myself walking across a giant's fingerprint. Back then, I glided across stone ridges, pivoting the arches of my feet like a spinning top, moving effortlessly across the strange landscape. Some of the gaps are 3-4 feet deep. Falling would have hurt. But I didn't fall. I was young, nigh invincible. It isn't like that now. It might be my knees, it might be the fear, it might be the nerves, but I wobble each time I lift my foot, my body struggling to balance ridges as thin as a pencil. I fall twice, and the second time it hurts like hell. Ripped jeans, ripped skin, blood. A gash that takes 30 seconds for the pain to reach consciousness. I grit my teeth. Determination floods me. I look back and realize that the sand is no longer there. Turning back now means wet socks and shoes, ankle-high water. I'd be humiliated. I look down at the cut on my leg, watching the blood flow thinly into salt water until it turns a pinkish yellow. There's another gold coin. All thoughts of turning back dissolve as I fumble for it in my fingers. I want more. I want the coffer. I want to run my fingers through gold like it's liquid. I want to submerge my arms elbow deep into the treasure I can't stop picturing. But the tide is coming. The tide is here. Furious waves falling just a few feet short of my position. This will have to do. 2 coins, a year's worth of rent. I accept this compromise and begin to turn back. A wave hits me. It is worse than any punch. No boxer has ever hit this hard. Here is a force that shapes continents, and it has me firmly in its grip. I can't tell you how long this next part lasts. There is salt, spray, foam. I am tossed about in a way that I have never been before, like a roller coaster without the tracks. A rock smashes my ribs, another my ankle. Something breaks. There is darkness. There is light. I'm dying. I'm sure of it. When I awake, it is to the feeling of my lungs fighting for air while I lie on my back. For a second, I'm just an animal and loving it. Then the rest comes flooding back. The tide, the beaches, the coins. I lurch upwards and stare at my palm, clutched so tightly I have to will the muscles to open. Sure enough, the gold coins are still there. I laugh, but the movement hurts. And even worse, it starts something. In just a few short seconds, I am forced to reckon with 3 terrible facts. First, my ribs are broken. Second, my ankle is broken. Third, I'm going to be sick. The salt burns, but it is nothing compared to my ribs and ankle as I struggle to roll over. I cannot help but cry as I vomit. I've never known pain like this. I manage 4 pitiful heaves of seawater and bile before collapsing in a breathless fit. My chest feels full of gravel. After a few long breaths, I sit up, secure the coins in a pocket with a zipper, and look around. I realize how strange the world has become. I am lying on a flat rock at the mouth of a cave. I must have been deposited here like one of those coins, and I count myself lucky. I want to look outside. I want to take register of how far I am along the coast and how low the sun has fallen. But I cannot stand, and movement is beyond difficult. The best I can manage is a crawl, and I soon realize I'm going to need all my energy. A gentle lapping of water reaches my feet and soaks my legs and ass. I haven't even managed to catch my breath, to contemplate the jagged ruin of my ankle, and already the tide is catching up with me. It makes sense, I suppose. The sea put me here, so of course it isn't far behind. Damn, I hiss out loud. For the first time since finding the coins, my mind snaps back into what feels like a normal speed. I am in incredible danger, and it's still not too late for that luck to run out. I pat my pockets. My phone is broken and unresponsive. My only light is a waterproof torch I keep on my keychain, a Christmas gift from my mother. She likes that I have a hobby. She says it makes it easier to shop presents for me. I turn the torch on and almost cry at the serendipity of it all. Until now, I've never used it. The cave ahead is roughly waist height, and it goes deeper than my torch can reach. The ocean is rising behind me, furious at losing its catch. Thankfully, the cave slopes upward a few meters in, so I begin to crawl, seeking higher ground. I drag myself off the flat rock and further into the cave. I make slow progress across the collection of eroded gravel and random crap the water has deposited here over the years. Fishing tackle, old nets, driftwood, a cat skull. I cannot help but stop at the last one. Hollow eyes glare back at me like a warning. I shake the feeling off and move onwards. I am losing the chase, I realize, as the water catches up to my belly. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I drag myself, elbow over elbow, like they do on those army adverts. Be the best, I think, over and over, as my ankle catches on the stones and my ribs grind in my chest. I haven't cried like this since I was a child, but I don't stop. The water is at my chest now. The cat skull is floating somewhere behind me, buoyed by the rising sea. I don't want to join it. At last, I make it to where the ground begins to rise. The darkness makes for an ominous savior, but here is my only chance of survival, and I cling to it. I ignore the caveman inside me. He is terrified of this place and is banging every warning drum in my mind that he can reach, but I forge my way ahead regardless. Arm over arm, my progress is slow, maybe a meter for every 10 minutes. I cannot say for sure. I'm no athlete. When the rising tunnel becomes too steep for my elbows to offer much traction, I dig my fingers into cracks in the stone and pull myself along that way. Meanwhile, the water climbs still. I feel its icy touch reach my collarbones and let out an audible cry. I don't want to die. It terrifies me, the thought of it. The pain most of all. How painless is drowning, I wonder? Less painful than this? I want to weigh up the pros and cons of letting go and sliding back into the water, but my brain won't let me. It's all or nothing. Instincts older than the continents propel me. Fighting to hold my chin up as the water reaches my bottom lip, I fail to notice the ground changing direction. A sudden downward tilt that leaves my hands flailing. I want to pause and gauge the way ahead, but it's far too late. I am carried over the top by a mix of gravity and the water's currents. For a moment, and then there is total darkness. For the second time that day, I pass out. When I awake, I am on my stomach and in so much pain that I am actually able to register a glimmer of anger at the world around me. This is starting to feel personal, and that spark of frustration is what gives me the strength to lift my head up and try to gauge where I am. Luckily, my torch stayed strapped to my wrist, and I use it now to see that I am in a head-height cavern. Nearby is a crack in the rock, and from there the water drains. Lucky for me, or else I would have surely drowned. Behind me lies the way I came. It is a nearly vertical wall of rock, 10 meters high and slick with algae and eroded smooth by millennia of waves. I have no more chance of climbing it than I do the Empire State Building. I watch as another wave crests the top and strikes me like a thrown bucket. Nearby, that crack has begun to fill, backwash lapping eagerly at my feet. If I stay here, I will likely drown in less than an hour, but this isn't a death trap. Not yet, anyway. The cave carries on. Another tunnel, chest height, big enough to crawl through. It bends gently out of sight, and something about the darkness beyond makes my stomach curdle. For all I know, it terminates after a meter, but I have no choice except to try. I persist, crawling onwards around the corner. It seems safe at first, but then the tunnel begins to narrow. I try not to let it worry me. I'm on my stomach, and there is room to spare as the ceiling gradually lowers from 6 to 5 to 4 feet. When it starts to graze my shoulder blades, I have to suppress the need to hyperventilate. Then, it's not just the ceiling that's getting closer. The walls on either side encroach my arms, and the panic becomes very real. I keep hoping they'll widen any second. But they don't. They just keep pressing closer and closer. I want to turn back already. I can feel water reaching my knees. I try to turn back and find I can't. This realization seems to drain the world of all color, but I try not to dwell on what it means. I keep going. Without realizing what I'm doing, I leave my arms out in front until the walls narrow so tightly I can no longer bend them at the elbow. I'm forced to move entirely on the motion of 2 wrists and 1 functioning ankle. If I thought progress before was slow, this was 1,000 times worse. Time crawls to a halt as I struggle against my own entombment, and I spend what could be 10 seconds or 10 hours staring at a single bit of rock, the fingers of my right hand working furiously while my left foot tries to push me forward. I move no more than a centimeter at a time. Without warning, the panic hits me like a hammer blow. I can't move. I try to thrash in anger, but it's more like a seizure. My wrists and ankles flicker left and right, looking for leverage. But there's nothing. I should try to think clearly, but most of my mental energy has to go to fighting panic. My emotions reach breaking point, and I begin to sob out loud and curse. Soon, I become hyper-aware that I cannot breathe in fully because the tunnel is compressing my ribs. There's no budge in the stone. It is so unyielding. Every breath is limited, and so they start to come faster and faster in a desperate bid to chase away the ever-growing sense of suffocation. I just want one deep breath, one deep breath. But I can't. The more I struggle, the more desperate the need for oxygen becomes. I'm trapped in a downward spiral that feels like it is killing me. This is the worst case scenario, I realize. I was better off drowning. Nothing can possibly be worse than this. I want to pass out. I want to die. Neither happens. The world goes a bit woozy. I'm overcome briefly by dizziness. But there's no changing this. Instead, I am forced to face my fear, and while I cannot beat it, I can at least observe it. I don't really have much of a choice. Neither the cave nor I are going anywhere. So, I pay attention to the lightheadedness, the pain in my chest, the weight of the earth above and below me. My heart races so quickly, it feels like it might just seize up and stop. I focus on its rhythm. I count each beat in the tattoo. Slowly, without meaning to, this heightened awareness causes some of the panic to ease up. I can describe it only as a sort of out-of-body experience, except I never leave my body. I'm inside it, painfully aware of every constraint and bondage, and every ache and pain. At last, I noticed something new. If I breathe out, the rock is no longer squeezing me to death. If I exhale and keep the air out, the feeling of constraint becomes almost tolerable. It is the only physical sensation of relief I have felt since this began. And just like that, I'm back in the driver's seat. It is so obvious in hindsight, I want to laugh. I exhale and keep the air out of my lungs and wiggle my foot. My body moves. I try it again, and this time I inch forward. I do it maybe 50, 100 times. All in all, I travel a meter, I think. And then, the rock gives way. I weep like a baby. I can breathe, a full breath, and the tunnel keeps widening. Before I know it, I have my arms back at my side, and I'm using my elbows to drag myself forward. Soon, there is no tunnel scraping my shoulder blades at all, no rock to bang my head against. I emerge head first and drag myself out of the tunnel and drop a few feet onto a rocky floor below. I roll onto my back and let rip a laughter. It is howling and mad and like nothing I've known before. Weeping with utter joy, I look to my left and right, ready for the next step in this nightmare. There is a man smiling at me. "Jeez," I squeal, scrambling upwards and away without meaning to. I kick him in the face, and his head lolls backwards like he's trying to laugh. I see his mouth in a bloody ruin. His eyes and teeth are gone. He isn't smiling at all. He's dead. Something has torn his jaws open and removed his teeth. The result merely looks like a Joker-esque grin. Terrified, I shuffled over and briefly flick a hand out to touch him. A quick shove to the shoulder. He does not react. It takes another 3 or 4 pokes before I finally convince myself he's inert. Reality asserts itself with a kind of numb dread. This really is a dead body, I tell myself. His face is pale in the glare of my torch, but a quick hand to the forehead tells me he's still warm, and that windbreaker is awfully familiar. I rack my mind and summon an image of that old man on the beach. He'd been wearing a jacket much like this one. But it can't be him, I decide. It simply cannot be him. This place is a nightmare, I think. A real-life underworld. I look around and try to imagine how this body came to be here. There are strange things bundled against the far wall. I approach and go through them, but their effect is similar to the gold coin. My thoughts become frozen and sluggish. I inventory them like some idiot, unable and unwilling to see the bigger picture. 6 coats, 15 shoes, countless hats and gloves, all of them torn or ripped in some fashion. 3 backpacks, exercise books from a school, paper turned to mulch long ago. A pencil case stuffed with soft pencils and broken pens. I drop the last item to the floor and swivel my light across the room behind me. I don't like this. My mind races with possibilities. Suddenly, I am scanning this small chamber like my life depends on it, desperate to answer a question that supplants all others. Maybe I should have listened to my caveman thoughts, I think. I may not be alone down here. There is writing on the wall. I cannot recognize the language, but it frightens me. Paragraphs of it scrawled in neat blocks, one after the other. Occasionally, it is broken up with simple pictograms of ships and spear-wielding men. If it tells a story, I cannot make heads or tails of it. Something about the scene is getting to me nonetheless. The body, the pile of forgotten things, an ancient language. I stop myself sinking into another full-blown panic by remembering that these are all irrelevant details. I need to leave this place no matter what. There are several tunnels leading out of this cavern, all much larger than the last one. I pick one at random. Hopefully, it is more reliable than the last I crawled through. Fighting the pain, I rise onto my knees and hands. It hurts like hell, but it lets me leave swiftly and quietly. I scamper along, offering only one last sad glimpse at the body. The old man is looking at me. He is still grinning, and I'm glad to take the light away and put distance between us. Whether or not this path leads out, I appreciate that it at least stays wide open. At points, it is even large enough for 2 or 3 people to walk abreast. I've never been thankful for this kind of room before. Just a day ago, this would have felt like a crowded elevator. Now, it's like an empty stadium. It lets me stop and catch my breath, lets me race ahead and make progress. Either can happen on my terms. Minutes slide away in the dark where time has no meaning. For long periods, I turn the torch off and navigate by sound and touch, relying on my echoes to tell me when the tunnel takes a sudden change in direction. This is something that if you had asked me this morning, I would have told you I could never imagine. But it is surprisingly easy. More than once, I detect the change in what is otherwise uniform soundscape and stop, lighting up my torch and seeing a sharp bend right or left. I am acquiring a competency that gives rise to a flickering hope. This confidence fades when I come to a fork in the tunnel. For a moment, I'm caught by indecision. But then, something familiar catches my eyes. There is a gold coin. Another, pristine, just like the one on the beach. This time, it does not exhilarate me. No images of sunken chests come to mind, only the leering grin of the pallid corpse I left behind and the grim words etched into stone. The world is heavy, weighing down from above, and I am so small and alone down here. The darkness so complete as to suffocate. I stare at the coin and its positioning in a tunnel that takes a hard left turn out of sight. I don't like it. I don't like its placement. Taking it would place me right at the threshold of the unseen. I am certain of nothing in this underworld, possessing only the risk-averse instincts of a prey animal. But I decide that coin is a trap, based only on those instincts. It is almost arrogant, unsubtle. I'm wide-eyed with the smell of blood still fresh in my nose, a twitching hair, ears raised. I have a feeling that whatever set that trap is near enough to hear my every breath. I am separated from death only by the gossamer-thin limits of my perception. It's right there, and it expects me to take the bait. I realize, with some disappointment, I already have. I'm 2 coins deep into this nightmare. This whole thing, a carefully laid trap from the start. My only hope is that I'm no Highland hare I can think beyond action and reaction, but I have to be quick. I weigh up my options. If something is there, do I really want to let it know I'm aware of it? I suppose every ambush, sooner or later, has to release itself. Better to be in control, I decide. I find a rock. There are plenty of them. Slowly, quietly, I back away from the fork and find a ridge in the stone walls that I can hide behind. It is small and offers little shelter, but it's the best I have, and I hope it'll work anyway. I thumb the switch and my light goes out. I throw the stone in my fist and squeeze myself back into my hiding space and hold my breath. Just in time, the stone smashes into the wall of the right-hand tunnel. This is the one without the coin. There is silence for what might be 5-10 seconds, and then there is only the gentlest of sounds. The touch of something soft against the stone. What a far cry from the synthetic world of engines and buzzing motors I am used to. I have spent my life training myself to ignore those kinds of sounds. Barely perceptible scuffles. A cat's footfall, a bird's wings, a scurrying rat. But down here, the sound is like thunder. It makes my blood run cold and the hair on my scalp stand on edge. A part of me had thrown the stone, convinced I would only prove myself wrong. But now, the terror is so real that I can almost reach out and touch it. It is as tangible as the wall I'm trying desperately to dissolve into, as real as my own flesh and blood. I am being hunted. Whatever was in hiding has seemingly taken the bait. The sound of its movements disappears down the right-hand tunnel. Thank God for that caveman. He remembers the plan. Acting on instinct and painfully aware of the ticking clock, I force myself to peek around the rocky outcrop and turn on my torch. There lies the fork again, and if I had any doubt about the trap before, it is thoroughly beaten down when I see the gold coin has disappeared. I waste no more time and scramble on all fours down that turning, pausing only briefly to consider if my hunter has employed a double bluff. Oh well, I think, it's too late now. Around the corner I go, and find nothing but darkness. I could try and perform some mental gymnastics, convince myself there was never anything there in the first place. But on one of the walls, I spot a streak of something reddish-brown. There is just enough time in passing to be sure that it is blood. And then I'm gone, desperately crawling further into darkness. Occasionally, I stop and check over my shoulder for signs of something giving chase. If it took the bait and followed the wrong tunnel, who's to say it didn't quickly realize and is now barreling down on me, or that the tunnels don't intersect down the line? If something lives here, it must be incredibly familiar with the layout of these sprawling caverns. I am merely a tourist in the shadows, hopelessly lost and ill-equipped for this kind of survivalist nightmare. But each time I look, there is only empty space, a frighteningly sterile landscape, brutal and haunting, looming over me on my hands and knees. Rock walls, curved and jagged, ribbed and rippling, a concrete column where light can only reach so far. Each time I look, I have to force myself to break eye contact with the darkness and resume my journey. I do this 16 times. I do not know how long elapses between each glance. I only count the number until, at last, the everlasting tunnel takes a break and I am deposited in yet another cavernous room. This time, I am almost blinded by the light it emanates. For a moment, I turn my head upwards, expecting to see a bulb. Instead, there is a hole in the roof, and only the faintest glimmer of sunlight makes its way down. But after hours in pitch-black darkness, it felt like staring right at the sun. It is too far to see the way out, or to get any real hint of the sky beyond. I can't say if it's night or day up there, but I know the sky must be close. So close. The hole itself isn't far above me, and using my light, I can spot a kind of ancient rusted ladder embedded in the rock. It won't be easy climbing it, so injured, but given my limited choices, I'll have to manage. For the first time in hours, I stand on my 2 feet. Reaching upwards hurts everything from my chest to my toes. Broken ribs grind, a swollen ankle pulses pain through deadened nerves that, seconds ago, reported nothing but hissing static. I swear it is so bad my heart stops, or at the very least, it misses a beat. This must be the kind of stress that can kill healthy men, and I'm not even healthy. My elbow doesn't even get past my shoulder when I'm forced to gasp for breath, and the whole house of cards comes tumbling down. I fall back, and even that hurts more than I can imagine. Suddenly, I find myself questioning if I really have it in me to climb that pitted, rusty ladder. Something screams. It isn't far away. This room, like the others before, has many ways in and out. It has writing on the walls too, pictograms of something strange, with a head of angler being worshipped by men the size of ants. My torch flashes across them all and makes nightmares of the shadows. But nothing yet leaps out at me. I realize this is it, the only chance I'm getting. How many chances do I need? I ask myself. Only one, I mutter. I force myself upright, and, before my nerves have time to register the landslide of pain ready to collapse me, I hop on 1 foot. It is all I need to reach the ladder with one swinging arm, then the other, so that I'm there, clinging on for dear life, feet barely an inch off the floor, with tears streaming down my face. This already feels like too much, but before I have time to give up and fold into myself, there comes another scream. This one is so close, I cannot help but imagine that whatever lies in the dark is excited to finally catch up with me. That last thought tempts fate, it seems. Still swinging, eyes darting to and fro from the several tunnel holes, I catch a glimpse of something. It is racing towards me. It is human, vaguely, in the way that the monsters in our nightmares often are. I let out my own scream, or something like it. It's a staccato sort of yelp because, whether I realize it or not, my muscles have kicked into gear and I'm somehow doing a pull-up. My legs kicking furiously, I drag my way up until the first rung is at chest height and I am able to grab another overhead. The pain in my chest retreats to a dull throb. I try foolishly to use my bad ankle to climb and realize there aren't enough endorphins in the world to let me put weight on a broken bone. I let out another cry and switch tactics. I have to use my arms to lift myself and rely on one good foot as a stabilizer. This would be difficult, but manageable, if I had all the time in the world. But with the memory of that thing bearing down on me, it is akin to torture. I am flooded with a sense of futility, of pain and needless suffering. But if I've learned anything in the last few hours, it is that the human body runs on its own firmware, and it is enslaved to your brain. My arms move of their own accord. My body rises one rung at a time, too fast for common sense. Injuries abound, grazed skin, a bumped head. Each step up has me clumsily bashing or banging some sensitive part of me into the barely visible rocks. Instinct may be in the driver's seat, but it's happy to leave me with the consequences of its recklessness. I feel every ache and pain, every stinging wound embedded with grit, every ligament stretched to breaking point. Oddly, I don't mind this arrangement. I want to live. I am glad there is a caveman inside me to take care of moments like this, especially when I glance down between my legs and see pitch black eyes glaring up at me with thoughtless glee. I cannot get over how human that face is. I expected something insectile, maybe even arachnid. Whatever is below me, whether it's some hybrid or mutant, it is vile and fast approaching. The vibrating in the ladder tells me it is climbing too. I try to climb faster, but I really am operating on all cylinders right now. There's nothing left to spare. I don't want to, but I look down again, and there it is, even closer. It is smiling with a rubbery mouth full of glassy teeth. I hate it. I lash out with my bad foot without meaning to and hurt only myself. The pain is so severe, I am forced to stop climbing and sob. And it is in that moment I feel claws sink into the hot swollen flesh of my calf. I let out a hell of a noise. It empties my lungs and burns a mark deep into my being. I will remember the way this scream feels until the day I die. It is the moment in time where I give into despair, where I lose all hope as my nervous system gives into a pain-induced seizure that sees my fingers go numb and my limbs go limp. The last thing I remember as I fall is the sight of an iron grate overhead, only 10-20 meters away. A man, I think, is standing there and shining a torch straight down. He says something I cannot hear. I tell myself this is a hallucination, nothing more. I enter freefall. My head hits a rocky outcrop. Beneath me, something crunches. Darkness. I come to in a hospital bed with a feeling in my chest that makes me think of war. I lash left to right, grab a hold of a table and jerk it across the floor, ready to wield it like a club. The nurse in the corner is afraid. She doesn't realize it, but I'm fighting for my life. Or at least, I think I am. Slowly, I blink the halogen glare away and take in my surroundings. The battleground fades. I realize where I am. I try to hold back tears. It doesn't work. Within seconds, I am bawling. Arms embrace me. I don't know who they are, and I don't care. I embrace them back. I seize them and cling onto their unfamiliar body with such severity they mutter words to someone nearby along the effects of, "Ah, jeez, it's hurting me." More rushed movement. A needle. I'm asleep again. Hours, maybe days later, I awaken to find my mother and a policeman nearby. This time, my senses return in time to stop panic. I am finally given the story of my rescue. They were looking for me the entire time, and by chance they heard me near the old storm drain. They came rappelling down no more than a few minutes after I hit the ground and found me lying there, bleeding and broken. Strangely, they say, I had no real injuries from the fall itself. A bumped head and a broken wrist on the way down, but from that height I should have broken my neck. Something cushioned my fall, I think, and laugh uproariously. My mother looks worried. She must think I've gone insane. Who can blame her? I was down there for over 24 hours, although it didn't seem like it to me. I explain this to them, the elasticity of time in the dark, and they nod like they understand. But of course they don't. Somehow, it takes me another hour to realize I'm missing a leg. This perplexes them as much as me. Indiscrepancies in the nature of the wound. An expert stands to the side and explains as much to me, but the words are a distant drone. I'm taken aback by the sight of the stump, all neatly bandaged. Apparently, it took a lot of surgery to neaten up. Despite everything, I am angry. I thought I was dead. This should be a small price to pay, and yet the knowledge that a part of me went to feeding that monster makes my stomach churn. I want to be sick. A piece of me is down there somewhere, dissolving in stomach acid, waiting to be excreted in some foetid corner of the monster's lair. When I start to cry and shout in impotent rage, they have to sedate me once more. They assume it is simple shock, but there is more to it than that. I am consumed by a deep hatred that is hard to explain. Months later, I find myself recounting this story to try and purge that hateful feeling. All this time, I cannot escape the sense of unfinished business. Every time I mess up with my prosthetic, slip, stumble, momentarily forget it is there, I feel the anger burning inside me. Every night, I spend hours in agony from phantom pains, trying to soothe a wounded brain using a mirror of all things. Sometimes I think I would have rather died if it meant killing that thing. All my weight, such a steep drop. I picture myself crushing it and leaving it a gory, broken mess. I've never felt this kind of enmity. Evidently, I'm not alone. One morning, a knock on the caravan door. It takes me far too long to get ready. I'm not yet practiced with the limb, putting it on, taking it off. Takes me nearly 20 minutes to get myself together. My mood has darkened since my rescue, and I practically kick my door open with a roar, ready to curse out anyone who disturbs me. I find no one there, only silence and another gold coin.
Running releases endorphins in the body, dulling pain. It also produces endocannabinoids that can pass through the blood and brain cellular barrier. It is these endocannabinoids that are likely the cause of the so-called runner's high, despite popular belief ascribing it to endorphins.
I do not use drugs. Running is my drug. I use it to get by. The euphoria and calm I get afterwards, I'm a junkie for it. But it's not just that. I've come to enjoy the pain quite a lot. I live in a big city and work in a big building downtown. I've been experimenting across different legs of the city, far away from my workplace, searching out more difficult pieces of sidewalk and road shoulder. The greater the incline, the greater the pain, the greater the high. If an area is a little more secluded than the rest of the city, it's for the better. I do not like to make eye contact with people while working out. I found an area for running with a wide but very sharply angled sidewalk and hardly any traffic or pedestrians for the city. I thought it was quite the find. I discovered it because of my propensity to drive around the city after work in my gym clothes, listening to motivational gurus on audiobook, chanting their "take every step like it's your first and last" mantras while keeping my eyes peeled for a good run sight. It was, however, in the shadow of a chemical plant. Its smokestacks jabbed the air, plumes of smoke like pus coming out a wound. I wondered if that plant was the reason for so few people in the vicinity. I didn't reckon it could be dangerous to run around out there, not in this day and age, where there were so many restrictions, and seeing I was just only technically outside the city limits. Nothing was roped off other than the plant itself, which was gated. There wasn't much else in its proximity. A couple of apartment buildings, a gas station. I parked in the lot of an abandoned movie theatre nearby and chugged up and down that bad boy, probably the steepest, baddest hill I'd ever run, like the little engine that could. I felt like that thing was a toenail of Mount Everest. Arms and legs on fire, guts aching from cramps and nausea, I came 2 miles shy of my regular quota, and my lunch from earlier that day sprayed out onto the cracked pavement. But screw it, at the end of that, I'd never felt more alive. The gated, tree-encircled chemical plant loomed above me like the proverbial castle on a hill. I sucked air and tasted salt and euphoria, the sweet sickness blooming in my blood-engorged brain. 3 days later, I swallowed something while running up that hill. I thought it was a bug. How many of you runners out there have swallowed bugs while running? Not to mention those who swallow while we sleep. Happens too often to count. More protein, right? I took it in stride and kept on running up that hill, even though I couldn't shake the feeling that what I swallowed had been oddly fleshy. Fleshy but airy at the same time, almost too light to be a bug. The next day, I was sick with strange symptoms. I didn't have a fever. To go with a more ordinary nausea, shakes and shivers, my depth and spatial perception were messed up in a way that made me think I had some neurological issues going on. Sometimes, when I reached for things like cups or my wallet or keys, I came weirdly shy of them, like my arms or hands were shorter than I remember, or like those objects had been moved away from me when I hadn't been looking. I'd hear weird sounds coming from my stomach, not the usual digestion or stomach growling type noises, but something almost like human speech, muffled so that I couldn't be sure. It would wake me up in the middle of the night. At times, it also felt like something was literally moving inside me. Immediately, I thought of the bug I'd swallowed while running. But how could it still be alive? I went to the doctor and had them administer tests, and I even asked for some brain scans that took a bit to set up. Those and the abdominal X-ray scans came back negative. Nothing of concern, according to the nurses and doctor. Blood tests were all good. The doctor said it might be stressed and prescribed me some anxiety medication, which I told her I didn't need. More running was what I thought I needed if it was stress related. I increased my intensity out there. I didn't want to move from that hill because it was good to me. It hurt me too good. I knew I needed to move to a new location sooner or later to confuse my muscles, but I was relishing it while it lasted. The symptoms, however, got worse. New ones joined the others, such as the sensation of floating away from my body and vivid mental images I kept getting of that chemical plant. There were close-up shots of the plant, as real as photos, and areas of it I obviously had not seen. So, one day, I stayed up near the top of the hill after my run. I climbed up another mile or so to the plant. There was a security guard hut out there with a barrier gate. I started to approach it, intending to ask the guard some questions, but I began to feel weird about it all. I stopped about 10 feet away and just stood there. It seemed silly. If I asked him about the chemicals that plant worked with, if he even answered me, what good would the answer do? Would that knowledge really help me on my next doctor visit? I decided I'd come back another day if the symptoms continued. As I was walking away, however, a car that had been outside the gate parked so inconspicuously under some trees that I hadn't noticed it before pulled onto the road and followed me down the hill. When I turned around, the car sped past me. It was a dusty, old station wagon. Its windows were so tinted by dust that I couldn't see inside. The following day, I saw the same car idling outside my apartment. Someone was waiting on me. He got out. A middle-aged man in a tweed wool hat, an oversized sports coat and baggy jeans. Other than his clothing being too big for his body, he seemed like an ordinary sort of person. "You were out near the chemical plant," I said at a distance. "Did I drop something out there?" I knew I hadn't, because I never run with anything on me other than my keys, which were in my hand. But I just couldn't think of any reason why this person would be parked outside my apartment. He walked closer. I fell back a few steps. "It's all right," he said. "I'm not with Puck Industrial or any associated party. I thought you might be at first. My name's Everett. I did some digging on you after following you out to your address. I hope you don't mind. Not to worry, just a freelancing journalist looking to crack a case. What brought you to Puck Industrial yesterday? Did you used to work there?" I wanted to tell him that I did mind and ask him where he got off thinking it was okay to follow some stranger out to his place of residence and do digging on them, whatever that digging entailed. But I was hung up on my symptoms. Maybe he knew something about what was going on at that plant. Maybe they were connected. "You interviewed the people that worked there?" I said. "Yeah, a few of them. They're lying. Above the table, it's one thing, but below the table, it's another." "I think I might have swallowed something," I said. "Maybe something chemical related floating out from that plant. That's why I was hanging out near the front. I've been sick. Doctor visits haven't helped much. This case you're looking to crack, what's it about?" "You swallowed something." At first I thought it was a bug. It was solid, meaty. Now I'm not so sure. I've been running up that road towards the plant because I like the incline. Chemical hazards be damned. "A bug," he said. "Yeah, maybe it stung me when it went down my throat, and I'm still reacting." I described some of my symptoms. I even got into this floating away from my body sensations and flashes of that chemical plant in my head, in case it was relevant to any chemical exposure. Everett grabbed my elbow, pulled me close. "Do you know where West Egg Waffle is? That diner across from that Presbyterian church? Meet me there when you get off work today." I started to tell him when I usually got off work, but he was already entering his vehicle. That evening, I encountered Everett's unsmiling, grizzled mug staring at me through the glass of the diner. I wasn't sure if he waited on me for hours or if he knew exactly when I was getting off work. Either way, I was relieved that we were in a place with a lot of people. I went inside and sat down across from him. He asked for more coffee when the waiter came. I asked for a glass of water. My symptoms aside, I didn't think I'd be in the mood to eat. "Ever heard of MK Ultra?" Everett said. He took a couple packs of sugar between his fingers and began shaking them. "MK Ultra? Wasn't that something to do with LSD and mind control?" He nodded.
he began to pour the packets of sugar into his fresh cup of coffee. During the Cold War, he said, the CIA wanted to know how easy it was to use drugs like LSD to control the human mind. They thought that to do this, they had to carve away the mind that was there and put another in its place. Before MK Ultra, Project Bluebird and Artichoke paved the path. These programs used drugs like morphine and LSD, as well as hypnosis and advanced torture techniques, all in the name of finding the means to control people before the enemy did. MK Ultra director Sidney Gottlieb got the US government to pay about $250,000 back in the 50s to bring all of the LSD in the world to this country. That's how serious they were. This path led through Project Stargate in the 80s, categorized as having been beyond top secret. There, the CIA strove to use mind powers of psychics for espionage. Mind powers? I asked. You know, psychokinesis, telepathy, astral projection, remote viewing. They planned to use those abilities, if they were real, for spying, but assassination was also on the table as a possibility. The CIA was no stranger to trying to use drugs, toxins and poisons to alter the behaviors of and assassinate enemy agents as well as foreign leaders. So why not use psychics for those things if they could be employed in such a fashion? That's crazy, I said. Oh, it gets crazier. 1985, enter Project Hawthorne. LSD, psilocybin, mescaline, and more experimental drugs were used in aggressive combination with genetic manipulation and torture to induce and heighten psychic abilities. That might have been a culmination. It clearly wasn't the end, however. You told me why you were out there at the plant. Now, let me tell you why I was. I've been on this trail for a while. My uncle lost his mind, not from bipolar disorder, but because of the treatment he was administered on behalf of one of those programs. He was also a criminal, theft and assault, so they really got to have their way without their bosses peering too hard. But despite his faults, some of which were beyond his control, my uncle was a good man. They transferred him to a special hospital. There they used isolation, sleep deprivation and shock treatment, to name a few. Then gave him megadoses of stimulants to bring him out of it. They'd shock him directly after administering the stimulants. It was like a hellish rollercoaster of drugs and electrocution. I know these things because he tried to tell my father about them before he lost his mind. The CIA spent many years figuring out how best to destroy people's minds, but they had a harder time attempting to install new ones. I'm sorry, I said. He waved his hand. That was back during the 1960s, towards the end of MK Ultra. I was little then, just getting started in grade school, but the effect it had on my father, his brother, was profound and lasting. You're probably wondering how this all relates to you. The facility you've been running near, it fronts as a chemical plant. It has long had some messed up stuff going on underground, so far off the books it might take a century to dredge up completely into the light, unless something is done. Just what is going on out there? I said. He took a few gulps of coffee and he glanced at the doors before meeting my gaze. We're talking about decades of genetic engineering, drugs, torture and psychic phenomena wrapped up into one small package. Sometime between the 1980s and now, they created something diminutive, invisible to the human eye and most technical equipment, and deadly as hell. We're talking about the ultimate weapon to bear in cold wars, the kind you can't detect or trace. What we're talking about is the wee folk. The wee folk, I said. The wee folk. Elves, fairies, the fae. I was thinking, this guy is absolutely insane. I'm sorry about his uncle, but damn. I'm pretty sure that they go back a long ways in folklore, before LSD and all that other stuff. Of course they do, he said. Don't know the project's name, but I know enough. I just need more evidence. From what I do know, those things aren't as tied down by time as we are. I'm not certain if it was intentional, so that they could be sent backwards or ahead to other eras, or if it was an unhappy side effect.
Regardless, those things aren't exactly material organisms. Along with their human and other genetic material, they got psychic substance to them. They're small, but not so small that they can't be seen by the naked eye. It's my understanding that it's their psychic material that makes them invisible. It's their psychic material that also lets them slip out of the noose of time. Maybe they can travel through it as easily as... Why? I asked. Why would they want to do that? Because they were directed by the CIA. Because they want revenge, so that they can get away from the prying gaze of technology. Because they can. Who the hell knows? Maybe those little buggers went back in time and created our asses, closed loop and everything. A couple of burly-looking guys came through the front door of the diner and settled down into a booth next to ours. They were rigid and silent, only breaking that to place their orders when the waiter came over. They wore casual attire like ill-fitting costumes. Probably a coincidence, but that got even me a little antsy, and I can only imagine how the conspiracy nut across from me felt as he too looked over his shoulder at them one and only one time. Geppetto, Everett said to me in a low, even tone, created a puppet that he could not control. It was a puppet that might be more real than him. Everett brought something slowly out of his pocket, and for a second I thought it was going to be a weapon. It was a pen, and with it he scribbled something onto a napkin. An address. He took out a wad of bills and slapped them down over the napkin. "It was nice seeing you again," Everett said. "I'd like to run with you sometime. Good for the health." "All right," I said. I drank my water. The waiter took the money. I stared at the ruts in the table between looking at the napkin, and about 10 minutes after Everett had gone, I left the diner. I'd left the napkin behind, but I'd memorized the address. I could say here that I thought it more prudent to wait a day before going to that address, even though I hadn't seemed to have had anyone tailing me. This was the official reason I was planning to give Everett, but that wouldn't be honest. The honest truth was that I thought the guy was too nuts to deal with. I wasn't sure if I could believe an ounce of what he told me about his uncle. I'd memorized the address in case I needed it. The reason that I went to that address later was because the night symptoms had become markedly more severe. Some of it might have been mental, from the quaint little conversation I'd had with Everett about government conspiracies and the jumping fairies created from drug-induced psychic phenomena and human DNA. But I was fairly certain by then that something was moving around inside me. My nausea and chills had grown more comprehensive, like a vile flower spreading its petals. Head over the toilet, I jabbed a finger deep into my throat to induce vomiting. I was hoping to expel whatever it was, even so many days after it should have been digested. The symptoms persisted, waxing more than waning. More frequently than before, I was sure I heard a muffled voice talking, but could no longer pinpoint the source. Sleepless, I played hooky from work that morning and went straight to the address at about 9 a.m. It was an old apartment building, only a few miles shy from where I'd been running at. The door to his apartment was ajar. Already, it didn't bode well. I found Everett hanging upside down in his living room by wires from the light fixture, with his tongue, throat and lungs ripped out and placed in the crimson lake beneath him. Written on the wall in blood were these words: "Never speak ill of the wee folk." I spent maybe 10 minutes brain dead on the spot, like I'd been the one megadosed with opposite drugs and electricity convulsed at the same time. My mind tried to fold itself around that scene. It could not. I don't even remember leaving. At some point I was driving down the road, and then I was back in my own apartment. I didn't call anyone, and it wasn't really that I was afraid I'd be blamed for it. I was afraid that the government might be connected. Maybe they had killed Everett for leaking top-secret information, and that was what was meant by "never speak ill of the wee folk." The more logical explanation
was that a deeply troubled person like Everett, but much more dangerous, had killed him in such a way. Probably it was even someone he crossed paths and conspiracies with. I did plan on going to the authorities, but first I had to figure out how to do so without ending up like Everett. Needless to say, I was freaked out. The nausea I had from whatever was inside me was magnified many times over. Between puking while trying to shut up in my own apartment, I took in as many nutrients and liquids as I could so as to avoid a hospital visit. I woke up with terrific pain in my left eye. I got up and went to the bathroom, swaying. The pain was so intense that I collapsed at some point and crawled on my knees to the bathroom. I forced myself up and flicked on the light switch. In the mirror should have been my ordinary, everyday face, but my left eye was bulging out of its socket. I screamed. I felt something there, behind it, trying to press my eyeball out. It was fighting against the organic wiring behind my eye to get the job done. I realized at the same time that I was only able to look out on my other eye. For all the pain and horror that swept over me in that moment, I was afraid of this one thing more, that I would somehow get a glimpse of what was pushing my eyeball out. What if it was no longer invisible to me because I'd swallowed it? I wasn't sure if it was my thought or had originated from somewhere else. I took my thumb and shakily pressed it into my bulging left eye until it was back snug in its socket. Then everything returned to normal. I could see out of both eyes again. The cessation of my pain, however, was short-lived. Agony blazed across my head. I'd heard of others with the severest migraines comparing their pain to childbirth. I felt in that moment that something was trying to rip itself free to be born from my brain. I howled sobbingly, like a lion with all its teeth pulled out. I'd often caught a pain while running, but this was too much. I grabbed the keys and flung myself out the door. As I did so, images of the chemical plant began flickering in my head like an old, acid-eaten film. With each flicker was a fresh dose of pain. I whipped out my apartment and round the corner, got into my vehicle in the lot, and hauled ass in the direction of the facility. I threw up into my cup holder, swerving around honking vehicles all the while. I thought maybe, if whatever it said was true, there was a lab somewhere in or below that plant, and they'd know how to deal with me. I was willing to sacrifice my body and freedom just to stop what was going on. The pain in my head zipped down to my throat and something giggled there like a child going down a water slide. But then I realized it was the sound of me gurgling up blood. It fountained down my lap and dribbled against the floor mat. It greased my sandals and caused them to slide against the gas and brake pedals. I kept telling myself I just had to hang on until I made it to the facility. I knew it was probably a lie, but I latched onto that anyway in order to stay focused. Once at the facility, my car plowed through the barrier arm and wrenched aside the automatic gate before it had fully opened. The security guard's shout quickly receded. I wove in and out of the roads of the facility, tearing past chemical plant speed signs that read 7.5 miles per hour. I nearly crashed into a forklift as my car careened into the opening of a larger building. When I finally stopped the car, I opened the door and fell to the ground. I was covered in vomit and blood. I got back up and ran. I called out to confused-looking workers in hard hats and coveralls. I called out to the strangers that I'd swallowed something from their lab that was making a mess inside me. I was phasing in and out while running. I ran past shocked eyes, past lumps of machinery and canisters of fluid, deeper into the belly of the building, not knowing exactly where I was going. At some point, my wet feet slipped out from under me, and my head cracked against the floor. I crawled, weeping, in the direction I had been running. The last thing I remember is being stung in the arm, and shortly after, lifted onto a platform, possibly a gurney. Ages later, I was awake. I called out from the hospital bed. No one came. I was in a hospital gown. I felt along my sore body. I found sutures and sickeningly deep aches all over me. There were even gashes across my shaved head. How long ago and how deeply had they operated, I wondered. They'd done some major digging around looking for that thing. IVs were stuck into me for nutrients, fluids, and no doubt drugs. But whatever drugs they'd been pumping into me had seemingly run out. I pulled them free with weak, shaking fingers, and I fell hard against the floor. More pain washed over me like a cold river. I welcomed it. I tried not to think about the damage I was doing to my body. There was no one else in the room, only medical equipment and beds and ordinary trappings of a hospital room. But it was not a hospital. I was surprised the door was unlocked. I made my way out into the hall. Although I didn't see anyone at first, before long, I smelled something horrible. It was coming from an open doorway ahead. Inside was a large research laboratory rather than a hospital room. Electronic equipment, old and new, was bashed and battered and mixed in with laboratory equipment in a vortex of destruction. But it was the bodies that gave off that stench. The scientists in that room were days dead, and reading the message on the wall helped me discern the source of their wounds before my frayed mind could put it together. Bloody words spelled it out. Never mess with the wee folk. It was reproductive organs this time that were laid out near the corpses. According to Everett, human DNA had gone into making those things. I stumbled out of there, dry heaving. Nothing came out. At the end of one hallway, elevator doors shone like the proverbial waters of an oasis under a desert sun. It was bright in those hallways, nowhere for shadows. But it was scary. I kept thinking something little and invisible, or maybe not so invisible if I was especially unlucky, would attack me before I made it to the end of that run. Run is exactly what I did. As soon as I saw those elevator doors, my body a damp, broken animal, I ran like hell to the elevator. I was gasping by the time I got on. My hospital gown was soaked in the blood of open incisions. I pressed the button among too many buttons for ground level. The elevator went up. I gasped like I'd run many miles more than I usually did. The elevator continued to go up. It gave me a lot of time to wonder. What if that thing I'd swallowed hadn't gotten out of the facility? What if it had been trying to get in? I suffer from cystic fibrosis. It's a disease that, among other things, makes breathing difficult. I was first diagnosed with it as a child after the first of many late-night emergency room visits. Living with CF means that while I have the potential to live a full and relatively decent life, it's nowhere near guaranteed. My parents were heartbroken when they got the news. Although they'd never told me themselves, I had learned that they had a hard time conceiving before I came along. They had tried every trick in the book: fertility drugs, dieting, specialists, clinical treatment. You name it, they tried it. 8 years with no luck, only to be delivered a sickly baby that wouldn't make it to 20. To say they did everything they could to keep me safe was an understatement. I was like a figure in a snow globe, caged in a bubble for my own protection. I know my parents loved me. They loved me so much it swallowed them up and ate them whole. Which is why I feel so guilty. Knowing that you're the root of every ounce of pain, every bit of worry and fear in your loved ones' lives is a punishment I would never wish upon my worst enemy. I remember our first visit. I remember feeling the tears fall on my face as my father held me in his arms, frantically screaming at the nurse for help. Even now, I remember how fast his heart was beating against my cheek. We already knew. The postural draining technique was practically second nature to us, but it had never been this bad. My oxygen-deprived brain was struggling to keep up as those hospital lights flooded my vision. I was swimming in a fluorescent ocean as the doctors worked to clear my mucus-coated airways. Through the sea of white and the incoherent speech that my brain was working overtime to try and decipher, I heard my parents' sobs as they stood in the hallway, too horrified to look at me. All the anesthesia in the world couldn't stop the hurt I felt in that moment. This, more or less, would become my routine. I was what they called a frequent flyer at the hospital. I knew the nurses on a first-name basis. I even had dinner with some who had come to visit and check in while I was first staying there. I come to befriend the people who shared rooms with me. But as one after another grew weaker, I learned better. My life was split between pyjama-clad stretches at home and stints in a gown at the hospital. To say things were a bit dull at times wouldn't do it justice. Dreaming was my only escape. Sure, I had hobbies and things to do in the real world, but in the dream world, I was thrown into a new and exciting realities that I had absolute control over. Worlds where I didn't constantly have to be operated on, living lives that truly made me feel free. I lived a life where my parents didn't have to worry, where they weren't sad anymore. In lucid dreaming, my life was saved. It was the sleep paralysis that killed me. I had my run-ins with REM sleep hallucinations, nightmares that lasted full nights and visions that haunted me. It wasn't so much the images that scared me, it was the lack of control as your body becomes lead and how slowly time moves as you suffer that silent eternity. The first time it happened, I cried when I woke up. I vowed to never do it again as long as I lived. For a while, I was successful. As the days grew duller, the stints grew longer, and my parents struggled to conceal their bottomless sadness, I gave in. I crawled into that bed and let the void swallow me whole, just for a chance of escape. I wish, with every fibre of my being, I could have held out for just a little bit longer. Every day seemed to become a new challenge. Reoccurring lung infections seemed to become my new reality. News got worse. My lungs were fighting for every breath, and despite nightly attacks to my parents' hopelessness, no one could do a thing to help. As we went home that week, it was revealed to me that I would no longer have the privacy of my own room. Given the increasing severity of my attacks, my parents thought it best to sleep there with me in case the worst were to happen. I felt gutted. Now they couldn't enjoy a single night's sleep without my problems interfering and likely creeping into their dreams. As I saw them toss and turn, heard them talk in their sleep about their nightmares in which I was all that seemed present, all-consuming, all-powerful. I felt like the biggest burden alive. As I drifted off in that slumber, I wished for it all to just end. I didn't want to wake up anymore. I had just finished my reality checks as I slipped into that fresh dream when I felt a familiar pull. In an instant, everything seemed to be fading away. The ground beneath me seemed to give way as my edges became fuzzy. I was waking up. As the world went dark, my eyes fluttered open, and I was paralyzed once more. The room was dark. The only light that faded in seemed to be coming from the bathroom down the hall. I took a deep breath as I tried to steel myself for the monsters that always came. At least, I tried to. The mucus that coated the walls and passages of my lungs had blocked my airways. I was choking in my sleep. I looked frantically around my room for help. It was my mother's turn that night, and as my eyes fell on her empty sleeping roll, I realized I was alone. I quickly put two and two together and realized with a sinking stomach that she was the reason why the bathroom light was on. I was a prisoner of my mind, desperately trying to snap out of it so that I could call for help. I felt the veins in my eyes bulge as the lack of oxygen set in. The shadows crept in around me as the sounds of blood rushing in my ears was slowly coming to a halt. In that dimly lit room, as I lay dying, he came. From the darkness crept a tall, shadowy figure. He seemed to waltz into the room to the slowing beat of my heart. Although I could only see the rims of his eyes, I could see that twisted grin growing slowly clear as day. I could feel his sharp nails as he climbed onto my bed, slowly eclipsing my body as he did. Pain shot through everything he touched like static. His hand seemed to envelop me completely as his fingers gripped my flesh. "What's the matter?" he spoke, his voice sounding as if someone had torn their vocal cords in every way possible. "Can't sleep?" With that, he let out a laugh and shook the room. His laughter sounded like nails on a chalkboard, mixed with a deep guttural growl that seemed to compound and echo in every nook and cranny of the room. Giggling, he craned his head against my chest and listened with glee, quietly indulging himself on my heart's final beats. Once it had stopped completely, he snapped his head upwards to face me. His small, black beady eyes sat in impossible deep sockets. "Uh-oh," he rasped. "I think it's broken." He licked his lips as he leaned in towards me, inches from my face. "Don't worry, I know exactly how to help." I felt his nails dig into my flesh as he hoisted me up and threw me over his shoulder, cackling as we ran into the darkness that engulfed us both. I felt his every step roughly collide as it hit the dirt. As he dashed, I felt myself slowly slipping from his hold as we moved further and further along. It hadn't been more than 10 feet before I fell hard and fast onto the sharp black floor. He stopped, if only to comically mine an overzealous oops. I rolled in fearful sweat as I hit the dirt and realized I could move my body again. As I clawed at the ground in an attempt to crawl away back into the light of my room, I could hear him walking towards me, his pace quickening. I reached and took hold of a nearby branch to defend myself with. As my fingers wrapped around that slippery surface, I pulled it close, only to scream in horror. In my hands, I held what was left of a femur. The chunks of rotten flesh and dead skin where I gripped it tight coated my hands as the maggots exploded outwards and crawled up my arms. I dropped the thing, but before I could react any further, I felt the man grab me by my feet and drag me onwards. Chunks of bone and flesh swam around me, and as we went, I felt myself grow sticky with the blood that oozed out as I collided with that putrid debris. I tried to scream, but whenever I opened my mouth, chunky metallic tasting fluid pushed itself down my mouth and blocked my throat. I coughed, gasping for air, as I tried to spit the gore out and felt myself get thrown into the air. It was as if I was inside a cone. Onward stretched on a warm red light, the floor seemed to curve in a complete circle and defy gravity for these creatures. All around us were more of these things, some dragging their own captives deeper into the light, and some deciding they'd rather feast on the less fortunate wherever they stood. The screams and groan laughter echoed on endlessly. That's about all I could take in before I collided with the ground, my skull slamming against the bile-covered floor in a whiplash. My heart was a piston threatening to burst out of my ribcage at any second. I felt the man yank me to my feet by my arm. I smelt the burning flesh before I saw it. I recognized them immediately. Inside that fiery hole was a mix of strangers and friends from the hospital. Here, I was reunited with the long-dead patients I had shared rooms with. The departed hung stone-faced as they dangled on hooks, needles weaving in and out of their skin like maggots. I saw old doctors of mine begging with outstretched arms to those who hung above them as they burned and writhed in agony. I couldn't take it anymore. I begged for him to let me go, to take me home and let me see my parents. He cackled as he pulled me close to his face. I realized now that his skin was a sickly grey, his body emaciated with 2 large, oozing holes in the middle of his chest. I could see the veins in his arms twist and connect along his wasted body like tubes. I stared deep into those black sockets as I fought for him to let me go. "But my dear," he grinned, "I thought this was what you wanted." He let me go and motioned to the suffering before us. "Here, where you're not a burden, where the ones that failed you and pumped you full of hollow promises meet their retribution. Here, where you're free from the pain of sickness, a place in all your dreaming of your own creation." I stood in disbelief, tears welling in my eyes. "How dare you?" I croaked shakily. "I would never, ever dream of this. Why in the hell would I ever make a place so awful? Why would I let such horrible hurt and torture ever happen?" Tears had begun to well at the brink of my eyes as he stared at me. For the first time, I saw his smile disappear. He stood silently for a moment as his face drifted in thought. "Nightmares," he began. "Are dreams too, child? Where do you think you went as your frail body was forced to slumber while their blades cut you open and tubes slithered and made a nest of your organs? A sickness is intangible, but its casualties are not. As you witnessed your friends leave in bags, did the bitterness and betrayal in their last moments as they were abandoned to die ever escape you? What do you believe became of all the resentment and anger you felt as those lab coats, in all their knowledge, filled your veins with false hope, only for them to slowly give up on you? In all your time awake, you drowned in anguish at the thought you were torturing the ones you loved most simply by existing. Is it that far-fetched that in a world shaped by your experiences at the invisible hands of fate, your true feelings would create a world that reflected your deepest desires?" Tears fell from my eyes as I stared at him. My knees trembled as they gave in, and I sank to that cold floor. If what he said was true, there was only one thing I could think to ask. With quivering lips, I shakily asked, "Am I in hell?" I watched as he kneeled down to face me. The screams of pain fell to a hush as all the eyes in the room fell upon us. Only the sound of the crackling fire filled the air. "No such thing, child," he whispered, slowly pointing a withered finger between my eyes. "The only world that exists is the world you birthed in here." As I felt that familiar pull take me back, he was the last thing I saw. As my eyes fluttered open and adjusted to those bright hospital lights, I felt my lungs expand once more. I had come to learn that my mother had walked in on the tail end of things. She had screamed when she saw my eyes bulge and roll into the back of my head, waking up my father and causing him to rush in. If he hadn't picked me up and driven me like a bat out of hell to the hospital, I wouldn't have made it. The nurses had dropped me onto the table and struggled to stabilize me and start my heart again. I was unresponsive, and the general consensus from the doctors was that I was brain dead in a coma. My parents had just finished screaming their heads off when I finally woke up. As they took me in their warm arms, they sobbed, blubbering about how they thought I had died. The doctors had called it a miracle. As any good hospital would, they nursed me back to health and examined me physically and mentally to see if any damage had occurred to me as I was transported and resuscitated. I had passed all the mental assessments and everything seemed normal. Everything, except for the marks on my arm. As the lab coats struggled to figure out where they could have come from, my blood froze. There, right where he had held me as he dragged my body into the darkness, stood the deep claw marks where he had drawn blood. We wanted to do something special for Lindsay's birthday.
She turned 30 just as the COVID lockdown came into effect, so we missed the big one. So when the stars finally aligned and our calendars synced up, we decided we were going to get her something special. A girls' night out, for the first time in years. Lindsay always had a bit of a dark streak. Her birthday is just 1 week before Halloween, so by then everything is pumpkin flavoured and covered in plastic spiderwebs. Spooky things were just part of her aesthetic, and even as a mother of 2, we'd still see her sporting a skull necklace or pentagram earrings every now and then. But we were running out of time. We couldn't decide what to do. Some of us could set aside the whole weekend, others had to work or be home by midnight. It was getting difficult to settle on a single thing that would fit everyone. That is, until Aggie found something that was just perfect. An escape room. We all met up on a Saturday. It was me, Dawn, Aggie and Lindsay. After a fancy dinner and a long walk, we arrived at the Apostle Collective building. It opened about a year ago, and they'd been booked solid all spring long. That we managed to book a room this close to Halloween was nothing short of a miracle. Some of you have probably heard about them. They're sort of a chain. They got like 5 locations, most of them in Minnesota. The place was spot on. It didn't just have the classic Halloween stuff, but smoke machines, hidden speakers, projectors, the whole kit. The staff were dressed up in prosthetics, looking like old-time zombie carnival workers. We stepped in, they checked our booking and gave us a little box of free popcorn. Lindsay was ecstatic. We told the staff it was all for her birthday, so they paid a little extra attention to her. She deserved it. As we stepped up to the door, they gave us an instruction. "You're stepping into the box of the godless grinning witch," we were told. "This is our longest, scariest room yet. Pretty much brand new, apart from playtesters. You were lucky to get a booking. The other group cancelled last minute. Either way, all you need to solve it can be found there. Just try not to break any furniture or move something that's been bolted down. None of the clues will require a lot of force, so you wouldn't have to break anything or exert yourself." "Are there actors?" Dawn asked. "You can tell us, right?" "I can, but I won't. Whatever happens, you won't be harmed. Something might reach for you, chase you, touch you, but no harm. So please try to keep that in mind." Are you leaving the door open?" Aggie asked. "Can we leave at any time?" "Just knock or send us a text. The door locks automatically, but we can open it remotely with a click of the button. Just knock." "So, what's the story? What's our deal?" interrupted Lindsay. "Ghouls, ghosts, vampires?" I was so happy to see Lindsay like that, she could barely stand still. The box of the godless grinning witch is about a cruel witch who has trapped 4 souls in a little box. As they scramble to get out, they start realizing they're not alone. The souls have to find a way out while avoiding the monstrous beings trapped in there with them. There were no more hints, and part of the experience was going into it knowing just 2 things. We had been captured, and we weren't alone. Aggie kept a phone so she could text for hints and reach the staff if necessary. The rest of us put ours away. This was going to be an intense game, with a solve time average of about 4 hours. That said, we were allowed to stay until midnight, and if we solved it without a hint, we got a very special prize. We could also send them a text to pause the game for a bathroom break. We put away our coats, Dawn did a little stretch, and Lindsay was visibly shaking with excitement.